A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away.
Makati Productions present an original Star Wars story, The Dark Restoration, Part 1, Gathering Forces. Written by Dominic Grimm. The Empire is crumbling. The fall of Imperial Center has caused chaos throughout the Imperial Purse worlds. Many systems struggle under the Imperial yoke while others seek new allegiances to the Phaeton Empire. On the supposedly neutral planet of Prakus, the coming trial of the world's former Moff draws much attention. Aite Grunger, the self-proclaimed Iron Man of the Empire, is to be put on trial for recent crimes. Grunger, a former member of the Emperor's staff, is considered a high-value target for both Imperial and New Republic forces. Both sides seek to acquire him, and many others seek his end. The Moff offers nothing to either side, only speaks of the future and the Empire's glorious restoration. It is now that our story begins. Chapter 1, Annihilator. The hologram shimmered to life. Major Brementalk shifted where he stood. He tried to stand up straight, keep his chin up, and show no signs of fear. Not an easy thing when in the presence of one such as this, he thought, not after what had happened to Captain Mac. Slowly the holo took shape. Though it was far from clear, the blue image resolved into what most would call a face. He could almost make out the eyes, and the grim mouth that was just a slash on a long jagged chin. Talk was not sure if the distortion was caused by mere distance, or if the master simply preferred this setting, perhaps not wishing to give anyone, not even his own allies, a look at his, or her face. The major considered that. He was not even sure if the master was male or female, human or alien. All he knew was that the Moff trusted and swore service to this one, and that the master promised what everyone here on Annihilator desired. The restoration of the Empire, and a chance to come home as a hero. Who wouldn't want that? Major Talk. The voice was cold and raspy. It reminded the Imperial of the sound of an axe chopping into a tree. The harsh sound of life ending, of it giving way to steel. Master, he replied with a slight nod, how may we serve you? The holo distorted further. It looked like the one on the other end was leaning forward. Is Moff Grunger free? Is he with you yet? No, my lord, he replied. The extraction team has not reported back. The transmissions we are monitoring from Prakus suggest he is still in their custody. The master wheezed, yet another ugly sound. I cannot stress enough how important his release is, Major. The plan rests on his presence if you were to fail. Talk felt a slight pressure at his throat. He did his best not to show it. Still, the master knew what was going on. The slash of a mouth turned curved upward into what some might call a smile. I would be most upset. The master hissed when using the word most. The word became the hiss of a venomous serpent. We will not fail, master, the major replied, again ignoring the tightness around his neck. His Excellency will be back with us soon. The misshapen face regarded him silently, and then the would-be smile widened. Good? Talk felt the pressure on his throat cease. He didn't reach up and rub his neck. He remained cool and professional. The master enjoyed the suffering of others. Captain Mac found that out the hard way. Talk tried not to look down, stare at the spot where their superior had breathed his last, his neck crushed by the very being that the major now conversed with. He had learned from that ending. The Annihilator's original captain had been foolish. He had questioned the master's commitment to the Empire, and that foolishness led to death. Brementalk would not join him. The master addressed him once again. We must continue to exercise caution in this endeavor, Major. Our hand cannot be seen in this, not yet. If the rebels were to discover us before we were ready. We need not worry about that, my lord. Warlord Cinch hit 2 more Republic bases in the last 6 hours. The rebels are scrambling to deal with him. All their attention is directed on finding Iron Fist, not monitoring the Moff's trial. The master hissed. It is a shame that we cannot acquire this Iron Fist, or another ship like it. My master's master would have loved to have had such a weapon during her own campaign. A superstar destroyer is a useful tool, the major agreed, but the Annihilator and her crew are determined and ready to proceed with the restoration. Talk stood straighter. The restoration will finally put the Empire back in its proper place and ensure the destruction of our enemies. The Major found himself thinking about the past, specifically 10 years ago. His kidnapping by those thugs, and he pursed his lips. He could not think about her right now. No. Story would be avenged when the time was right. He looked into the Master's eyes, or the shadowy spots where the eyes should be. The end of the rebellion will finally set things right. The Master's head tilted slightly. This is not simply about duty to you, is it, Major? I'm a loyal son of the Empire, my lord. Duty is my life. Duty can be a cold comfort, the Master rasped. You seek vengeance. I can feel your anger even from here. Again, he fought against the urge to panic. He could not let the Master think he was anything but committed to the goal. My anger is under control, he promised. You need not worry about my performance. I'm not worried, the shadowy hologram purred. I'm intrigued. That smile appeared again. Who was it, Major? Who did the rebels take from you? He didn't want to respond. Some things were private. But His Excellency warned him to be honest with this one, lest he share Captain Mac's fate. Someone I loved. The rebels sought to make an example of us. We were children, and they would have murdered us to send a message. Even after almost 10 years, the loss still enraged him. They killed her master. The stormtroopers found us, but they were too late to save. He shivered. Story, I'm sorry. Do not fear your rage, Major, the Master said. Embrace it, and use it to fuel you, to fuel the plan, the glorious restoration. Talk smiled. As you say, my lord. The hologram began to flicker. It was an effect the Major had observed before. They were losing the signal. The Master, recognizing this, slid deeper into the shadows, but the voice was strong and hard. Send word when the job is done, and when you see Moff Grunger, have him contact me immediately. The Major bowed slightly. It will be done, my lord. The shadowy distant figure nodded. Until then, the holo dissipated, dissolving like smoke rising from a controlled fire. Bremen Talk, aiding at attaché to Moff Aite Grunger, was left alone in the darkness of the communication chamber. He sighed. He was still not sure what to make of their mysterious patron. Since the Moff's capture, he had been the one to handle all transmissions with the Master, especially after Captain Mac had dared to question him and lost his life. Grunger believed that the Master was the only one who could advise the Empire now and lead them to victory. So many other would-be emperors existed now, most of them intent only on destroying each other, while the rebels only grew stronger. With the recent fall of Imperial Center, the criminal strength seemed even more assured. The Empire was fading. The glory of the New Order was fading. It was everything that Bremen Talk feared. The Moff had not been worried. They had the Master as their ally. That was all the edge they needed. Did the Moff truly know who the Master was? He seemed to, when they spoke. They seemed old friends, or at least, allies. He had never shared with Talk how they met, or what had bonded them together on this mission. All he would say is that the Master was with them. Trust me, boy, the Moff had said. That will be more than enough. Still, it was hard not to question the mysterious being's motives. What was the Master truly after? He or she claimed to care nothing for the day-to-day workings of the Empire. Destroying the rebellion was what mattered. Let another sit the throne, the Master had said. My interests lay elsewhere. That admission surprised the Major. Their mysterious patron insisted that rule was not what he or she desired, only to see the Empire reborn. Talk was not sure what to make of that. Why go to all the trouble of aiding the Empire if you didn't seek the ultimate reward? The Master had insisted many times that he or she wished to see the Moff ascend to the Emperor's vacant throne, and that, once that was done, was content to remain behind the scenes, advising the new Imperial nobility. The Major had asked the Moff about that. His Excellency had merely laughed, insisting that he should trust their mysterious friend. The Master had designs on prizes that went beyond the Imperial throne, things that didn't matter to the Empire as whole. What those things were, Bremen Talk couldn't even guess. Perhaps I should simply follow the Moff's lead, he thought. Leave the Empire to the Empire, and the Master to his or her own affairs. Perhaps that was the wise move. He left the empty communications room and strode back into the hustle and bustle that was the quarters of a functioning Imperial warship. 2 stormtroopers formed up as his escort as he made his way to the bridge. Our firm white line, he thought. Stormtroopers, they had saved his life 10 years ago. If only they had arrived in time. If only they had saved Story. Crewers rushed to get out of his way as he passed. He might only hold the rank of major, but his station as Moff Grunger's aide had granted him great respect. At least aboard the Moff's flagship. The Annihilator, an Imperial II-class Star Destroyer, was once the backbone of the Navy. Now, it was becoming a sign of fading glory. So many destroyers had been lost in foolish skirmishes between feuding Imperials. The Master had promised to help them stop that, and once he had throne, Grunger would make sure that no one opposed the new order, not ever again. Talk's hand drifted to his neck. He could feel the medallion he wore beneath his coat and shirt. It brought him comfort, and reminded him of the safety and security the Empire offered. What the brave men and women here were trying to bring back for everyone. The symbol was of Commoner's Youth Section, the future leaders for the preservation of the new order. The group he had proudly joined at 13. The same group that Story had joined. Which is why they had been targeted. His father, Julie Talk, had been an Imperial hero during the Clone Wars. Story's father had been a wealthy trader. A union between their 2 families would have benefited all, and the fact that their children were so committed to the future had been a bright light in the Empire. Until the kidnapping. He frowned. Until the day that the terrorists had changed his life forever. Damn the rebels. Damn them. He hurried on, smoothing out his coat and adjusting his officer's cap. He hoped that the captain would have news for him. Hopefully the extraction team had reported in. Hopefully they had been successful. The Moff was needed. If they failed. He shivered. The strange sensation around his throat seemed to return. He dismissed it. Whatever the Master was, his or her reach could not be that long. Could it? He pushed such thoughts away. They couldn't fail. They wouldn't. The Empire needed them. It needed Moff Grunger. We can't fail. He moved faster, his stormtrooper escort hurrying to keep up. I won't fail, Story, he thought. I can't. We will win. The thought made him smile. You will be avenged. Chapter 2. The Rebel. The poster was old and yellow. The children smiling in that picture were grown now, grown or gone. Webcar frowned as he stared at it and thought about the past. He had been there when that picture had been taken, or rather here. 10 years ago, the abandoned building where he now sat in had been a youth center, a place for the young people of the capital city to gather. Back then, the Empire had seemed eternal, and the Emperor's people did their best to see that it stayed that way. The men who had been taking holos that day had not said who they worked for, but their leader had been wearing an olive green uniform. He had stopped before a group of kids from the Fled, the future leaders of the new order, and had asked them to pose for him. They had done it, and less than a month later, posters like this one were plastered all over school and this very building. Such an innocent thing, he thought, a group of attractive young people posing for a picture. But then, it had become something more. It was soon just another part of the Imperial propaganda campaign. The grinning kids were now being looked down upon by the kindly face of Emperor Palpatine, or rather, Chancellor Palpatine. The image likely having been recorded 10 to 15 years earlier, maybe even during the Clone Wars. The ruler of the galaxy looked down upon his young subjects, his face formed into a benevolent smile, every bit the indulgent father, happy that these eager young people wore the uniforms of his empire, grateful for their service. Webb wondered, what would those kids have thought if they could have seen Palpatine's true face? Not the one shown in the image that was taken 20 years ago, but the one that the old tyrant had seen in the mirror, a face that the Emperor had only revealed to the people of Prakus after the destruction of the first Death Star. Correction, he thought to himself, the Imperial or Extractor, the one that had been commandeered by rebel agents. the extractor that Moff Tarkin had bravely sacrificed himself to destroy to keep it from being used on innocent Imperial worlds. No, the Empire would never have built a planet killer. Never. The destruction of Alderaan, the death of everyone on that world had all been an accident, the rebels trying to control a power they didn't understand. Webb shook his head. That was the lie the Holonet had peddled after the Battle of Yavin. Fortunately, there had been brave young men and women, kids mostly, who had believed in both freedom and the truth, and took the risk and sliced into the Holonet, releasing the testimony of Princess Leia and rest of the truth to all who would hear it. Moff Tarkin had ordered the destruction of Alderaan, a test for his new toy, and a means to torture Leia Organa, a senator and friend to the Alliance. Tarkin had been in command of the planet killer, and had died when the rebellion exploited a flaw in the weapon. He died, reduced to atoms scattered across the Yavin system. That was the story that the brave slicers here on Prakus had shared, the story that Webb and his friends had helped share. A small act of defiance, the first stone torn away at the base of the Empire. The first but not the last. A brave act, he knew, but one that came too late. Alderaan's fate was known, but the Death Star had been active for several weeks at least, and there had been several planetary disasters during that time, worlds that suffered tectonic shifts or mining accidents. Had the Death Star been involved there? He was just happy to have done his part. He wished he could do more, but he tried not to dwell. That way lay madness. By the time of Alderaan's end, he had come to despise the Empire, and though he wasn't a soldier, he had been looking out for ways to strike back. He had wanted revenge. Of course, it wasn't simply to avenge all those lost by the Empire's planet killer that he did what he did. No, he did it for a girl. He almost laughed when he thought that. A girl that had not even known that he existed, or he supposed had chosen to forget him. He looked at the poster and shook his head. And there she was, grinning like she had the whole future ahead of her. Astoria Story Castire. The one that he had never been brave enough to take the chance on. After she was gone, something had changed in him. He had been timid, too afraid to do anything but broadcast restricted information. After Story, he had wanted to do more, be more. Now, he could say that was, or would be. Once this mission was done. Webcart didn't look the part of the rebel agent, he never had. He was just under 6 foot, dark of hair with brown eyes that seemed black on hot summer days. He had a slender build, and during his school days, a bit soft around the middle. The son of 2 technicians working for Prakus Broadcasting Service, he had spent most of his youth playing with tech and computers. His uncle Gowan had been the director in charge of Prakus Broadcasting, and a staunch Imperial loyalist. He was the one that decided what aired on the Holonet here, and what didn't, and was as a result the reason his nephew had access to what he had. What he had seen, it changed Webb's outlook on the galaxy, and helped shape him into the rebel that he became. While helping his parents, he had seen raw footage of a lot of news reports, footage that didn't put the Empire in the best of light, and then he had seen the finished product. The nice and sanitized broadcasts that defended the Empire's actions, or perhaps their atrocities. Being a curious child, he had used what his parents taught him to look deeper into what he was seeing. Dad had figured out what he was doing once, but had not stopped him, only showed him ways to be careful, to hide what he was doing. His parents were not as loyal as Uncle Gowan was. Somewhere along the line, he had decided that others needed to know the truth. He started slicing into broadcasts, slipping the raw footage he had seen into official announcements. The Empire's people weren't happy with that. They looked for the one responsible, but by then, he had covered his own tracks, using what his parents had shown him, and a few tricks that he had come up with on his own. His father had been proud of him, his mother worried. They believed what he was doing was right, but would have preferred he turn to something safer. He had only been 14 when he started. They saw it as a prank, something he would grow out of. What he had found and broadcast wasn't anything criminal, just the excesses of the local Imperials. More than once his mother had tried to get him to leave his keyboard behind. She had tried to convince him to ask out Astoria Castir, the daughter of his mother's best friend. As story as she was beautiful, long flowing blonde hair, sharp green eyes, a statuesque figure. Athletic, popular, and mischievous. By the time she was 14, she had caught the eye of every boy at the academy. She was the kind of girl that most boys would dream dating. They had been friendly as children, but as she grew older and more beautiful, she had left him behind in favor of peers that shared her interests. When she had joined the flesh, she had started pursuing the local zone ball captain, a musclehead named Bremen Talk. Then, one day, she had disappeared, both her and her parents. Webb had been, well, he had no words. Story was gone, just gone. What the cark had happened. Talk had returned to school a few days after, but a day or two later, he had gotten an appointment to the military academy on Karita. A year or two after graduation, he returned to his home world, now a senior page on Moff Aite staff, and soon was promoted to aide and attaché to Assistant Governor Aite Grunger. Webb had never gotten into talk. They had never been friends, and never moved in the same circles. Not that he had ever talked about what had happened to Story and her family. Webb turned to the holonet, trying to find out what had been hushed up. As someone who knew a bit about how information flowed in the Empire, he knew in his gut that whatever happened to the casters was likely related to those in power. During one of those late-night searches, 7 years ago now, he had turned up raw footage of the Gorman massacre. That was the night it happened. No longer was it about simple curiosity. He was angry, not just because of what had happened to Story, but for the gore as well. He had fought the Empire in his own way, coldly, releasing what he could find in the best ways he could find. Always doing his best to stay hidden. He didn't think anyone had noticed, but one day, he was approached by a man on the street, a man about his father's age whose very presence screamed military. A man who knew what he had been doing, knew and approved. That man's name was Aaron Kraken. Webb was 19, and after graduation, 3 months after the destruction of the Death Star, Kraken had contacted him again. Webb needed to broaden his horizons, the man had said. He sent his young recruit on a trip where he was gone for 6 months, an internship he had told his parents. In truth, a training camp for slicers and saboteurs. When he had returned, Webb had lost his baby fat, and was a far more serious young man, a man who knew his duty. A young man who was now an agent for Alliance Intelligence. He restarted his broadcasts, but now he had contacts with others, people that could do things about what he was seeing. Things had gotten a bit dicey after the Battle of Hoth, but Webb and his allies had kept their heads down, while the Empire became crueler and more ruthless. Then had come the Battle of Endor 2 years ago, another event Webb and his group made sure everyone knew about. That was the day that everything changed. That was the day the new republic was born. I. His comm unit buzzed as he cursed silently. He had let himself get distracted. Not a good thing, not today. Yeah, this is 1, he said into his comm link, the one hooked to his collar. This is 3-1. We're in the store, the package is still on the shelf, but we should know when it is purchased. Webb nodded. Nice one, Gav, he thought. 2, he said, how are things in the gym? No changes to the schedule. 1. Morning workouts should be concluded soon, and looks like the afternoon class will start as scheduled. He nodded. So far, so good. Keep me posted. Let me know if anything changes. Copy. I copy. 1 out. Website as he slipped the data goggles over his eyes and began to type on the keyboard in his lap. Gav and Justine were right where they needed to be, and things were going as expected. Gav, or 3, had breached the city subnet and was watching for any change in orders when it came to the transfer of Moff Grunger. Meanwhile, Justine, too, had eyes on the garrison that was occupied by the city's defense forces. So far, they were remaining where they were. No major changes besides the usual patrol. That will change when we seize Grunger. Hopefully we can get him on the ship and into space before city security responds. Getting away wouldn't be a problem with Grunger no longer serving as acting governor, and given his history most might be glad to be rid of him. The Moff had made a mistake by declaring himself a warlord when Coruscant had fallen. It might have worked, but he lacked the respect and command that some of the other Imp lords had going for them. He simply didn't have the popularity and contacts of his predecessor, Moff Candy. Candy had died in what most would call suspicious circumstances. His assistant governor had wasted no time claiming his mantle, an act that annoyed the late Moff's friends and allies. If that was not enough, Grunger compounded his mistake by ordering his Star Destroyer to blast Abradero City for refusing to turn over their civic control and services to his men. Webb had only found out about the attack 10 minutes before the orders came down, not enough time to broadcast a warning or for the people to get to safety. He had, however, made sure that Grunger's atrocities were known by every man and woman on Prakus. That broadcast had ended Grunger's career. That is why the Moff was arrested. That, and that he had had no real authority to assume control of a core world like Prakus, not when it had a fully established Imperial bureaucracy, a leadership that had chosen to accept only the commands of the authorities on Coruscant, or Imperial Center as the diehard Imps here called her, not a man seeking to become a new warlord. Even then, Grunger might have won, scared the leaders into line, if not for a New Republic flotilla moving through a nearby sector. The presence of Alliance ships in the system responding to the distress calls from the people of Abradero had forced Grunger's flagship, the Annihilator, to retreat. The Alliance, or rather the New Republic, had offered to help, but the leadership of the planet refused. The First Minister and his staff remained loyal to the idea of the Empire, though it was now technically neutral world. Made clear by the announcement after the Moff's arrest, the Alliance commander had chosen to respect Prakus' decision to remain neutral. He had chosen to leave without further conflict. Not that the New Republic was in the business of invading worlds, not when diplomacy could work, and now that Prakus no longer had Imperial Center to help it, would likely be more open to the New Republic's advances. Webb understood the reasons. He didn't really like it, but he understood. The Republic would rather have Prakus as a new friend than staging an attack when they didn't have the forces to hold on to such a world. That in there had been Imperial Navy ships in the area, but they had not responded to either the distress calls or when Grunger went rogue and ordered them to join him. The captains of those ships must have already accepted an offer from another warlord. So many commanders had joined up with the rival factions that had formed as the Imperial hierarchy began to break up, and start fighting over Palpatine's throne. Prakus had only had Grunger's forces for defense, so with him gone, and the rest of the Empire ignoring them, they now no longer had access to hyperspace-capable security ships, none large enough to threaten Webb and his team. Yes, he thought, the extraction should go just fine, provided we can get them off to the ship. The city's wing of TIE fighters would not be able to stop an intelligence ship, and the planet's light cruiser was at the edge of the system, responding to a distress call that Webb and his allies had arranged. All in all, everything was ready. Webb was pleased. It was time for Aite Grunger to face justice, which he would after a full debrief from Kraken and his people. He needs to survive Webb, the old man, and said, his tone suggesting no room for error. Grunger served on Palpatine's staff for years. What he learned during that time could be invaluable. Bring him back alive, kid, then justice can take its course. Webb sighed. He didn't like to think what that meant. Grunger was a murderer many times over. The bombing of Abradero was proof of that. If he gave the Republic what they wanted, would they make a deal? Webb didn't want that. He wanted the man to pay. This isn't about what you want, he thought, the words spoken and the words of his intel instructors. This is what is best for the Republic. In his head, he knew that, understood that, but in his heart, he thought of all those people who had died, killed by the Annihilator. He thought of his parents, who had needed to hide their true beliefs from everyone, even their own family, and he frowned. He thought of Story. He had wanted her, even if she never knew he existed. She deserved just to. He had no proof the Empire had harmed her, but that lack of evidence suggested that they had. Grunger had been Candy's right hand. If anyone had anything to do with what happened, he likely did. So, he didn't deserve to get away. And he wouldn't. Webb would do what was needed for justice and his people. And for Story. He sighed. Rest easy, girl, he thought, looking at her face, smiling at him from the old poster. For you, justice is coming, I promise. Justice for you. Chapter 3. The Arrival. You there? Halt. The stranger paused as she exited her ship, her hooded head turned as the security officer approached. She felt his cold regard. He was dressed in the uniform of city patrol officer, but his swagger suggested ex-Imperial military. Not unexpected that, even though Prakus was technically now a neutral world. She pressed a button on her belt, closing the ramp to her ship. The light freighter was not so different from many of the other vessels docked at the spaceport. Designed for a crew of 5, the Dreamer was easily handled by her and her 2 droids. Yes, officer, she called out. How can I be of service? He paused before her, looking her up and down, not that you could see much. She was both hooded and cloaked, the brown and gray billowy garment concealing her figure, and a dark red scarf hid the lower half of her face. All you could see of her features was the pale skin of her nose and the black eye patch over where her right eye had been. Her remaining eye, a bright emerald, green, bright, and cool. State your business here on Prakus, the trooper demanded. She bowed slightly. I'm an independent trader, looking to set up new contacts here. The recent fall of Imperial Center has forced me to seek out new markets for my goods. The soldier grunted. Trader's license and registration, please. Of course, she answered, handing over a pad from inside her right sleeve. The soldier took it and looked at it suspiciously, which didn't surprise her in the least. After all, there was nothing on the pad. If you look closer, she advised, you will see everything is in order. The man complied, finding the compartment built into the side, and the 500 Imperial credits inside. The man said, removing the chits and slipping them into a pouch on his vest. Your registration seems a little out of date, short on time, if you catch my meaning. Ah, she thought. So that is how it is. I do believe you are mistaken, sir, she said, waving her hand before him. I think everything is in the proper order. The man swayed slightly and shook his head. What? He said, his voice turning a bit dreamy. Everything is in the proper order, she repeated, once again waving her hand before him, her voice becoming more insistent. Yeah, he murmured, everything seems to be in the proper order. I can go about my business. You can go about your business. I can go on my way, and welcome to Prakus. You can go on your way, and welcome to Prakus. The soldier turned away, turning his attention to another ship 2 pads down from her own. The stranger sighed, feeling a sense of vertigo. She didn't like doing that. She had never really been any good at persuading people, or rather, it took a lot out of her to make it work. She shook her head. It was moments like this that she missed her mom's presence. Mom had always made influencing minds seem so seamless. If only I had 1/10 of her skill. She hurried on, but not before speaking into her comlink. Chip, I need you to keep this channel open. After we finish our business here, we will need to get out, fast. Womp. Womp. No, I don't need you with me. You know that he has no talent for flying the ship, and if trouble starts, it is to you that I depend on. A loud blatting noise came over the comm. Her Stramech's agreement of her protocol droid's skill at piloting. She smiled. Just keep an optic sensor on things, Chip. I will be back soon. She lowered her link, wondering if she had just lied to the droid. It was likely she would not make it back. If so, she had left instructions for them. They would need those instructions, sooner or later. The stranger slipped past the customs office, cloaking her presence from the board desk officer, who at the moment was too occupied trying to fleece an Aqualish pilot out of yet another bribe. The stranger shook her head. Maybe she should have used the Force first. She might have saved herself a few credits. How was she to know that the bribes had risen so high here in the Corps? She pulled her hood down farther as she made her way to the tram station next to the spaceport. Despite being gone for almost 10 years, she still recognized much of the capital city. She pursed her lips as she walked past one of the walls, the faded pro-Imperial posters that looked out of place after all this time, faded by the sun and forgotten. Especially the ones for Comner and the Fled. The Fled one drew her eye, the grinning young faces, and the fatherly vision of Palpatine looking down on them. A shiver ran down her spine. So innocent, she thought, looking into the blonde girl's green eyes. Her remaining emerald-colored eye narrowed. So naive. Her empty eye socket suddenly burned, making her flinch. The stormtrooper came out of the smoke, the sound of blasters filling the ear, the screams of the kidnappers, and flashes of red lights. She saw the trooper's hand go to the side of his helmet. He didn't speak, but she guessed he was talking with someone over the link. She had gotten one of her hands free. She reached up, trying to beg this Imperial hero for help, to have him get her to a med center. The trooper looked down, the black lenses of his helmet cold as stone. He lowered his blaster, pointing it not at the enemies now hidden in the smoke, but at her. Pointing it at her head, and then she shivered and backed away from the wall, her heart pounding in her chest. She took a deep breath and tried to center herself anew. No, she thought angrily, cursing herself for a fool. She would not let the past stop her, not today. She glared at the poster of the grinning children. Not today. She looked up at the tram station. The clock showed that it was 20 minutes to midday. The second tram of the day, the one going to City Center, should be arriving now. She had more than enough credits to buy a ticket. From there, it was a short walk to the courthouse. She nodded grimly. It felt strange being back here, after all this time. Prakus, it didn't feel like home anymore, not with her parents not being here. Not after. She sighed. No point in worrying about that now. One way or another, she would finish her business here, and then. She thought of her parents and the last time they had talked. She thought about. No. There was no time. She marched up to the ticket booth. One way or another, she knew she would be seeing her parents again. Thinking that renewed her purpose. Yes. One way or another. I am going home. I. There was a large crowd before the courthouse. Many had come out to either condemn the accused or shout out their support for the Empire. The stranger rolled her remaining eye. Grunger was not the Empire, not the true one. Of course, the true Empire likely didn't exist anymore. The Emperor had been gone for 2 years now, and Imperial Center was in rebel hands. She looked past the crowd and at one of the viewing screens near the courthouse. The images of Aite Grunger as well as the list of charges against him flashed below his face. Not all of his crimes are listed here, she thought. One in particular is left out. She smiled. He would be answering for that crime with his life. The Moff had not been a Moff 10 years ago, merely the lieutenant governor. From the images on the screen, it was clear that he hadn't changed much over the last decade. Grunger still cut an intimidating figure. He was in his early 50s now, but was still powerfully built. Dark-skinned with harsh brown eyes, and black hair cut short, he looked every bit the hardened Imperial officer. She remembered when he had visited their home as a child. He had seemed so strong to her, so sure of himself. She had been fascinated by the Empire, the sharp lines of their uniforms, and the promise of power and security that they offered. The dream of a galaxy that was safe, secure, and clean. Those were some of the reasons she had joined the future leaders of the Empire. She had wanted to play a part in that, especially when so many of her friends had chosen to do it. Nia and Jess had both come from military families. They had expectations of how their lives would turn out. The former's brother was TIE pilot, and the latter worked for the Ministry of Logistics. Then there was Bremen. Her lips pursed at the thought of him, and what she had wanted back then. Olive-skinned with dark hair, and dreamy eyes that hooked a girl like a tractor beam. Handsome was too small a word, gorgeous was better. Half the girls in their class had wanted his attention, almost fought over it. She remembered when he had first called out to her, the butterflies in her stomach, the warmth that started low in her gut and spread downward. She took a shuddering breath. He had already been in the Fled. He had been part of it since he was 13. She remembered when his team won the district zone ball trophy. He had dedicated the win to his family and his brother and sisters in the fleet. Recruitment had likely gone up 20% after that game. She looked down at the ground, feeling, not for the first time, a sense of shame. She remembered when she told her parents of her intention to join. Both had been against the idea. Father had cautioned her against it. Most considered him a neutral party when it came to setting up business deals. The traders that he worked with were not overly fond of the empire and the taxes and restrictions they leveled. His daughter, seemingly being on track to join the military, it could hurt their finances. Mom had been more direct in her disapproval. No. But Mom, all my friends are. You don't understand what the fleet truly is, girl. Your friends just think they will look good in those uniforms. They don't understand what they mean. What they truly mean. The stranger pursed her lips. She had fled sobbing, in the overdramatic huff of any 15-year-old girl, and despite her parents' objections had joined. She had got her uniform, the olive gray coat and skirt, with black military-style boots, and for a time had been happy, excited to be a part of something bigger than herself, part of the new order. And when that role had let her get close to Bremen, well, that was all the justification she needed. When they had made it official, became boyfriend and girlfriend, they had been the school's true power couple. Her friends had been so jealous, and the stormtrooper standing over her, the pain, the whole right side of her face had hurt. The blaster lowering, those dark lenses focused on her. The barrel pointed down and at her head, and then she shivered. Her right eye itched, even though it was not there. It had not been there for a decade. She looked up at the data screens again, at the face of Aite Grunger. 6 months ago, she had learned the truth about that night, the whole truth, and now she was here for retribution. The Moff's arrest made it even easier. She looked up at the courthouse before they had arrived. Chip had downloaded all the maps they had on file for this building. Maps she had memorized. She was confident that she could find a way in. The security forces were mostly ex-Imperial Army or stormtroopers. They might not wear the armor or the uniforms, but Prakus was still a very Imperial-leaning world. Most were likely as easily to manipulate as the guard at the spaceport, but she would only do that if she needed to. She might not be good at manipulation, but her other skills were sharper than any former trooper or officer. For 8 years, she had trained, first with her mother, and then her friend, the Togruta. She was sure she could do what was needed. Once she was sure that Grunger was inside, she would move. She would wait until he was alone or accompanied by as few guards as possible. Then she would strike. Her hand went to her belt, and the object clipped there. Through her cloak she could feel the cylinder pressed against her hip. When the guards saw it, they would likely hesitate, as most imps did when confronted by such a weapon, and then she smiled. Then it would be over. Then she would be able to go home. She would finally be free. She blended into the crowd, waiting for her chance. She took a deep cleansing breath, reaching out with her senses. You can't do this, girl. The words echoed through her thought, as well as the Togruta's stern disapproving gaze. She tried to ignore it. If she would not seek out others like herself on the woman's order, she would not abandon her mission here. You will dishonor your family with this. It needs to be done, my lady, she murmured. Again she could see the older woman's face. That disapproving stare. Revenge, it is not the Jedi way. The stranger, the woman who had once been known as Storycaster, smiled. I guess that I'm lucky then, Lady Tano, she murmured, slipping towards the front of the building. I am no Jedi. Chapter 4. The Extraction. Our party has left the gym one. There are 4 of them and ooh, look, someone won a prize. Webb smiled. And there it was. The Moff was being escorted out of the military base in the company of 4 armored transports. Now he was on his way to the Central City Courthouse. Everything was going according to plan. Webb tapped eagerly on his keyboard, bringing up the programs they had spent the last month setting up. When their people at the courthouse had them off, he would bring those programs online, disrupting traffic control, water, and power, just enough chaos to draw away any prying eyes when the package was handed over to them. I have 5 minutes, he realized. Then he would have to be back in the transport, pick up Justine, and the two of them would advance on the courthouse. Gav, who no doubt heard Justine's words, would fall back to the spaceport, get the transport ready. Within the next half hour, they would be pulling up to one of the fire exits of the court building and take possession of the unconscious Moff Grunger from there. It was just a short trip back to the starport, and Justine and Gav would be on their way back to Kraken, and the New Republic, their newest Imperial interviewee in tow. He would send a call in to his supervisor at Prakus Broadcasting, letting him know the problem he had been sent out to deal with this morning had been resolved sooner than they thought. His uncle would be pleased with that, knowing he had such a diligent nephew, never guessing that the problem had been caused by Webb and his team, just to help the young agent maintain his cover. A pleasing thought. All of it smooth and by the numbers, the plan had just fallen into place. He was tempted to contact their people at the courthouse again, make sure they were ready. Both of them had lost family in the Moff's bombing of Aberdero. They were more than willing to help. They thought they were helping Imperial intelligence, that Isn't Isert wished to deal with Grunger personally. Webb had not informed them of the truth if they were caught. Then that was the only answer they would be able to give, and would not know the difference until Grunger showed up on a New Republic broadcast, facing multiple war crimes charges back on Coruscant. He started doing the final setup for his distractions. Things would happen quickly when everything started to go down. 1, this is 3, respond. 1 here. 1, I think we have a problem. The store is empty, no customers, the manager isn't even at his desk. Webb frowned. You sure? I'm looking at the feed myself. Right now, the store is empty. Webb blinked. That made no sense. The store was the courthouse, and there was no one inside getting ready for the Moff's arrival. 2, what have you got? The party has broken up, gone down separate streets. 1. Do you have eyes on the prize? I don't. Wait, there it is. It's... Justine paused. What? Webb said, to report. Party is not on the way to the store. Repeat, they have moved away from the store. They have turned down. They are heading for our neighborhood. 1. They are headed for our home. Webb cursed under his breath. So much for Prakus justice. 2 had just informed him that the Moff wasn't on his way to the city center, but was on his way to the spaceport. It didn't take a genius to figure out what was going on. Orders. 1. 2 asked. Yeah. 3 added. What is our play? Webb scratched his neck nervously. Had someone in the government decided to free the Moff, that would not go over well with the people, especially those that lost family in Aberdero. Of course, the old Imperial spin machine was alive and well here on Prakus. They probably already had a story in place. And all eyes were on the courthouse. The people wouldn't realize what happened until it was too late to do something about it. Grunger would be safely off-world, hidden between a legion of troopers loyal to him. There would be outcry, but Webb suspected that the supposedly neutral officials would use this to reaffirm their loyalty to what was left of the Empire. They might even find a way to blame this on the New Republic. 1. We need orders now. He nodded. Justine was right. They needed to move. He brought up the spaceport cams. He had sliced them when he first arrived just in case the ship sent any alerts about customs getting too curious. What he saw surprised him. A mid-level transport, bearing the markings of the New Republic, had touched down. He could just make out the official armor of Republic Army troops securing the area. What was this now? Had someone on the council arranged for the Moff to be taken to the Republic without Kraken's knowledge? It didn't seem likely, but, given the fact that the Bothans were on the council. Councillor Philia could have arranged this. His Bothans getting Grunger would be quite the coup for them. 1. 3 said more urgently, What are we doing? Webb said his jaw. We stick to the plan. We take the package in our neighborhood. Be advised, it looks like we have family waiting for us. It is a full house. They brought a small army. Gav, having heard this, would likely check his own feeds. He was as good a slicer as Webb, better in some things. 1. Are we going to take the package from our own family? I will speak to Uncle about it when we get back, he responded. If we're wrong, the package still ends up where it needs to be, if I'm right. He frowned. What did it mean if he was right? Was someone in the New Republic trying to undercut Kraken and Akbar? It was possible. According to Kraken, the government situation on Coruscant was pretty fluid right now. Things hadn't really settled after the Critters disaster. Webb didn't want to point the finger at Phileas Bothans for a number of reasons. One, it looked bad politically. Kraken didn't really like how the counselor was cozying up to the military, trying to win the affection of the common soldier. Plus, there was the fact that 3, Gav Melon was a Bothan himself, and a distant cousin of Clan Philia. No, Webb thought. No, Gav and he had been friends since the training camp. The young Bothan had no loyalty to Clan Philia, only to the Republic and his immediate family. A family trying to regain his honor, behaving so dishonorably, was against his friend's sense of beliefs. 1. 3 repeated. 3 head for home, he ordered. Get the house ready for the party. 2, I'm coming to pick you up. We will greet our family at the door and make sure the family knows what is going on. Webb didn't hesitate. He disconnected from the city network, but not before setting his distractions in motion, just in case. He hurried down to the hover van. It was unlikely he would be able to maintain his cover after this. Too many things would not be easily explained away. Sorry, Mom, he thought. Guess I'm not going to make it to dinner tomorrow. No, tomorrow he would likely be in space, a day or 2 later on Coruscant, being debriefed by Kraken's people. He would likely not be able to return home, at least, not until Prakus joined the New Republic. So be it, he thought glumly. I knew this could happen, and I accepted the fact that I could end up here years ago. His parents would understand. They had raised him to be an upright man, one who understood the difference between right and wrong. This was right. He believed it in his bones. They would understand. He sighed. One day. I. The New Republic ship was a medium transport, the type the Empire used to ferry troops and walkers to the surface of planets they were fighting on. It was now painted red, with New Republic markings, one of many such ships the Alliance had converted into their fleet. Many in the government thought it necessary to scuttle all their captured Imperial ships, that it set a bad sign seeing the New Republic Navy using Star Destroyers and other Imperial vessels. That would likely happen, Webb thought, one day. Right now the war wasn't won. A captured Star Destroyer was just as good a ship as a Mon Cal battlecruiser. Once it was outfitted to carry X-Wings and other Republic ships, so much the better. Webb understood politics, but he believed that the New Republic shouldn't be worrying about how their military looked just yet. Even with the capture of Coruscant, there were still plenty of Imperials out there willing to fight. Scrapping warships seemed wasteful to him. Better to point them at the enemy, use them for what they were designed for. He brought the hover van to a stop beside one of the spaceport side gates. Gav was already there, clad in the disguise of an UB's, the long helmet hiding his prominent Bothan snout. Gav had the cream-colored fur of most of the Wylila clan. A long dark brown triangular mark ran from his forehead down to the tip of his nose. Dark blue eyes regarded the galaxy carefully, or perhaps merely looking for a weak spot to exploit. Webb had first met him during training. After 2 hours, they were completing each other's sentences and annoying the other recruits. He was probably the best friend that Webb ever had, which is why he had requested him for this mission. They were both techies by nature, lived in their computers. They had basic military training and could fire a blaster or throw a grenade, but they weren't the muscle of this operation. That job went to Justine. Justine Tina Tremaine was a graduate of the Imperial Academy on Karita and had been given advanced operations training shortly after. Her last Imperial posting had been aboard the Superstar Destroyer Executor before its destruction over Endor. She had surrendered herself after that battle, and after a month or 2 of debriefing and deprogramming had joined the Alliance. Standing just over 6 foot tall, she had the look of a soldier, even outside of stormtrooper armor. Dressed in a long blue skirt and matching blazer, she could not hide her strength. She had pale skin, bright blue eyes, and black hair streaked with premature gray and cut very short. On the way to the spaceport, she had been getting prepped for a fight. Webb now wore an armored vest beneath his PBC uniform. He wore a blaster pistol on his hip and now carried an old stormtrooper blaster carbine. The 3 rebel agents met up at the gate. Justine looked at them. "You boys got your filters in?" Both of them nodded. The woman held a grenade in her hand. "I will try to get the gas right in the middle of Grunger and his escorts. It doesn't take effect immediately, so use stun blasters if the troops try to take a shot at us. The filters would allow them to move freely through the gas and collect the unconscious Moff. That, and the stun blasters were all necessary for the completion of this mission. They didn't want to cause an incident, which meant not killing any Prakus security people, and if the ship before them was from the New Republic, it was best not to kill their own people. Webb still didn't understand all this. How had Kraken not known there would be 2 teams? The 3 made their way through the gate. Security didn't stop them, surprisingly. All eyes were focused on the New Republic ship. "Are missing?" Webb thought with a frown. He had never seen this port so empty. The armored transport carrying the Moff was already there. His 4-man escort was leading him towards the ship, 2 in front, 2 behind. Grunger, in his Imperial dress uniform, leisurely made his way forward, his powerful arms held before him by stun cuffs. The Republic troops around the ship formed up to greet him, 6 in all, and they began to spread out. Justine's eyes widened. "They're not ours," she said. "What?" Webb asked. "They are forming up for entrapment, stormtrooper entrapment formation. They aren't Republic, they are imps." If his teammates' words were not enough, the Republic troops showed their true colors. They opened fire and killed the Prakus security officers walking behind of Moff Grunger. The Moff flew into action then. He bashed the man in the front end to the right with his manacled fists. As he went down, the remaining soldier tried to defend himself only to be shot in the back by another of the disguised stormtroopers. Moff Grunger, as if bored with the whole affair, said nothing as he slipped between the 6 men in Republic uniforms. His accomplices in this escape. Webb's eyes narrowed. "Like hell. Throw it too." Justine lobbed a grenade over her head. It never reached the Moff. An auto-targeting cannon on the Republic ship blasted it. The gas dissipated harmlessly overhead. The stormtroopers responded instantly. They formed a wall, firing on the 3 rebel agents. Webb and his friends took cover as Grunger and his men double-timed it to their ship. Webb, who had never killed anyone before, fired wildly, trying to stop Grunger's escape. 2 of the 6 troopers went down, shot in the head by Justine. One of Gav's shots passed within a foot of Grunger, but the Moff had paused. The blaster bolt went by his face harmlessly. It was at that moment that a belly turret near the ship's rim opened up, revealing another blaster. It was a heavy repeating model. Its shots forced the rebels to take cover, pinning them down. Webb could hear the Moff shouting orders. Justine popped up to take a shot at him, and would have hit him in the chest if he hadn't pulled one of his men in front of the blaster bolt. The speed with which he did it was impressive. The Moff, as physically fit as any stormtrooper, was not a man to be taken lightly. Grunger flung the dying trooper away as he hurried inside the ship, his 3 remaining troopers falling in after him. Alarms were now blaring all over the spaceport. Security ships would be lifting soon to stop the fleeing vessel, and TIE fighters would be on their way from the naval base to the east. The back section of the transport opened up, dropping a large metal object from its cargo bay. An object that unfolded and quickly stood up. Webb felt the bile in his throat. An Imperial Street now stood in the middle of the port, his head jerking side to side like a bird of prey as his weapons opened fire. All the ships surrounding the fleeing transport exploded one after the other. Then, the walker turned towards Webb and his team. That woke him up, pushing back any surprise or shock. Scatter. The group headed in different directions, trying to find new cover that could not be destroyed by the walker's cannons. As the scout walker strutted across the landing field, firing at blasters and launching grenades on any ship in range, Grunger's transport circled overhead, targeting the vessels outside the walker's weapons. Freighters, pleasure ships, and shuttles exploded one after the other. Only a single light freighter survived, and that was only because it was lifting off when the attack started. It took a shot to its top shields and fled into the smoke-filled sky. Webb popped out from cover and fired on the walker, trying to get a shot into one of his eye slots, hoping to hit one of the pilots within. His shot splashed harmlessly off the war machine's armor. To his right, Justine opened up with her carbine, trying to hit the magazine for the walker's grenade launcher. The head swiveled and fired, not at Justine, but at a fuel tank across from where she was standing. The former stormtrooper ran. The tank exploded. Kahm! The explosion sent a shock wave across the field, flattening the security fence and flinging Webb into the air. Deafened by the blast, his head ringing, he felt lost as he flew through the air. At least, until he came down hard on his shoulder. He cried out in pain. It felt like his arm had been ripped off. He tried to stumble to his feet only to vomit as the world spun around him. Even over the ringing in his ears, he could hear the blaster discharge from the walker and could feel the thump of his heavy feet. The ground shook as the walker drew closer, and paused. Despite the spinning of his head, he saw the war machine stop. It stood as if at attention. Grunger's fake Republic transport was swinging around again. It had deployed a magnetic claw from its underbelly. It came in low, attempting to pick up the victorious Astreet. Webb groaned. He had lost his carbine in the fall, but he tried to draw his blaster pistol. Tried to aim at the Imperial walker. Grunger is getting away. The thought screamed through his brain. No. He tried to raise his blaster. No. The transport dipped down ready to collect the walker. Webb looked up and... boom. The transport shields flashed, and failed. It was forced to climb to abandon his run at the walker. It started to turn, to come under laser fire. Fire from the freighter that had escaped earlier. It had returned, and was armed. A concussion missile streaked from the freighter's belly. Grunger's ship came about taking the strike on his starboard shields, as the smaller freighter zipped past. The transport turbolaser was too slow to track the ship harassing it, being an atmosphere hampered its systems. Webb might have lost consciousness then, for a moment at least. He woke to pain. Looking up, he saw Justine pulling him behind cover. The ground shook again as the Astreet moved, trying to get into a position to be picked up by his mother ship. Webb could barely see. There was a wall of fire between the exit and them, and if they tried to move, the walker would see them and open fire. The fire suddenly parted. He blinked. What? It was as if someone had parted the fire, as if it was nothing more than a curtain. A figure dressed in the flowing robes of a trader stepped between the blazing flames, the hem of the robes catching fire. The walker turned, and brought his weapons to bear. It fired. The trader wasn't there. He now stood just outside where the walker had fired. He had launched a grenade. The trader gestured. The grenade flew back at the walker. It exploded against his armored head, staggering it. Webb blinked. What? What in all the galaxy? The trader shrugged off the burning robes, revealing the visage of a young woman, a woman dressed all in black, tank top, pants, and a nerf hide vest. Her long blonde hair curled into a braid down her back. She faced the walker without a blaster, but not unarmed. Webb and Justine stared. It was all they could do. Over the raging fire they heard it, a sound unlike anything Webb had heard before. Snap hiss. The girl stepped back and entered a fighting stance. In her hand a blade of hot pink fire hummed and sparked. Though it was hard to see through the smoke, a feminine voice rang out, a voice cold, strong, and angry. One word, not a statement but a command, a demand. Grunger. The walker stepped back, its crew likely surprised by what they were seeing. Overhead, Moff Grunger's ship banked away and up, abandoning the walker crew to his fate. The freighter tried to pursue, but the larger vessel's engines fired, leaving the smaller ship in the dust as it clawed for space. Webb lay there on the dirt, with Justine standing over him. He had no idea where Gav was, or if he was still alive. He watched what was happening in front of him, the war machine against. He couldn't believe it. What he was seeing, it was a scene from a long-lost age. A better time, perhaps. A more civilized age. In that street, one of the Empire's deadliest weapons of war, against ground troops at least, and against it was. There was only one word, the word that could fit, no matter how impossible it was. He whispered it, in both shock and disbelief. Jedi. He shook his head. Impossible, but it was true. A Jedi. Chapter 5. The escape. Gone. She could only watch as the ship fled. The flash of his engine ports as it disappeared into the cloud, and up into space. Story gripped her saber tighter. A howl of impotent rage nearly escaped her quivering mouth. He was gone. Moff Grunger had escaped. Everything she had wanted today was ruined. She glared up at the street. Part of her wanted to smash the machine into pieces, tear apart the drivers for denying her the end she had sought. Yet, when she reached out with the Force, she sensed them, felt what they felt. That gave her pause. The Imperials inside the walker were frightened and alone. The Moff had abandoned them. They had no way to escape this world, and were left to the mercies of Prax security. In that moment, she felt a sense of compassion. It cooled the rage within her. You should never act from rage. Lady Tano's words came back to her. Trust me, girl. That is one emotion that you don't want to feed. You must always act from a sense of calm, her mother's voice added. In wielding the Force, you must be at peace. Only then can the Force act through you, and do what is needed. She looked up at the ST, trying to reach out to the people within. She felt no compassion for the Moff. His time would come soon enough, provided that he and Chip had done what they were supposed to when they attacked the Imperial ship. The people in the machine, however, were not her enemies. They were soldiers doing their duty, people who believed in the Empire and their service to it. Much as a young girl named Story once had, before she understood what it was she was cheering for. The people in that machine were not innocent, but they were not her enemy. She didn't want them to be. She tried to touch them with the Force, make them understand that. You can't escape, she murmured. You just need to power down the walker and surrender to the authorities. Your weapons aren't infinite, and that walker can't move fast enough to outrun the ties that are likely scrambling now to deal with you. She held her blade before her, ready if they chose to fight. There is no escape, she thought, her remaining eye narrowing. Don't make me destroy you. She felt it when they made the choice, the Force showing her what was about to happen. She saw the walker advance and fire all of his weapons at her. She sighed. Fine. The ST took a step. Story moved. She sprinted forward, between the walker's legs, and with a leaping pirouette, she severed the walker's legs at the ankle joints. The war machine's head rotated as it tried to track her. The legs moved. The feet didn't. The whole machine wobbled as it collapsed in on itself. The cab came down hard, crashing down on its own grenade launcher. The armor protected those inside. But the explosion lifted the head several feet off the ground before it came crashing back down, black smoke billowing from the walker's eye slots. Story sighed. I didn't want this, she thought. I warned you. The hatch popped, and one of the Imperials leapt from destroyed cab, clad in a TIE pilot's gear. The man had expected to be picked up by the Moff's ship and taken off-world. He fired his blaster pistol at her. Story parried the bolts away. The second pilot emerged, this one holding a grenade launcher. She didn't give him the chance to use it. She sprinted forward, slashing out twice. The men toppled over, their heads severed, bouncing across the ruined landing pad. She sighed and lowered her blade, Force exhaustion settling in. She had reached her limits. The power was gone, for now. She regarded the firestorm around her, the destruction that the walker had wrought. She had not wanted this. Only 2 people were supposed to die today. The Moff and herself. She shook her head. Damn it. It seemed that she wouldn't be going home today after all. Damn. The fires continued to crackle around her. After the cascade of blasts and explosions, hot metal ticked among the various wrecks that had been ships only a few moments ago. The walker's right leg kicked impotently, some control surface within the wreck still trying to bring the machine up and around. Beyond that quiet reigned. The ruined spaceport seemed almost silent now. Finally, with the fighting over, she heard it, a buzzing near her chin. Teehee trying to reach her on the Kamink. She pulled it from her collar and brought it to her mouth. Tell my chip tagged that ship before it fled. It was done as you asked, Mr. Story. The protocol droid answered in his usually prissy voice, but we have other problems right now. Such as, chip sensors have detected multiple ships approaching from the southeast, moving fast. She nodded. That would be the Prack TIE fighters, coming to deal with the Rogue Walker. Shame they were too late. Come and pick me up, she ordered her droid. We need to get out of here fast. At once, Mr. Story. She turned off the comm and moved away from the destroyed walker. 3 people were waiting for her. She had caught sight of them as she had entered the port, firing on Grunger's people, and then trying to fight off the walker. They had done as well as they could, considering they didn't have any heavy weapons. She looked them over. They were an odd group to be sure. The one on the right, carrying a broken helmet, was a Bothan, which was a bit surprising, truth be told. After Endor, it was not often that you saw a Bothan on a pro-Imperial world like Prakus. The leadership here might have claimed neutrality, but loyalties didn't shift overnight. There were plenty here who still bowed to the will of the Empire. The man and woman near him looked to be around her age. The woman in blue with the black and silver hair might have been dressed like any other Prague city dweller, but it was clear to anyone with eyes that she was military. The ease with which she carried her carbine, all the while supporting her injured companion, having just survived a dance within that street, most people would have been on the verge of panic. This one's eyes were cold and professional. Even the fires around her hadn't shaken her. Career soldier, had to be. The man was. He blinked and looked at her. He had dark hair and a slim build. He looked familiar, but... Thank you, he said to her. I wasn't expecting backup, but wait, Story. Storycaster, is that you? Hearing her name made her do a double take. Her remaining eye focused on the injured man. Who are you? She demanded. How do you know my name? It is Webb, Story. Webb Carr, you remember. Our parents were friends. We went to school together. She shook her head, looking closer now. It was kind of hard to see through the smoke, but... She blinked. Yes? Yes, she recognized him. It was Webb Carr. Webb, she said. Wow. I almost didn't recognize you. You look so different. He grinned, that grin seemingly taking what she said as a compliment. In truth, it was. She remembered Webb Carr, or rather the boy he had been. The chubby kid who her parents' friends brought over with them when she was little. They had been friendly when they had first started school, but then, they had drifted apart. She had fallen in with the popular kids, while he had retreated from people almost altogether. Then, later, when they were teenagers, they had found themselves in the same graduation prep courses. She remembered the heavy-set boy always sitting behind his computer at lunch. The boy the popular kids avoided. Her friends teasing her about the stolen looks he had given her. Now, seeing him here, that boy was gone. He was a man now, and as thin as a whip, armed, and seemingly comfortable as such. He held his injured arm against his chest but no longer leaned so heavily on his companion. He was trying to stand under his own power. He didn't want to look weak, not in front of her. She frowned. This was no time to catch up with an old acquaintance. She had things to do. It was best to get to them. You and your friends should get out of here. Webb, she advised. We got TIE fighters coming in, and I don't think you want to be here when they arrive. Something we have in common, Jedi, the Bothan said. Her brow furrowed. I'm not a Jedi. The Bothan's fur rippled. Really, and I suppose the laser sword is just for show. She frowned. Jedi or not, Webb said, you have our thanks for the rescue. No need to thank me. I was here for Grunger. Nothing else. Her childhood friend smiled. What a coincidence, so were we. Her remaining eye focused on the two standing with Webb, a Bothan and a soldier in disguise. She could guess who the we were, but she wanted to hear it from Webb. She looked him in the eye. You are helping rebels. We're agents of the New Republic. Webb clarified. We all are. Our team was sent to detain Moff Grunger, bring him back to Coruscant to stand trial. A ship roared overhead, interrupting their conversation. Shaped into a figure eight, the Dreamer had been Story's personal ship for 7 years now. Chip brought it in low on his repulsors, the boarding ramp lowering, awaiting her presence inside. She gave the 3 rebels a cool look. Well, if you are all rebels, then I suggest you make yourself scarce. The local airbase has scrambled its ties. They will be here in a few moments. Planetary security will likely be here shortly after that. I'm getting out of here. You would be wise to get to your own ship and do the same. The 3 looked at each other, and then again at Story. What? She demanded. Well, the Bothan said, pointing at a flaming wreck 3 spots down from where the ST had fallen. That's our ship, or what is left of it. Story looked and then turned back to the 3. Webb was looking at her, a look she remembered from their childhoods, when he wanted something. When? No, she said, shaking her head. No way, Webb. Nope, not going to happen. You don't want to leave us behind, Story, he said. Oh yeah, and why is that? Prax security has likely already locked the city down. The chance of us getting away is getting slimmer by the minute. Again, so, do you really want to see the 3 of us get taken? Do you really think that Grunger still doesn't have people in the government? If we get taken prisoner and are questioned, do you really think that we will be able to keep your name out of it? She scowled at him. Is that a threat? It is a warning. I'm guessing you don't want Grunger to know you are after him. I'm guessing you really don't want him to know your name. Do you think that he won't hear about you if we get taken and questioned? Story responded by reaching for her belt and for her lightsaber. She saw a flash of fear in Webb's eyes. The woman looked about to pull her blaster, and the Bothan started to take a step back, perhaps looking for cover. She looked at the 3 rebels, the desperation in their eyes. No, she didn't want anyone to warn Grunger about her, but at the same time, she winced. She wasn't a murderer, not yet. She had killed, yes, but only in self-defense. No, she couldn't murder these people, not even to protect her mission. She. Story, Webb said, please. She snorted angrily. Kark. She turned to the Dreamer, motioning for Webb and his friends to follow. Come on, she snarled, move it before I change my mind. The rebels said nothing, no thanks or complaints. They had no time for words at the moment. They followed after her, the Bothan taking up the rear, while the woman supported Webb. Story shook her head. She couldn't believe she let Webb talk her into this. What am I doing, she thought. Maybe I have gone crazy. The ship ramp sealed behind them, and they were met at the top by her protocol droid. Its silver body shining, its blue optics bright with artificial concern. He backed up when he saw their guests. Oh, my company, the droid said. Shall I activate my security protocols, Mr. Story? Just keep an eye on them, she answered, before turning her attention to the bridge. Chip, she called out, get us out of here. Beneath them, the ship lurched, gaining altitude. Both Story and the rebels were forced to brace themselves. Chip knew what to do. Story knew that he would head for the nearest exit vector, the quickest route into hyperspace. Once there, they would be safe from any pursuit. Hurrying up the walkway to the bridge, she called over her shoulder, addressing Webb and his friends. Stay here, and don't touch anything, she ordered. I'll be back in a bit. She dropped into the pilot's chair, just as the ship cleared the upper atmosphere. As she checked the readouts in front of her, her astromech began to bleat. Her remaining eye narrowed. There were 12 dots on the scanner. 6 were remaining close to the destroyed spaceport. 6 more were rising after the Dreamer. They were spreading out, moving into attack position. Green laser blast flashed past the bridge viewport. TIE fighters, all right. Her mouth formed into a grim line. This was going to be close. Take evasive actions, she ordered Chip, and bring her countermeasures online. Chip womped out in reply. The Dreamer began to juke to the left and right. The readout showed the stern shields being reinforced. That would buy them a bit of time at least. In the atmosphere, the tides couldn't accelerate fast enough to catch a ship like the Dreamer. In space, it was a different story. If the fighters encircled them, they could force the light freighter down. So, they can't encircle us. Then, Story thought. She watched the panel to her right, and the button labeled countermeasure. It was blinking red. When it went green, she pressed it. She felt the ship buck beneath her. She watched the scanners and the approaching tides. She watched as they were forced to break off. They scattered like birds before a manka cat. She nodded. Smart move. Though she had no rear cameras, she knew what had happened. For weeks, during its travel through normal space, the Dreamer had been collecting micrometeors and other small debris, storing it in a rear collection unit. Story had just opened that unit, and all that debris had released, caught in the planet's gravity, it began falling to the surface, going faster and faster. Falling along the same path as the pursuing TIE fighters. The TIEs, like those flown by the Empire, had no shields. They had no protection against fast-moving debris fired from the back of a ship, and now caught in the planet's atmosphere. The debris would burn up before it hit the ground, but right now, to a fast-moving fighter, it would have punched right through the hull and kept on going, killing the pilot at least, or destroying the ship at most. The TIEs detected the launch, and were able to break off their pursuit before they were struck too hard by any of the rock Story had just unleashed. They went evasive, but by doing so, they slowed down and were forced to fly in different directions. They would eventually reform, but not before the Dreamer reached its exit window. The light on the console above the hyperdrive blinked. Now, Story called out. Chip pulled the lever over him, one of his two capture claws hooked around the handle. Beneath her feet, Story felt the hyperdrive blaze to life. The stars elongated outside the Dreamer's viewport, and then they were gone. Outside the ship, hyperspace swirled, welcoming them into the safety of his arms. Story sighed, a mix of relief and frustration. It was bad, but not as bad as it could have been. Grunger had gotten away, but it didn't matter in the long run. Chip had tagged his transport with one of her mother's old Jedi tracking beacons. The realization made her smile. You can run, Your Excellency, she thought, but you can't hide. Once she dropped off her rebel cargo, she could go back on the hunt. She was most eager to do so. She leaned back in her chair. Bumping into Webb and friends had been unexpected, but she would not let it distract her. Her parents were waiting for her, and she could only go to them after the Moff was dead. She couldn't go home until it was over, and after almost 7 years of wandering, she was finally ready. One last journey, she thought. One last chance, and then it is over. She took a deep cleansing breath. One last journey, and then. She could almost see her parents' faces. They were waiting, wanting her to join them. I'm almost there. She promised them one more thing to deal with, and then rest. She sighed. Final, permanent rest. She wanted that more than anything. She deserved it. Chapter 6. The Mission. This is gonna hurt. You ready? Webb took a deep breath and tried to prepare as Justine grasped his arm. He couldn't feel his fingers. The pain was a hot knife twisting in his shoulder. He frowned. She didn't think it was broken, but it was dislocated. The former stormtrooper was about to fix it. No, I'm not ready, he hissed, but let's do it anyway. The woman nodded. Want something to bite down on? She asked. He shook his head no. Okay, you ready? He nodded. On 3, she murmured. 1, 2, he said. She jerked his arm down and up, and forcing it back into the socket. Everything went white. He thought he heard himself cry out. Obscenity spewed from his mouth, some in Basic, others in Huttese, Bothan, and any other tongue he had heard them in. He was panting as he opened his eyes. Stars still danced before them, but he sighed. The pain was starting to subside. It went from a hot knife to a much duller, more manageable ache. He took another deep breath, grateful he didn't throw up. It is done, Justine said, stepping back, a look of satisfaction on her face. Webb moved his arm. It was sore, but he could at least feel his fingers again, and move them. He looked up to see Gav smiling at him, that toothy Bothan grin that looked more like a threat than anything else. "Kiss your mom with that mouth?" he asked. "Cark you, Gav," Webb replied. The Bothan chuckled. At least someone was having a good time, Webb thought. "Master Webb." He looked up. Story's protocol droid stood before him, his blue optics bright and attentive. He was holding up a small container. "A bot to sell for you, Master Webb. It will ease the pain and accelerate the healing of the tendons." He smiled. Thanks, he smiled. "You're a lifesaver." "I am here to serve," the droid said, "and I must say, it is good to see you again, Master Webb. You seem to be functioning at maximum capacity. I do hope your parents are doing well." Webb almost laughed. The years had seemed to melt away in that moment. Now that the pain was subsiding, he finally recognized where he was. The dreamer had been Story's father's vessel, and Teehee his droid. He almost expected to see the girl's mother and father come down the walkway from the cockpit. He had wondered what had happened, why Story's family had vanished, not even telling their friends what had happened or where they were going. At least they should have told my parents, Webb thought. They could have left a note or something. Mom and Dad deserved that much. The Casters and the Cars had been close friends once, going on multiple trips together. When he was a child, and he thought of a galactic civil war was far from anyone's minds. The core worlds had been secure, and the Emperor had ruled them with a seemingly benevolent hand. No, it was out on the rim where the Empire punished entire worlds. Most people in the core, his parents included, didn't think about what was happening on the mid and outer rim. The Holonet said nothing, neither did any of the news services. It wasn't until Gorman that the Empire couldn't be ignored anymore. And then had come Alderaan. The galaxy had been blind foolish. Palpatine was a monster. Still, Webb hated to admit it, but he missed those simple days of his childhood. He missed the family vacations and business trips with his folks. He wasn't sure how they had been introduced to the Casters, but it had happened. A business relationship had been formed, and then, slowly, a friendship. Story's family went around the core, setting up new markets as traveling merchants, while his own parents had helped set up the tech necessary to make those deals run smoothly. It was on one of those trips that the two couples had decided to bring their children along. That was how he and Story had first met. Back then, Teehee was tasked with keeping them out of trouble. While their parents had been doing adult stuff, the droid had watched over their 8-year-old children. Considering how they had treated it, Webb was surprised that Teehee any fondness at all for him. He looked around and smiled slightly. It might have been years, but seeing this ship, well, it was nice to know some things didn't change. The sight comforted him. Everything seemed lived in, not spotless, but as clean as any lived in space. He guessed that Teehee remained good at his job. "My parents are fine, Teehee. Thank you for asking." The droid nodded, turning its attention to Gav and Justine. "Greetings, gentle and femme. I am TC-26D, a business and protocol series droid. Can I interest any of you in some refreshments?" "Time for that later, Teehee." The droid looked up as Story entered the cabin. Her expression brooked no argument. "Chip needs you on the bridge. I'll deal with our guests." The droid nodded and shuffled off, leaving the four of them alone. Webb rubbed his arm, trying to work the soreness out of it. Story, he thought. For years he believed her dead or worse. Despite the loss of an eye, she seemed okay. The sense of relief and, well, if he was being honest about it, joy surprised him. Story was alive. He couldn't help but smile. She had been his friend as a child, but when they had been 13 or 14, she had become the girl of his dreams. It was a shame they continued to bump into each other in real life. They traveled in different circles. She was popular. He was not. She followed the in-crowd. He followed data on his computer screen. The people she'd chosen to surround herself with looked at him like he was another species entirely. Despite their past, she had done nothing to dispute that, only smiled and laughed at their comments and jokes. Yet, he had never blamed her, never looked at her like she was truly one of those attractive idiots strutting around in Imperial uniforms. In fact, she was the only one he thought actually looked good in one of those uniforms. Despite what she did, he couldn't bring himself to be angry, not even if he wanted to. She was Story. She looked at his team one by one, saying nothing. She seemed more annoyed than angry now that they were safe, though she still wore her lightsaber on her belt. The memory of what she had done at the spaceport filled his thoughts. He still couldn't believe it. He knew as much about the Jedi as most people, which was sadly very little. His parents and their generation had had very little to say about the Jedi Knights, not that there had been many left by the time the Clone Wars had started. He had gotten curious about them once, and had done what he could to slice into Prakus' historical archives. Not everything had been erased there, despite Imperial edict. He had managed to see some amazing things in those recordings. He had seen a few holos recorded during the Clone Wars, Jedi Knights engaging droids on multiple worlds, but those seemed more fantasy than anything else. His interest in the Jedi had grown since Endor. How could it not with the death of Emperor Palpatine? And as a result, he did know a bit about Luke Skywalker. The man was a legend now, a true rebel hero. The Alliance had released several press briefings about him. The man who destroyed Darth Vader, and the Emperor as well, if you believe the talk. Alliance news services held up the former farm boy turned Jedi Knight as a symbol of hope for the rising New Republic. The thought that Story might have similar abilities. Plus, again, she was Story. He looked at her, she still looked good. Now that the pain had subsided, and he had gotten a look at her, a real look, he felt like he was 16 again. She was as fit as she had been in school, perhaps even more so. The tank top and pants she wore clung to her like a second skin. Her long braided blonde hair flowed down to the small of her back. The eye patch she wore did nothing to affect her beauty. If anything, it added to it. It offered a sense of danger, a danger multiplied by the presence of the lightsaber on her belt and the knife in her boot. She looked back at him and... No, she was not looking. No, glaring at him. Webb winced. He had heard rumors that Jedi could read minds. He hoped that those weren't true. Please, whatever gods look over the galaxy, please don't let those stories be true. If they were, that would explain the glare. Or maybe she was still angry that he had sort of threatened her back at the spaceport. He hated playing the we might talk card on her back on Prakus, but given the circumstances, he shook his head. He couldn't afford to be captured. His team couldn't. There was still hope that the mission could be salvaged. How? The defeatist in him asked. How can you come back from this? He found that he didn't know. The mission was a total washout. They had been sent to acquire Grunger and leave as little a footprint as they could. The destruction of the spaceport, the death of multiple members of the Prax security force, and who knew how many more aboard those ships destroyed by the Street. He sighed. General Kraken would not be pleased. Story leaned against the frame of the cockpit door. We have safely made the jump to hyperspace, she informed them. You are all welcome, by the way. When we emerge again in a few minutes, my droid will calculate a jump back into Republic territory. I will drop you off on the nearest world. You can make your way back to wherever it is you are going from there. Any questions? I have one, Geff said, raising a furry paw. Yes, Story said. Geff gave her that toothy grin. Tell me, why does a Jedi want Grunger? Story scowled at him. Webb intervened. She told us. She is not a Jedi. Yeah, I heard, but she has the weapon and powers of one if what we all saw is true. He leaned back in the chair he was sitting in. So my question still stands, Fem. Why do you want to capture Grunger? I didn't come to capture him, she answered, her expression turning cold and angry. I came to take his head. Her response surprised Webb. He had no Story. He had never heard her so cold, so ruthless. What has the Moff done to you? Justine asked. Hasn't he done enough? Story answered, not really answering the question. Her scowl deepened. Does anyone here doubt he deserves death? The New Republic wants him alive, Geff informed her. That is why we were there. She looked at Webb, who could only nod. Why? Story demanded. Because of his history, Webb answered. Aite Grunger was on the Emperor's personal staff for almost a decade. The things he knows, Republic intelligence needs to know. It could help us end the war far sooner, and with less loss of life. Story pursed her lips. Her brow furrowed. You really think that he is going to tell you anything? The guy lives and breathes the Empire. He would never. I'm sure the general was not interested in asking nicely, Justine replied. Story turned to her. After a brief pause, she turned back to Webb, her smile turning ugly. I didn't think the rebellion acted like that. Before he could respond, Gav chimed in. I don't think it is how we ask that matters. Palpatine died at Endor. All well and good, but who knows what schemes he hatched before he died. How many plans he had in place, plans that he could have told the Moffs or admirals. Gav's fur rippled. What if there are other superweapons out there? Things like the Death Star, or worse. Would you really want a man like Grunger in control of something like that? We saw the bombed-out city on Prakus. That was done on the Moff's orders. Yeah. What would a man like him do if he had something worse than a Death Star? Story's smile faded. She frowned slightly, worrying her lower lip. Isn't it better that he dies then? She asked. Why take the chance? Because it is worth it, Webb answered, drawing her attention. He continued. If he does know about the Emperor's plans, it is better that the Republic knows about them now, so that we can make sure that any hidden schemes or weapons don't end up in the hands of some Imperial warlord. She considered that, her remaining on moving back and forth. They felt a sudden shift beneath their feet as the ship emerged from hyperspace. A few moments later he was back. The droid seemed agitated. Mistress Story. Mistress Story. Yeah. Chip informs me that we have emerged from hyperspace, and ship sensors have detected the tag. The coordinates have already been downloaded. We? Story gave him a cold look, shushing him with an angry frown. The droid paused. Oh, nothing, forget I said anything. Gav looked at the droid. Tag. What tag? It is nothing, Story growled. Webb frowned. A tag, he said. The droids, they placed some kind of tracking device on Grunger's ship, didn't they? She frowned at him but, after a few tense moments, sighed. It is not a tracker. It is a tag, something that my mother had during the Clone Wars. She cursed under her breath. It alerts its user when the ship it is attached to exits hyperspace. The signal was lost shortly after it went online. Mistress, the droid continued. Chip believes the ship went back into hyperspace. Webb smiled slightly. Well, this changed things, didn't it? He looked at Story. She was already shaking her head no. I promised that I would drop you off on a Republic world. Isn't that enough? If we can continue our mission then no, he answered. Story, please. She shook her head. Justine looked at her. By helping us, you would be saving lives, and avenging those that died on your home world. Story hissed angrily. You can't take this away from me. You can't. Grunger deserves to die. For everything. Webb watched her closely. He had never seen her like this, not once. She knew what was right. She had to know that them getting Grunger would be a good thing. If he gave up Palpatine's secrets, everyone would benefit. I'm Bothan, Fem, Gav said. I understand all about blood feuds and vengeance. My people's clans turn such things into an art form. She glared at him. This isn't vengeance. It is justice. All the more reason to help us, Webb said to her. We both grew up on Prakus, and we both know that the Moff would never have gotten a fair trial there. Too many old-school imps still in the government, on Coruscant, in the presence of the Council. He won't be able to talk his way out of his crimes. She glared at him. And what if he does? Huh. She glared at him again. Say he tell your Republic everything he knows. What then? Will they grant him leniency? Will he be allowed to retire on some outer world? Will he get to grow old and gray laughing because he escaped justice? Webb frowned. He didn't have an answer for that. Fortunately, Justine came to his rescue. I know a little about men like Grunger, she said. He sees himself as the next Iron Man of the Empire. That is the myth he has built around himself, his reputation. The former Imperial smiled, a cruel, vicious one. I can see it on your face, girl. You don't just want him dead, you want to hurt him. What we offer is exactly that. What do you think will happen to the Moff's reputation if he talks to the New Republic? How do you think the dye-hair Imperials that supported him will react when they see him on the Holonet spilling his guts to the Council? How much will his life be worth then? You think the other loyal imps will let him live after that? How about the warlords that might be looking for whatever secrets that the Moff knows? She stepped forward and touched Story's shoulder. You want Grunger to suffer, truly suffer. This is the way to do it. If he dies by your hand, he dies a martyr to the Empire. Let us have him, and you kill not only the man, but his legacy and reputation. You win, over and over again. Webb watched the interaction. He saw Story worrying her lower lip with her teeth. He recognized that quirk. It meant she was thinking, truly considering what Justine had just said. Finally, she sighed. Cark it, she spat. She looked at Webb. Fine, you three want to tag along on this hunt, fine. I'll even do my best to help with the capture. Thanks, Story, he said. She held up her hand. But if it doesn't look like we can take him, if it looks like he might escape again, I will do what is necessary. He won't escape again, Webb. I won't allow it. I can't. She shuddered. He deserves this, and so do I. Something in her voice made him pause. It was the finality of it, the certainty. Okay, he said, if capture isn't an option. She nodded, satisfied with that. She took a deep breath and let it out. So, she said grimly, it seems that we are working together now. Webb grinned. So it seems. She looked around at his companions. Well, you might as well introduce me to your friends. Gladly, team, this is Astoriacaster. Astoria, this is my team. You can't call me Story, she said. Most people do. I'm Gav Mellon, the Bothan said, Slicer, Spy, and Saboteur. Webb grinned. And the bane of all Bothan females everywhere. His friend grinned at him and offered an obscene gesture. Webb chuckled. Love you too, man. Justine held out her hand to Story. I'm T. She stopped herself and shook her head. I'm Justine Tremaine. You could call me the muscle of this group, and you already know Agent 1, Webcar. We have met, Story said, nodding in his direction. With a chuckle, she shook her head. Pleased to meet you all. It was at that moment the droids joined them. They all knew now, and at his side rolled Story's astromech. Its orange and black chassis clashing with the protocol droid Silver One. It rolled up to its mistress. Womp. Womp. She looked down with a warm smile. Good job back on Prakus, Chip, she said. The droid's to capture arms emerged from his head. It offered up the closest approximation of a salute it could manage. Gav grinned. Wow, he said. Is that an OC-1? I wasn't sure there were any still functioning, outside of General Syndulla's. Chip beeped at him. This is C-111P, Story informed them. He prefers Chip. But I'm sure you will all come up with your own expletives before our time together is done. Without a doubt, he agreed. Chip bleeped at him. The protocol droid looked down at him. You watch your language? Webb chuckled. Despite the failure of the operation on Prakus, it seemed that they weren't done, not yet. Story had a way to track Grunger's ship. It won't matter. The defeatist in him chimed in. Grunger will lose that ship the first chance he gets. He won't be there by the time you find it. That was likely, he realized. The Moff would be moving fast, but that might be to their advantage. People moving fast made mistakes. They forgot things that could be clues to where they were going. His team would find it, they would find it, and follow the trail. They would find the Moff. They would find him, and bring him back in chains. He looked at Story. She was already issuing orders to her droids. Gav was leaning back in his chair, getting comfortable. Justine cracked her neck, stretching her long arms. Though she was capable of standing still, it was not the way she preferred to be. They would head to the last known coordinates of the tag Story had mentioned, and from there, pick up the signal again, he hoped. We can do this, he thought. We will find you, Grunger. He nodded. Yeah, we will find you. Chapter 7. The Moff. The governor has returned. Major Brementalk couldn't help but smile as the Imperial shuttle touched down in the Annihilator's hangar bay. He had gathered a squad of stormtroopers to serve as honor guard, to welcome His Excellency back to his command. He wished they had the men to offer more. The Annihilator, like most Imperial ships these days, were running on skeleton crews. It took many crews to keep an Imperial II-class Star Destroyer running. Some of the warlords had scuttled the ones they had, choosing smaller ships, like the Victory, or Victory II-class destroyer. The Imperial IIs that were still in service were primarily the flagship for whatever admiral or general that declared themselves a warlord. Manpower was in great demand, and so the warlords did what they could to court soldiers and crewers. The Prakus command had been hit especially hard. Some had fled on other ships, off to join the various warlords that now squabbled over the scraps of the Empire. To those that had remained, deaths and desertion had forced the need for conscription on worlds that were still called friendly, and even that had to be done carefully, lest those worlds turn, causing the Empire to fracture even further. It doesn't matter, he promised himself, once the rest of the Empire sees what we are doing, understands the restoration plan well. The Empire citizens will come back, and they will flood us with new recruits. The Major stood up straighter, eager to see what state the Moff was in. When the extraction team had reported in, they had said there had been complications in taking the Moff Prakus. Complications? Yes, but that the Moff was well and unharmed. That was good. Whatever happened next, Aite Grunger was needed. The Empire needed its heroes. The shuttle's wings folded elegantly as it settled on the deck, a tribute to the pilots assigned by the captain. The stormtroopers snapped to attention as the boarding ramp lowered with a hiss of steam. The Moff emerged, still in his dress uniform, head high, back straight, and his hands behind his back. He didn't smile. No. Grunger's smiles were few and far between. Bremen straightened under his cool regard. Your Excellency, he called out. Welcome back, sir. The Moff paused, taken in the sight of his command, or rather what was left of it. He slowly but surely nodded in approval. Major Talk, he said in his soft and polished Coruscanti voice. It is good to see you, old friend. The Major beamed. Yes, he thought. It is good to see you again too, sir. Aite Grunger was not like other Imperial officers that Talk had met. Some tended to let their arrogance blind them to the harsh realities of the post-Endor galaxy. The governor was not like that. He possessed a defining commanding presence. Both physically and mentally, he was a man born to lead. He always tried to remain calm, never speaking louder than a soft whisper, so that his lessers had to be quiet to hear him. That was power in itself. Grunger had no family, no wealthy patrons to help him rise through the ranks. He was a self-made officer. He had risen from an Imperial page on Coruscant to the governor of the Prakus system. Bremen respected that above all. Too many Moffs, generals, and admirals had bought their positions. His Excellency had achieved all that he had now through grit, cunning, and hard work. Who better to seize the vacant throne? Grunger was a strong man in both senses of the word, a sound mind, and an even sounder body. He worked out regularly, and had the strength to prove it. He was powerfully built. The muscles in his arms were visible beneath his officer's coat. His neck was thick, and his shoulders broad. Most might have seen him and thought him a brute, and he encouraged that to a degree. Most didn't realize the extent of the Moff's intelligence until it was too late. He may have been closing in on the age of 50, but he still had the look of a man 10 to 15 years younger. His dark skin was without wrinkle, and his short, wiry black hair was cut short without a trace of gray. He made his way forward, gesturing for Bremen to fall in step behind him. Two of the stormtroopers followed in their wake. Once they were away from the ship, the governor addressed him. I trust that everything has proceeded on in my absence. Yes, Your Excellency, the privateer operation is going on as we speak, and preparations are underway for Project Graveyard. Excellent. What of Veman Tor and Susie of Cavolt? Tor is back to work, from what I understand. The part that the Fast Blast crew recovered is in his hands, and he is once again producing what we need. Lady Cavolt has already filled 2 of the orders we made, but stresses the need for caution as the next ones won't be easy to come by, given recent political changes on Kuwait. The governor nodded, his mind no doubt already processing what he had heard, and was likely composing a verbal response to the Kuwaiti's willingness to drag her feet. I will speak with her personally, Grunger said. I will convince her of the need to hurry. What of Iman's payment? Is everything going as expected there? The major wrinkled his nose in distaste. I spoke with the Rybit on Kessel myself. Though he accused me of threatening him, he complied with our modest order. He assures me everything is fine, and that the delivery we required has been sent. I understand why he is needed, sir, but I will be glad when we are done with him. Moradul is one of the most paranoid and unstable people we have ever dealt with. The Moff sniffed. And Veman Tor is any better. Talk nodded, conceding the governor's point. Once the major would have considered it an honor to work with such a learned scholar. Once, Veman Tor had been one of the most respected men in the Empire. A historian, literary mind, and collector of rare technologies. He had helped shape the minds of many a young Imperial. While working for Kumnor, he had written textbooks that were still in use today. The Chancellor Courage, an official history of the Clone Wars, and an Emperor's bravery. The liberation of the Rim had both been required reading during his time in school, and they had been tested on those texts in flesh. Bremen shook his head. Sadly, the man had fallen from favor. He had always had a taste for the exotic, and enjoyed the pleasures of the French. Finally, he had been forced to take early retirement when he showed up to a Grand Moff's event high on Glitterston Spice. It was only his history that saved him from being severely punished for his faux pas. He accepted his punishment, no doubt understanding how much worse it could have been. Now he remained in his estate with only his addictions for company. That would have been the end, had a certain piece of technology he owned had not become important to the Restoration. If not for Moff Grunger, the man might have lost everything, either to the rebels, or his own appetites. When they had first contacted him, they had found him in dire straits. He had burned through almost all of his family fortune, and no longer had the credits to pay the dealers that fed his habits. So he had ended up being cut off from the Glitterston, and with his loss, withdrawal and desperation had set in. He had been on the verge of imploding. He had already sold off so much of his collection. The Moff had stopped that, and put the man in contact with Moradul, the chief administrator on Kessel, cutting out the middlemen that hounded Tor, even arranging for the dealers he had owed to disappear without a trace. Now, Tor served the Restoration, and the Moff kept his well compensated, in both credits and spice. The former was necessary, if only the latter could be discarded. Tor is useful, for now, the Moff said, but eventually he will become obsolete, the Cavolt woman as well. We will need to watch them both carefully. Soon it will be time to cover our tracks, and both should be considered. Well, loose ends, I suppose. Bremen nodded. If only Moradul could be added to that list. He would feel no shame when they removed Cavolt. The woman was a glorified arms dealer. There were hundreds like her all over the galaxy. Tor's removal would be a shame, or would have been, if he could get off the spice and become the man he had been during his youth. The Major frowned. He wondered what Story would think if she could see what they were doing. Would she understand? She was as loyal to the Empire as he was, despite her parents' disapproval. Yes, he decided, had she lived, she would be aboard the Annihilator right now, helping him with this mission, this glorious quest. The restoration of the Empire, and the return of the New Order. The Moff glanced his way, drawing his attention. You have done well in my absence, Major. You have kept our plans moving, despite my recent difficulties. All for the Empire, sir, he replied. Quite right, now we should go and see Captain Mack. There is a matter that he will need to attend to for me. Captain Mack is dead, sir. The Moff stopped and faced the Major, who suddenly wished he could have been anywhere else. The man's glare could stop a charging Wookiee. Dead, he stated, his voice becoming softer and perhaps more dangerous. Yes, sir, Talk responded, trying to maintain eye contact. And how did this occur? He spoke disrespectfully to the master. Sir, he didn't survive the experience. The Moss hissed and shook his head. Damn it, he said softly. I still had uses for Mac, and I did warn him, Major. Oh yes, I did. I told him he should treat the master with the same respect that he would have showed Lord Vader. The Moff punched his left hand, the leather cracked from the impact. He didn't get angry. The Moff never seemed to get angry. He controlled his emotions, even around his allies. Finally, he sighed. No matter, he said. I assume Kruge is the new captain then. Talk nodded. A good man, and hopefully wiser than poor dead Mac. Yes, sir. Also, during our last transmission, the master asked that you speak with, well, him or her, I guess, as soon as you were free. A hint of a smile appeared on the Moff's face. My master troubles you, Major. The unknown is always troubling, Your Excellency. I know enough about our patron, you can trust me on that. If the Empire is to recover from its recent defeats, she is needed. You can also trust me on that. Talk nodded. So, he thought, the master is a she. Good to know? The Moff motioned to a passing lieutenant. The man snapped to attention, recognizing him instantly. Inform Captain Kruger to bring us out of our hiding place, so that we can send a clear transmission. The lieutenant saluted and rushed off to fulfill his order. The Moff gestured for the Major and his 2 guards to follow. Come, Major, he said, straightening his olive gray coat. My master awaits. Aye. 10 minutes later, they stood in the private comm room aboard the Annihilator. Once it had been a luxury suite for Moff Candy and his mistresses, now it was clear of all such frivolity. The only object present was the hypercom unit. A unit that now flared to life. The blue shadowy hologram appeared before them, large and imposing. The master regarded the 2 men with shadowed eyes, her mouth twisting slightly. Moff Grunger, the master rasped. He dropped to one knee. My master, it is good that you are once again with us, Aite. History is moving, and we dare not be caught unprepared. Indeed, my lord, I am ready to play my part. The shadowy image smiled. Her gaze fell on the Major. It seems that Ai's faith in you has been rewarded. A reward that I will see repaid when we finally meet. All for the Empire, my lord, he answered. Of course, their hidden patron purred. She once again turned her attention to Grunger. Has the Major briefed you on our recent actions? He has, master. Though, before we discuss them, there is something you need to see. The shadow face leaned forward, showing the dagger-like chin. What is it? What do you have for me, Aite? He removed a crystal from his belt, plugging it into the hypercom. Through repeater buoys, the signal they were about to see would be broadcast for the master's perusal as well. Bremen watched as the recording played. It showed a burning spaceport. He recognized it as the one just outside Prax City, the capital of his home world. H saw the image of an Astrid froze, his weapons locking on too. His eyes widened. What? Impossible. Can you see, my master? The governor asked. The signal has come through now, the master hissed, her shadowed eyes narrowing, bright yellow points that were her eyes shone beneath the pointed brow. Bremen couldn't believe it. A lone figure faced the Astrid and in his hand, a beam of pink fire. He recognized the weapon. Since Endor, everyone had been educated on what it was, even though the order that wielded them was supposed to be extinct. Impossible, he thought, but it was true. A lightsaber, an actual lightsaber, and that meant, well, it meant only one thing. A Jedi. He felt a chill run down his spine. A Jedi on Prakus. Curious, the master hissed. Grunger nodded. When I saw the hood and robe, I first thought that the rebellion may have sent Skywalker himself. The governor shook his head. As we can both see, this is not Skywalker, unless he had undergone certain changes. The master did something strange then. She chuckled, a harsh, ugly sound. A force wielder is not so surprising, Aite. With your emperor and his lapdog dead, they no doubt feel safe about stepping back into the light. Her words made Bremen wince. He had always assumed the master had been connected to the emperor, perhaps one of his inquisitors, but to hear someone call Lord Vader a lapdog? No, he was surprised by the degree of disrespect. Grunger frowned and stood at attention. This may force us to change our plans. The Major wondered if the master would lose her temper. Captain Mack had suggested something similar after the Moff's arrest. That had not ended well for him. Again, the master surprised him. Focus on the restoration, Aite. Our plans need to move forward. And the Jedi? He asked. This is no Jedi. I knew Jedi. I killed many in my youth. This doesn't feel like the weakest of them. It is a distraction. Merely a child playing with toys she doesn't understand. Still, if she has had contact with any survivors of their failed order, she may prove useful to us. Master, Grunger asked. The master leaned back into the shadows, her features becoming hazy once more. Do not worry about this one, Aite. You focus on the plan. Leave this mystery to me. What if she is some student of Skywalker? Bremen offered. If that is the case, she could bring her teacher down on us. The Moff shook his head. His expression was deeply concerned. We are not ready to face Skywalker, the Moff said. I am not ready. I don't sense Skywalker's involvement in our affairs, and believe me, I would sense them. Her image shifted, her full attention on the governor. Complete the two labors we have set in motion, Aite, and you will have no reason to fear Skywalker. When you face him, when you are truly ready, you will have all the power the Emperor hoarded for so long. You will stand before this Jedi as his superior even to the late Lord Vader. On that day, my friend, you will be able to crush Skywalker in your fist. You will bring his head back to me and place it before my throne. Grunger smiled. I look forward to that day, my master. On the day I can truly call myself your apprentice. On that day, my friend, you will have all you want and more. You will be emperor. Let the rest of the emperor's failed dogs beware. Grunger knelt again. I will not fail you, master. See that you don't. She looked down upon Bremen again. I have a task for you as well, Major. The time has come to tie up any loose ends that might lead back to us. Grunger rose with a cruel glint in his eye. He and I just discussed that, my master. Then you know what must be done, she rasped. Again, Bremen felt that tightness in his throat. I'm ready to serve. Then do so, Major. Some of our allies know too much. Make sure that they will never speak of what has been done in our name. It will be done, my lord. It will be my pleasure. The tightness vanished. He could almost feel a sense of pleasure run down his spine, like someone touching him ever so lightly. That touch worried him. Just how powerful was the master? Serve us well, boy, and you will be well rewarded. You will stand at your emperor's right hand, even as he stands at mine. The force will be mine, and the galaxy will be his, and you will reap the benefits, young one. You shall be greatly rewarded. Her words made him shiver anew. Something about how she said rewarded filled him with the sense of he wasn't sure what it was. A mixture of excitement and fear. During his time serving the Empire, he had learned to be careful in drawing the attention of those with power. Now, he was in the sight of someone with great power, someone that he didn't really understand. It was daunting, but he wasn't afraid. All he had to do was think of Story. He could still hear her screams as the rebel filth, they who could say what they did to her. Had they violated her before they killed her? The vile animals. He felt his rage, and as the master said, he didn't try to push it aside. He took it into his heart and focused it. The master and the governor had given him a task. He would fulfill it. There were at least 2 loose ends to tie up. Well, it was time to get to tying. For glory. For the new order. For the Empire and for Story. The master's will be done. Chapter 8. The Stormtrooper. According to the backgrounder, the Cyan Moon of the topic system was a Midrim world with everything a being from the core could want. In truth, it was a hot, blue, dusty ball on the fringe of what had once been the Galactic Empire. Story peered down from the apartment the team was now occupying. Topic 6. The system's gas giant filled the bulk of the sky, leaving its one habitable moon in perpetual twilight. She saw 4 stormtroopers down on the street, their white armor stained sky blue from the ever-presence blowing dust. They didn't seem to mind. If anything, she could sense the hopelessness in those soldiers, even from such a distance. She sighed. This world was a part of the Empire, technically. The info that Webb Carr had downloaded from New Republic intelligence had said that much, but in truth, the planet was run by the local pirate gang, the Fast Blasts as they were called. The local officials were all on the take, and didn't mind that the crew operated out of here, as long as they got a cut of the profits. For someone who once believed in the Empire as Story had, seeing this herself, well, it only eroded the opinions that she had at 16. Like everything else she had seen since her parents had taken her off Prakus for the first time. An erosion that had begun when she learned the truth about herself and her family. She shook her head, rubbing at the spot where her right eye had been. It always seemed to itch when she thought about the past. They had been here for days. After the brief micro jump to where Grunger's ship had been when it first left hyperspace to here had taken 6 days. 3 of them waiting to pick up the signal again, and another 3 to make the journey. By now, the Moff could be many light years away. She certainly didn't sense his presence here, if that were possible. She was still not comfortable with the abilities her mother had taught her. Lady Tano had offered her more, before deciding it best to end her training. She had not seen Story gaining a greater understanding of the Force as a good thing. In fact, she suggested that the girl abandon it altogether. It was better that way, safer. For who? Story wondered with a frown. For who? She turned away from the window and went back inside. As they had made their final approach, they detected the tag signal, and then they had even spotted the vessel sitting inside a private landing port. Story had wanted to go in immediately. Webb, in his role as team leader, had advised against it. Let's make sure that he is still here before we move in, Story. Gav and I will slice the city subnet, get into the city's docking reports, see if any ships have left. It has been over a standard week, Gav reminded her. What is the chance that he is still here? Better to make sure before we pick a fight when we don't need to. She had finally conceded the point, though it annoyed her. She had been so close on Prakus, so very close. Now, she was back to square one. So the group had checked into the apartment they were in now, or rather, Gav had sliced them a false lease on this place. It was only a good for a month, but they wouldn't be here that long. The 2 males were currently sitting across from each other, at the only table in the room, typing away on their portable keyboards, their eyes hidden behind their data goggles. Story watched them, or rather watched Webb. Even now she could remember that heavy-set boy with the stringy, oily long hair. The one who never interacted with anyone in the lunch commons. It was clear that some of that boy remained, despite the physical transformation he had gone through over the last 10 years. Still gets lost in his computer games, Story thought, of course. Now, those games are far more serious, or perhaps they had always been, and she had been too arrogant and blind to see it. He had mentioned that he had started his campaign against the Empire when he was fairly young, broadcasting the truth to any who might listen, slicing into his uncle's comm network to get the word out. That had been extremely brave of him. She would not have said when they had been classmates, it would have been social suicide. But after what she had endured in the last decade, well, it made her appreciate his courage even more. Part of her wanted to ask him how it was going, if he and the Bothan had found Grunger yet. In the end, she had decided against it. Both her mother and Lady Tano had warned her about the dangers of impatience. Let him work. He would tell her what she wanted to know, as soon as he was ready. So, she left him to his programs. She didn't bother him, instead choosing to go out onto the small balcony to the right of the 2 slicers. Justine stood watch from there, her eyes focused on the target. You could just make out the ship sitting in its private hangar. From here it looked like it was being repainted, the Republic markings being removed. Story frowned. She still wondered if it would be better that they moved in quickly. She looked at the other woman. She seemed relaxed, unconcerned, but the Force revealed that she had anticipated Story's approach, her muscles coiled like a spring. She could have reacted, but had chosen not to. Justine recognized that she was not a threat. Story leaned against the doorframe. "How long is this gonna take?" she asked the rebel agent. "As long as it must," Justine replied. 1 and 3 know their jobs. If the Moff is still on this world, they will find him. If he is not, then they will find a clue where he went. Story crossed her arms over her chest. "You seem pretty sure that they can do that." "Kraken has faith in them. Considering the fact that we are still here, still on mission, I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt." Story nodded. She thought about the conversation she had witnesses 2 days after they had fled Prakus. It had taken that long for the coded transmission to reach Coruscant, and a reply signal to come back. It was as the 3 agents had expected. As a result, their preparation proved wise. I. She had stayed in the back, out of the hollow field as the image of General Aaron Kraken had appeared about the dreamer. Webb stood alone in the hollow field offering up his report to his superior. As expected, the general had not been happy about what had happened on Prakus. Word of a new Republic attack on the starport had been all over the feeds. According to the Prakus leadership, this unprovoked attack had proven why the new Republic couldn't be trusted and why the world should continue with its close ties to the Empire. Also, in the light of this new threat, the trial of Moff Grunger had been put on hold indefinitely. That news annoyed Story most of all. How many people had died when the Moff had bombed Abradero? An entire city had been left in flames, and now the leadership acted like that had all been erased by a strike at the capital city spaceport. The arrogance. No one mentioned that the Moff had escaped, or his role in the destruction of the spaceport. There had been no mention of the airstreet, and how it had destroyed many of the ships on that field. Webb had suggested planting the truth into the information in the Prac Hypercom network, a move that Kraken had approved of. That would at least get the people talking, perhaps even get those that had lost loved ones in Abradero a chance to raise questions about what had happened with the Moff. As for the mission itself, the general had almost ordered the group home. The destruction at the starport, not to mention the loss of the group's ship, it was too much to explain away. Kraken had almost decided to write the mission off as a failure. Webb had needed to talk fast, convince the man that this wasn't so, informing him that he had made plans for this contingency. He informed the general that he had brought in a local contact, a contact with both a ship and the means to tag Grunger's vessel. He assured the older man that they were currently aboard that ship, tracking them off. Story had watched the exchange closely. The web car she remembered would stutter and look down at his feet when confronted with an angry superior. It seemed that he no longer did that again. She was pleasantly surprised. The boy had indeed grown up, she thought with an amused smile. And now I am a contact. She couldn't decide if that was good or bad. In the end, the general had relented. He agreed to let them continue on, to pursue Grunger and try to acquire him, but he did warn them to keep a low profile. He was to be summoned before the council in an hour. They had questions about the failed operation. Counselor Philia would want to know what had happened on Prakus. Story didn't know who that was, but from the uncomfortable looks on the faces of Webb and his companions, she guessed it was someone important. So, they had drifted in space and waited. Webb and Gav worked at their terminals, with T providing refreshments while Story and Chip remained in the cockpit, watching for any signs of the tag going live again, and all during that time the female rebel Justine had kept a close eye on her. Story didn't think Webb had ordered her to do that. She simply did, and had continued to do so even after the tag went live again, and led them here to the Cyan Moon. After days of being locked up in this apartment, and the woman watching her whenever Story got close to the two slicers, she had decided enough was enough. She decided it was time to have it out with the rebel, find out why she warranted her attention. It was for that reason that she confronted her now. I. Any movement from the ship? She asked the other woman. Nope, Justine answered, quiet as a tomb over there. The woman looked down. The stormtroopers that Story had been watching earlier had broken up. They now were going their separate ways, broken into pairs as part of their patrol routes. Poor fools, Justine whispered. What makes you say that? Story asked. The fact that they are here is proof enough. The truly skilled troopers are on the front lines right now, or serving with the warlords. What is left in the garrisons, especially on worlds like this, are the dregs of the Empire. After Yavin, the stormtrooper corps changed so much. The Emperor thought it necessary to have as many troops as possible to overwhelm the rebellion with sheer numbers. Justine shook her head. Once the Corps was feared, now most citizens believed that stormtroopers couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. The training that troopers receive outside of Kurita is a joke. They have become an embarrassment to all who served before. Story's brow furrowed, surprised by the woman's disdain. She looked down at the passing soldiers. The dream of that stormtrooper back on Prakus came back to her then, making her shudder. The pain in her face, the flashing of blaster bolts through the smoke, and the trooper bringing his blaster up, aiming down at her. She shivered. No, now was not the time. She turned her attention back to the other woman. Why does that bother you? You think someone involved with the rebellion would be happy to see the stormtroopers fall from grace? Justine frowned. It is not so simple, not for me anyway. She looked up at Story. One said that you used to believe in the Empire, that you wanted to join yourself. I was in the future leaders of the Empire. I hadn't enlisted for service yet. The rebel smiled. The fled, Connor's first step in the indoctrination process. How they tried to ensnare every rich kid in the Corps to sign up. The woman's words shouldn't have been insulting. Nevertheless, Story frowned. I wasn't being indoctrinated. Of course you were. It was a bit more subtle than what they used on the poor kids, but it worked just the same. Those fools down there, I'm willing to bet good credits that they have fled medallion on under their breastplates. Probably heard how the Empire was the path to power and glory. Instead, they ended up here. Lucky them, right? Story's frown deepened. You seem to know a lot about the FLE. Only by interacting with the kids that went through it. Those serving on the garrisons in the Corps. My service took me to meaner places. The dark-haired woman regarded her thoughtfully. Tell me, did you have your Force powers when you were in the FLE? No, I didn't know anything about the Force. Not until Not until much later. Justine smiled. Lucky you. Fleur or not, loyal daughter of the Empire or not, Palpatine didn't tolerate Force wielders, not those outside his control. If anyone had found out about you, an Inquisitor would have showed up on your doorstep, if you were lucky. And if I wasn't, well then you would have had a one-on-one meeting with Lord Vader. He found it distracting to seek out Force wielders from time to time. It was how he relaxed, I think. Most didn't survive the experience, or so I heard. How do you know what Lord Vader was like? Saw him once or twice. Never spoke to him directly. Most didn't seek out such a conversation. It was dangerous, even for the most loyal Imperial. It was at that moment that Story noticed it, the tattoo on the woman's bicep, a white stormtrooper gauntlet, inside the silhouette of a familiar-looking domed helmet. She blinked. She recognized the symbol. That is a stormtrooper tattoo. Justine nodded. Yep, 501st. The boys and girls in blue, Vader's Fist of Vengeance. The pride in the woman's voice surprised Story. You were in the 501st Legion. I was. Served under Lord Vader himself. But you are a rebel. I'm a soldier for the New Republic, the rising power in the galaxy. I'm still serving, only now I'm serving the people, not the Emperor. Story shivered. Again remembering the stormtrooper, his blaster aimed at her head. How does a 501 trooper end up working for New Republic intelligence? A good question. You sure you want to hear what happened? Story paused, not wishing to insult the other woman, but still, a stormtrooper from the 501st. You don't have to tell me, not if you are uncomfortable. No, you should hear this. The boys already know, and you should too. If you're going to trust me to watch your back, you should know that I have it. Justine frowned, looking down at the pair of stormtroopers in the street. Her eyes pained. I'll tell you what I can remember, and even that is a little fuzzy. When you enter the 501, you go through a training regiment that reshapes your mind and your body. They gave us injections and subjected us to mental conditioning that makes it hard to remember certain things, and all to make sure that we felt no qualms about doing our duty. The Emperor's word was law, and so was Lord Vader's. Justine shivered. There was a time, just after I left the corps, that I couldn't remember my own name, or even where I came from. I was simply TK 996, a soldier in the service to the Empire. That was who I was, and all I was. It took the New Republic minders almost a month and a half to get me to remember the name Justine Tremaine, and even now, that seems strange for people to call me by name and not my operating number. How did you end up in the 501st? By being the best, Justine answered. I enlisted at 15, lied about my age to the recruiter. I grew up on Corellia, I think. From what I do remember about my past, I know that I was poor, lived on the streets, never having enough food, always seeking out warm places to sleep. Do you remember your family, your parents? The other woman shook her head. They might still be back on Corellia, maybe not, they might be dead. All I can remember for certain is that I enlisted. I didn't care if I had to fight. I just wanted security, you know. The thought of 3 meals a day and a bunk were more than enough to get me to sign up. The Empire became my family. I was sent to Kurita, did my basic training there, and when the officers saw my skills and learned I was gifted, I was bumped up into the advanced classes. Justine's eyes narrowed. I served in several ships during that time, destroyers. Spent time on the Rim, hunting rebel cells. This was maybe 2 years before the Battle of Yavin, and things were starting to heat up. 4 years into the service, I was tapped to join the 501, was sent back to Kurita, and went through more training and indoctrination. It is about that time that my memory gets really fuzzy. I remember being assigned to the Executor. I was part of the detachment that secured Bespin for Lord Vader. We seized city control and the gas mining processing stations. Story frowned. Justine Tremaine wasn't just a stormtrooper. She had been an elite stormtrooper. So what happened? How did you end up here? Justine blinked. A shiver ran down her spine. Endor happened. The former troopers' hands curled into fists. It was supposed to be the end of the war. We were supposed to secure victory for the Empire that day. Our legion was dispatched to the surface of the forest moon. Our task was to protect the shield generator, while the battle station and its defense force dealt with the rebel fleet. She pursed her lips. I'm still not sure what happened next. Everything seemed to fall apart. We captured the rebel team that tried to disable the shield, but then, the sound of war horns, that and the hooting of the locals. Somehow the rebels had turned them, got them to fight for them. Command had not worried about them when we sat down on Endor. They said they weren't a threat to us, too primitive. I guess they were wrong. Story asked. Justine nodded, her eyes distant, reliving what had happened. She pulled down her shirt at the neck, showing off a round, ugly scar. I took an arrow in the shoulder. The Legion scattered, RSTs, and speeder bikers took off to engage the locals while we tried to form a defensive circle around the generator station. We were hit from all sides. We were pelted with rocks, arrows, and clubs. Those furry demons were everywhere. I was struck from behind by a rock. It dented my helmet. I was left dazed, laying in a ditch. The former trooper pursed her lips. It took me a bit to regain my feet. I lay there in the forest, staring up in the sky. I saw it when it happened, the brightest flash I had ever seen. The system had a new sun for a few seconds. She shook her head. The battle station was gone, and we had lost. Story reached out and touched the woman's shoulder. She could feel her pain and confusion through the force. Justine laughed a sad, broken sound. I shouldn't feel shame about that, but I do. I failed in my duty. The minder that I talked to after said it is okay to feel that shame. No matter what the Empire did to me, I have a right to feel proud for what I accomplished, for making something of myself. How did you end up in the rebellion? After the battle, I found myself traveling with 9 other troopers. We had all escaped the battle, and were looking for a way off of Endor. Avoiding rebel patrols and the locals, we planned to locate one of several supply bases that had been scattered around the forest moon. The supplies would have been enough for us to rearm and hopefully take a ship, get off Endor, and return to service. We traveled light, hoping to pass unnoticed. I didn't feel so good. The wound I had taken during the battle had gotten infected. Those demons that lived on Endor coated their arrows with something, and it was affecting me, and we had no med packs. The locals hit us that first night, right after dark. I can still hear the hooting, see their eyes shining in the dark. We lost 3 troopers. In the morning their bodies were gone, carried off by those furry things. After that we thought it best to travel at night, move fast, and stay one step ahead of them. By the 3rd day, it was getting hard to walk. I was dizzy and vomiting. My fever was getting worse. I could barely move my arm. When we stopped to rest, I could see that my companions knew what they had to do. When it was my time to rest, they did it. I woke up alone. They had taken what food and water we had and moved on. Story looked at her aghast. They left you. It was expected. It was the training. Someone can't keep up. They get left behind. I was slowing them down, draining our meager resources. Not that I accepted that. I tried to catch up. I did know a few things about tracking. Our survival training was second to none, but I was sick and getting worse. Justine shook her head. The only thing my comrades left me was my blaster, with 3 shots. I knew that they expected me to save one for myself. It is what a smart trooper would do, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. 2 days later, feverish, starving and dehydrated, I heard the sound of blaster fire, and screams. I stumbled forward and found a group of soldiers engaged with some of the local wildlife, vicious things, hound-like, with long claws and teeth. I gunned them down, used the last of my blaster shots, finishing the last animal off with my knife. I thought that my fellows would be pleased, that they could see that I wasn't dead yet, that I was still useful. Justine laughed. In my delirium, I didn't realize who I was saving. I found myself standing in the middle of a rebel patrol, their blasters all pointed at me. I should have rushed them, gone down in a blaze of glory, fighting for my emperor and the empire. Yet, one look at those men, my blaster empty at my side, I shamed myself. I had lost my helmet during my travels, so that they could all see my shame. I was not a trooper in that moment. I was a scared girl with no chance of survival. I dropped my weapon and fell to my knees. I sobbed weakly. I was so dehydrated that I had no tears. I looked at their commander, an older-looking man with a beard. All I could say in that moment was 3 words: "Please, help me." Story shivered. She tried to imagine what that would be like. They obviously didn't kill you. No, they didn't, Justine said with a sad smile. I got lucky that day. The captain in charge of the patrol took pity on me. He told his men to lower their weapons, came up to me, and helped me to my feet. "Easy, soldier," he said. "We got you now. You're safe." She shook her head. His name was Rex, and believe it or not, he was an old fighting clone, one of the Grand Army of the Republic. I had not realized any were still in service, much less fighting for the rebellion. He was also one of the founders of my own unit, the 501. That made us kin, in his eyes at least. Had I attacked him, he would have killed me. I don't doubt that. But in surrender, he showed mercy in that moment. He saw me as a sister. And he took you prisoner. He took me into custody, sure, but the rebellion gave me food and medicine. I spent a few months in a rebel prisoner of war camp, but my actions earned me some leniency. Rex spoke up for me at my hearing. When I asked to join up, he vouched for me, after I went through debriefing and deprogramming, of course. Justine shrugged. So here I am, 2 years removed from the Empire and Endor. I owe the New Republic a lot. They could have killed me, but they didn't. So now, I fight for them and protect their people. And we are grateful for that, Justine. The two turned to see Webb standing there. He had a smile on his face. Story looked at him. "Any luck?" she asked. We managed to slice into the Fast Bliss crew's computer. Grunger left a day, and half before we arrived, he was picked up by an Imperial shuttle. Story cursed under her breath. Damn it, she thought. He could be anywhere now. That isn't great news, Justine said. Not as bad as you might think, too. Gav found something interesting. The transport that picked Grunger up on Prakus was not Imperial. It's owned by the pirates that live here. Pirates that were paid for their services. We were able to trace that payment, and several others, all coming from the same source. A source associated to the Moff, Story said thoughtfully. It looks like it. The pirates here are very well armed, they have access to Imperial ships and weapons, and we can all guess who gave them that access. How does this help us find Grunger? Story asked. Isn't it obvious, Justine asked. This person, whoever they are, had a stake in freeing the Moff. Which means they work together. Story nodded, understanding dawning. And if they work together, or if this being works for Grunger, then they likely know where he is, or where he would go. Or would know someone who knows where he is. Story smiled. It wasn't the same as trapping the man in an alley, with her lightsaber pointed at his neck, but it was a start. Another link in the chain, which would lead to another link, and then another, and at the end. The Moff, and home. She would finally be able to go home. She looked at Webb and Justine. Does this person have a name? The one who paid for Grunger's escape? Susie of Cavolt. She is a businesswoman associated with Kuit Drive Yards. So we are going to Kuit, Justine said with a frown. Could be dangerous. Half the Imperial fleet is likely deployed there now. Defending the shipyards? In this we got lucky. Cavolt is not on Kuit. She lives on a rim world, handling her dealings from there. And we know which world? Story asked. Pershardia, he replied. She lives in the capital city of Nadris. I was even able to find her address. Justine flashed Story a fierce grin. For a moment she saw the stormtrooper she had been. Sly and dangerous. Told you the computer jocks know their business. Story nodded. It wasn't Grunger's location, but it was a start. She found herself thinking of her parents, how they had looked when she last spoke to them. I miss you, she thought, but I'm almost done. I will find Grunger, and then I can finally join you. I can finally come home. First this Pershardia, and then whatever world that the Moff was hiding on, and then. It is over. I'll be over. She smiled gratefully at the thought. She looked forward the end, to the sweet release. Home, she thought. Safe. Forever. Chapter 9, Infiltrators. The Dreamer came out of hyperspace several hundred light years from their destination. In the distance, Pershardia's primary star shone brightly, the world itself a blue dot amidst the void. An unmarked New Republic ship awaited their arrival. Story brought them in, docking with the other ship. Following his report from the Cyan Moon, Webb had received authorization to find and detain the woman Susie of Cavolt. To this end, General Kraken had sent the team a supply ship, a ship filled with gear to replace what had been lost during the Prakus operation. The young agent was most pleased. Armor, weapons, explosives, credits, even a crate of the new jammers that New Republic scientists had been working on for operations just like this one. We'll put them to good use, he thought. With a bit of luck, this raid would put their mission fully back on track. It had been 3 weeks since the Moff's escape from Prakus, and despite that defeat, his team had pulled together. What had started as a short snatch and grab mission had turned into so much more. Their little group was doing more than its job. They were starting to gel together. Justine and Gav were learning to anticipate what they needed. She was no longer just a soldier babysitting the techies. She was becoming a part of the team. And then there was Story. Though she was not an agent of the New Republic as they were, she remained dedicated to the mission. She wanted them to catch up to Grunger. She wanted to catch him and stop whatever it was he was up to. Revenge was a great motivator. He frowned slightly at the thought. What had Grunger done? He wondered. Astoria Castir had never been a vengeful person when he had known her. Had the Imperial had something to do with her eye? She refused to talk about it. or about anything that had happened in the last decade. He had tried several times to speak with her, but she had rebuffed those attempts each time. "It doesn't matter," she insisted. "I'm here, and I'm helping. Just be grateful for that." He had nodded. Yes, he was grateful, both for the help and for the simple fact that she was still alive. For years he had feared the worst, both for her and her parents. Seeing her alive, it gave him a sense of hope. The Empire hadn't taken everything he had grown up with, and perhaps, one day, he could find an end to the war, find a future. A future with a certain young lady, perhaps. The thought made him frown. Where had that come from? He had had a crush on Story back in the day, he could acknowledge that. But at the same time he knew that crush had been a one-way street. She didn't even know I was alive, or at the least, chose to ignore me. He had not been a part of her world. They had only known each other as children, and then they had gone off on two different paths. He had gone off into his computers, that in the search for the truth, which had eventually led him to first the rebellion, and then the New Republic. She had joined the FLE, getting lost in their pro-imperial dogma, until one day she had vanished without a trace. Yet even now, the glimpses of the past haunted him. Seeing her in the halls of their school, seeing her in the dining commons, surrounded by her fellow FLE companions, all of them dressed in their school versions of Imperial officers' uniforms. Time had made him hate those uniforms and what they meant, what they stood for, but the memory of her back then came back, clear as day. She made that uniform look good, and inspired both dreams and fantasies, the kind you didn't tell your parents about. He had watched her from afar, desired her, even though she had been way out of his league. Maybe she still was. The thought was frustrating, but he did his best to ignore it, though that was not as easy as it seemed. Even though she kept her distance from him, it was impossible for them not to interact. It was a very small ship, after all. He had tried not to get distracted. When she leaned in closer when he was talking, he tried not to let his eyes wander down past her face. When she was bent over, going through a storage locker, or looking inside a maintenance crawlway, he forced himself to look away, lest she see him staring at her, his eyes drawn to those swaying hips as she walked away. Those glanced, and his inability to avoid them were troubling. He cursed himself for being a fool. He wasn't 16 years old anymore, and this wasn't the school dining commons. He tried to be a man, not some creeping child. He hated that weakness inside him, and did his best to force it down. He needed to stop. Now was not the time to drag up childish fits of fancy. They were on mission. Somewhere in the distance, the woman Susie of Cavolt was waiting. The time was almost here to acquire her. Among the supplies, Kraken had provided them with a backgrounder on the woman. Everything that New Republic intelligence had on her. It was an interesting read to be sure. He shared that information during a briefing in the Dreamer's main salon. Even Story had joined them, leaving Chip at the helm of the ship. The target was not an Imperial, or a soldier, but that didn't mean that she was not dangerous. Susie of Cavolt was a member of the Kuat ruling families. Her skin tanned, her dark blonde hair, and bright blue eyes common among the members of her house. She was beautiful in the way that most Kuati nobles were, slender and attractive by human standards, the result of the strict breeding practices common among the ruling houses of her world. She was single, and in her mid-30s. She had 2 children back on the planet of Kuat, both in the care of their Telban. She had never married, and chose to live off-world. Officially, she worked as a sales representative for KDY, meeting with clients and providing them with catalogs of the various items up for sale by Kuat drive yards, and any special options available for those items. Unofficially, she was something more, something worse. IOI. Susie of Cavolt's clients were far from honest beings. Even before the Battle of Yavin, Imperial officials had investigated her several times for providing arms and armor to less than reputable beings. Clients like the Hutts, Black Sun, and the Zygarian Collective. KDY's legal team had protected her, shielding her from the consequences of her actions, delaying her from being forced to stand before a tribunal, and so she had remained free to conduct her business. Giving Kuat drive yards access to clients that should not have been able to purchase their products, After the Battle of Endor, things had changed. While the Emperor was dying and the Death Star 2 was exploding, there had been an accident in the Kuat Drive yards. Several unexplained explosions had rocked the construction docks that had served as the birthplace of many of the Empire's war machines. It was during those explosions that Kuat of Kuat, the chairman and CEO of KDY, had been killed. Not long after, the Imperial Navy had seized Kuat, nationalizing it, and ensuring that the Empire did not lose a valuable resource. In the 2 years since then, Susie of Kavolt had expanded her business selling openly to crime syndicates and Imperial warlords both. The Imperials that now held Kuat could have stopped her, but, according to New Republic intelligence, it had not been long until those men were profiting from the woman's shady deals. Officially, she was an independent operator. Unofficially, she was a way for the Imperials and the nobles of Kuat to widen their business as the Empire fractured more and more. Intelligence reports had listed her as doing business with no less than 8 different pirate organizations. The Fast Blasts of the Cyan Moon included. It seemed odd that such a woman would ally herself with a man like Aite Grunger, but the evidence all suggested that she had. Were made strange bedfellows it seemed. Story, who had joined them for this briefing, seemed unconvinced. Why would Grunger deal with someone like this? The guy saw himself as the next Iron Man of the Empire. Why would he risk soiling his reputation by working directly with an arms dealer? You think the Empire is above doing business with criminals? Fem Story, Gav asked. Palpatine had a long history of doing back alley deals with the various syndicates and slavers throughout the galaxy. He let them do business, and as a result gained the fruits of their work. Slave labor, black market tech, illegal weapons research. The Bothan showed his teeth. The Empire liked to talk about order and security, but it turned a blind eye to some of the worst in the galaxy. Hell, the head of the Black Sun was a member of the Imperial Royal Court. That was the rumor, wasn't it? Justine said. It wasn't a rumor, it was fact. I was a member of the Bothan Spinat before joining New Republic intelligence. It was Black Sun that first tipped the rebellion off to the location of the Death Star 2. Koth Melon, the head of my clan, received that data through his Black Sun contacts. Gav's fur rippled. Many of my kin died for that information. Hell, I almost died when a strike team hit our safe house on Kothlis. We were able to get the data out, but, considering the warm welcome that was awaiting the rebel fleet over Endor, I think it is safe to say that Black Sun aided the Empire in setting us up. Webb nodded. He had heard this rant before from his friend. Gav was not shy about giving his opinions, part of the reason he was asked to leave the Spinat. He had a talent for bringing up some inconvenient truths. Many of his fellow Bothans thought Gav had a chip on his shoulder, and they weren't wrong. Of course, after listening to him, Webb understood. In fact, he sympathized. Our clan is an offshoot of Clan Philia. With the death of Koth Melon, Vorsk Philia claimed responsibility for what Clan Melon did, even managed to parlay that success into his seat on the council. Gav shook his head. Our clan head was a good man. He should be sitting on Coruscant right now. Mark my words, the Bothans would have more to contribute than the actions of Melon martyrs if he was still living. Your point, 3. Justine asked. My point is that the Empire was never as black and white as Fem Story would believe. The Empire willingly did business with the likes of Prince Zizzer and the Hutts. Doing business with an arms dealer like this Susie of Kavolt is just business as usual. Story didn't respond, she simply shrugged, and continued to listen. Webb turned the group's attention back to the briefing. Regardless of her history, we will need to have words with this woman. We need to find out what her connection to Grunger is, why she helped him escape captivity, and where we might find him. Webb stood up straighter. We have 6 hours to prepare. That is how long until the capital city is on the night side of the planet. We use the cover or darkness to infiltrate the Kavolt estate outside capital. Intel reports claim that Susie of Kavolt uses a private security force when at home. We will need to disable them and extract the target. Webb frowned. I know this sounds easy, but believe me, it is not. The Grunger extraction was supposed to be easy too. How hard are we going in on this? Justine asked. Ideally, we do this without leaving any bodies, not a one. Kraken wants us to keep a low profile. In addition to the woman, we will need to download any computer files she has on site. Anything that might lead us to Grunger must be examined. He held up his data pad. Everything the General could find on Cavault is being downloaded to your pads. Take the next 4 hours, examine everything, commit it to memory. We start the operation in 5. 6 hours from now, I want us off Pershardia and on our way back to Republic territory. Is that understood? Around him, his allies nodded. Story held out her hand. One of the data pads leapt into it as if pulled by a magnet. You could have just walked over and picked it up, he said. Where is the fun in that? She replied dryly. I'll be on the bridge if anyone needs me. She turned away like she didn't have a care in the galaxy. Webb frowned and again resisted the urge to watch her leave. To stare at those swaying hips. He shuddered. Story's very presence was a complication, one he didn't need, but he licked his lips. It was also a complication he couldn't get enough of, even if she still didn't acknowledge how he felt. Well, he was used to her ignoring him. He pushed that thought aside and sat down with Gav and Justine. He needed to get to work. They had less than 4 hours. And then they would move in. I. 5.5 hours later, they were moving quietly through the grassy fields outside of Nadra City. Clad in black, with a new moon overhead, and the only light coming from the distant estate, they were all but invisible. The 4 might as well have been shadows. Justine took the lead, while Webb brought up the rear. Story and Gav were in the middle. The Bothan had a scanner in one paw, looking for traps and any security devices that might be protecting the estate. He was also keeping an eye on Story, or for as she was known until they were safely back on the ship. Of all of them, she was the only one with no official training, though Webb had to admit she took to what they were doing like a corn to water. She moved silently, even in the armored vest and dark military fatigues that Kraken had provided. She kept her head low and kept up with the group. Webb was impressed. Was that a Jedi thing, he wondered, or had she had some form of military training in the last decade? He made a point to ask her about it later. Stop. Story had spoken up, barely loud enough to be heard, but still taking a risk. The group halted. What? Justine said. We are kind of on mission right now. We need to stop, Story said. I have a bad feeling. Kind of late to be stopping now. Gav hissed. The target is right there. And something is wrong about it. She looked at Webb. I'm telling you, something is off. Have 3 scan the target if you don't believe me. Webb gestured to his friend, 3 nodded, and pointed the scanner at the distant estate. Floodlights turned the grounds around the 3-story building as bright as day. Webb didn't see any guards, but that didn't mean anything. They could be inside, watching cameras, or they might have deployed droids outside the perimeter. Either way, he frowned and took another look at the estate. No movement, he couldn't see anyone. The lights that were on inside were all close to the windows, making it hard to make out who might be moving around up there. He swallowed. Maybe Story was right. Something felt off. The Bothan raised a paw. He had gotten something on his scanner. He gestured for the group to spread out. They all complied. Story went with Webb while Justine slipped away to the right. The grass they were moving through was tall. It made it hard to tell if anyone or anything was in front of them. 2 speeders were parked outside the Cavault residence. One was a luxury model, common enough for someone with money. The other was a black panel transport, unmarked. Story almost tripped. Webb caught her, and as he did, he heard her gasp. He looked down. Damn it. So much for doing this quietly. The body lay on his back, staring up at the stars. A man dressed in a private security trooper's uniform. He hadn't been dead very long, his empty gaze staring up at them, a blaster burn charring his skin between his neck and his breastplate. Webb clutched his blaster tighter. It seemed they weren't the only ones interested in Femme Susie of Cavault. Someone else was here, and they were likely in the estate right now. Story whirled and shot out her right hand. Behind them, a man gasped as he was forced out of the crouch he had been hiding in. Now he stood bolt upright, choking and clawing at his neck, pinned by the girl's force powers. Webb let his training take over. He drew his knife and jammed it into the man's throat. A gurgle escaped from the trooper's vocoder as he died. Webb shivered. He had been trained for this, but he shook his head. This was the first time he had ever killed anyone. He didn't like the feeling. The man slumped to the ground, giving the two their first real look at him. Story frowned, her remaining eye going cold. It was a stormtrooper. The man's body suit was matte black, as was his armor. He wasn't a death trooper. His armor wasn't that advanced, just a standard trooper wearing camouflage. "We got company," he hissed into his comlink. "Stormies. Repeat Stormies." "Stormies confirmed. 1, 2 replied. Just took out 1. "Are they security for the package?" 3 asked. "Negative," 2 answered. "Armor alteration suggests kill team. 12 members strong." Webb digested that. An Imperial kill team. If they were here, it seemed they were on the right track. Blaster fire exploded from the estate. The enemy had detected them. "Take cover," 2 shouted. "Where?" 3 demanded. "There isn't any." The stormtroopers recognized that. The team was in the open, no protection but the tall grass around them. They could fall back, but the troopers would still be able to pick them off or start throwing grenades. Webb fired back. The lights on the estate swung towards the field, only to be blasted out by fire from Justine. Not good, Webb thought, not good at all. They were in the open, with no cover, and the stormtroopers had the high ground. They were going to die if they didn't pull back, and even that was iffy. The troopers' rifles had better range. They... Snap hiss. Pink light lit up the night. Story shouted over the din of blaster fire. "You want cover? Here's your cover." She parried a blaster bolt back at the estate. It caught a stormtrooper in the face. He staggered and fell off the balcony. "Get behind me," Story shouted. "Now let's go. Forward." The agents didn't need to be told twice. They formed up behind the spinning lightsaber. Story was the shield. They were the sword. They fired into the ranks of the enemy. The entrance to the estate swung open, for a stormtrooper advanced out to meet them, trying to throw off Story's rhythm, give their fellows a chance to blast them down. Story decapitated the first, forcing the remaining 3 to fall back. Justine blasted 2 down, while the third took a bolt in the leg from Gav. Lost in the heat of battle, Justine shouted in excitement. "For Vader. For the 501st. Webb wasn't surprised, given her history. Personally, he had his own battle cry. One far older, one that fit considering they were pushing forward under the protection of a Jedi weapon. For the Republic. He and the team ran past the dead stormtroopers, engaging 2 more at the entrance. Blasters and lightsaber flashed in lethal combat. For freedom. Chapter 10, The Fight. We are finally on the right track again. Major Brementalk smiled as he looked over the shoulder of the pilot. In the distance, the planet of Pershardia hung amidst the void. How could he not be pleased? Today, they took the first step in bringing back what he had believed in since he was a child. He almost laughed. After months of planning and preparing, with His Excellency's return, we have finally begun. The restoration had begun. Yet, as the Master had said, before that could happen, some loose ends needed to be tied up. Their presence here today was part of that. The arms dealer had been useful to project privateer, but now, with the Moff's return, and all the deals struck, and the credits on the way to where they needed to be, the woman's presence had become a liability. It now fell to talk to remove that liability. To this end, the Moff had granted him the use of a Gazanti transport, one of 6 ships that had rejoined the Moff's service since his escape. They didn't have a true battle fleet, not yet, but with privateer's success, other ships were certain to flock to Grunger's banner. The Empire values strength, he knew, show strength, and soldiers would return to their calls. For this mission, he had use of not only the ship, but the troop transport that was currently down on the surface. The strike team was even now erasing any trace of Susie of Cavolt and retrieving any files that could lead back to them. It might have been seen ungrateful considering the woman's contribution, but in the face of saving the Empire, it was a sacrifice that needed to be made. The woman would be honored one day, her work assuring the rise of them off as Emperor Aite I. It was a willing sacrifice, to be sure. Major Talk. He turned away from the viewport, towards the ship's comm station. The young ensign manning it looked up nervously. Transmission from the surface, sir. They say it is urgent. Talk made his way over, looking over the young man's shoulder. Let's hear it, ensign. The man complied, and the sounds of blaster fire emerged from the comm. The major frowned. What was this now? Report, trooper, he ordered. What is going on? We are under attack, Major. Enemy strike team, 12 strong at least. Talk's frown deepened. Has the target been eliminated? Yes, sir. We were on our way out with the woman's computer. TK-456 had been setting the demolition charges. We were about to bring in the transport when our spotters saw them. They are in the building, sir. We are falling back to the landing pad. Talk's eyes narrowed. You are troopers of the Empire, soldier. Deal with this threat before you leave. Sir, we can't. You are the pride of the Empire, trooper. You must. Sir, they have a Jedi with them. Hearing that made Talk pause. A Jedi. Here. His hands curled into angry fists. A Jedi tries to stop the Moff's escape, and now one turns up here. Coincidence? He thought not. He rocked back on his heels, deep in thought. How had the Jedi found out about Cavolt? They had left no trace that could have led back to her, and yet, the Jedi was here, and she had brought allies. He shook his head. Whoever this mysterious Jedi was, she was proven to be a problem, or at the very least, had a talent for disruption. That could not be tolerated. They were too close, far too close to stop now. He made up his mind. Only one thing to do then. Fall back to the landing pad and call in the shuttle. Get that computer back here now. Yes, sir. The signal terminated. Talk looked out the viewport of the ship, considering his options. Only one came to mind. Where is the troop transport? We have it on sensors, sir. It will reach the estate in 4 minutes. Cutting it close, he realized it seemed he had no other options. Bring us into attack position. I'll tie pilots to their ships. Though not a siege-capable warship, the Gazanti did carry a small complement of TIE fighters, 2 bombers, and 2 of the standard models. They would need to be enough. We're launching TIEs, sir. The pilot asked. Yes, they will escort the bombers to the surface. Once there, they will carry out a precision bombing of the Cavolt estate. Nothing must be left standing. The co-pilot looked over his shoulder. Sir, our men are still down there. So they are. What is the ETA of our bombers reaching the estate? 7 minutes from launch, sir. So, they had a 3-minute window. It was not much, but he saw no other option. Cavolt's computer had records of all her shady deals. If the Jedi captured it, that loss could put the restoration in jeopardy. No, he couldn't allow that. He owed it to the rest of the Empire. He owed it to Story. The Empire they both believed in deserved to be restored. He would see that done. He watched as the planet drew closer in the viewport. As he considered his actions, he realized that there was some risk involved. The Master had said that he would handle the Jedi. By doing this, he was technically disobeying that order. Of course, the Master didn't know the Jedi would be here, and then there was the matter of the Cavolt woman's computer. It was better that it was destroyed than risk it falling into rebel hands. He would explain all this to both the governor and the Master the next time he spoke with them. He had a chance here, a chance to eliminate the Jedi once and for all. How could he not take it? He felt a slight jolt beneath his feet. A few moments later, the 4 TIEs streaked past the forward viewport on their way to the planet. Talk smiled. There they go, Story, he thought, imagining the smile on his late girlfriend's face. Offer you my love, and for vengeance. He almost laughed. Long live the Empire. I. There were 5 stormtroopers left. Webb ducked as blaster fire spattered against the wall near his face. The Stormies had fled up to the estate's second level and seemed intent on holding it. Some would think that a mistake, but the rebel agent knew better. The second floor of the structure had a small landing pad. The troopers didn't have to fight through them, not if they could bring their ship in. If they did that, they could fall back and escape. He was determined not to let that happen. 4. Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm here. What you want? Can you call the ship? The Imperials likely have theirs on the way. That ship might be bringing reinforcements, or simply a way out. Gotcha. Story replied, I'll call Chip, have him bring the ship in. He poked his head out, only to draw blaster fire once again. At his side, Justine returned fire. He didn't think she hit any of the troopers, but the blast did stop the fire aimed at him. Story stood in a doorway opposite him, sweating and breathing heavily. She had led the charge into the estate, but in doing so, she had been left-winded. He wasn't really sure how Jedi powers worked, but using them seemed to take a lot out of his childhood friend. Otherwise, they would likely have overwhelmed the stormtroopers by now. We need to do something, he realized. The longer they were here, the worse things would get. Eventually, the sounds of this little fight might draw the attention of the local authorities. Which side they would come in on, he couldn't say. Pershardia was not a part of the New Republic, yet they had made no claims of being loyal to the Empire either. In other words, they couldn't afford to get tangled up by the locals. If that wasn't bad enough, just a few feet away from him was enough explosive to blow them all into orbit. He glanced over at Gav. The Bothan was busy trying to defuse the demolition charges that the stormtroopers had brought. Webb just hoped the troopers had not brought a remote detonator, or worse, decided the battle was over, and chose to sacrifice themselves for the Empire. No, they were out of time. They needed to break this stalemate. He caught Story's eye. Can you get us up to the second floor? She looked at him, and then at the stairs. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and when she opened them, she smiled. She drew her saber again and ran for the stairway. The blaster fire lit up for a moment and then, boom! Story flew backward. She hit the wall behind them hard, crying out in pain. No, Webb thought, drawing his blaster. No. The stormtroopers stopped firing for a few moments, likely checking if they had killed Story with that grenade. It was enough. He leapt from cover and sprayed the top of the stairs with blaster fire. A blast caught one of the troopers in the throat, sending him staggering back. The second Stormy's shot grazed his shoulder, but before the trooper could compensate and fire a killing blow, Justine was there. 2 blasts hit the stormtrooper, one in the chest, the other in the faceplate. He fell without a sound. Story. Webb called out. In that moment, the mission didn't matter. If Story were dead, I'm fine. The girl staggered to her feet, bleeding from half a dozen cuts, her green eye blazing like a turbolaser turret. Rage flashed in her expression, and then she was gone. A blur shot by Webb and Justine. The hum of a lightsaber filled the room. Webb stumbled up the stairs, and even though he was looking right at the 3 remaining stormtroopers, even he could not say what happened. One moment 2 of them were trying to wrestle a heavy case through the doorway and out onto the landing pad. The next they were falling, their bodies cut in 2. The 3rd trooper, possible an officer, threw down his blaster and raised his hands. Before he could say anything, he vanished, thrown high into the air. Webb thought he heard the man cry out distantly, then nothing as he came down hard in the field. And like that, the battle was over. Story stood on the walkway of the landing pad. She was shaking and breathing hard, her eye wild, her face blank. Story. She heard his voice. Her head snapped around. The look on her face was something beyond rage. It was pure fury. She gripped her lightsaber, looking like she might lash out at any moment. Laser fire raked the sky. Both Story and Webb turned. They saw the troop ship emerge from the clouds, emerge and vanish back into the sky. The Dreamer came screaming overhead, his weapons firing. The ship didn't purse the Imperials. It performed a spin in midair and came to rest over the landing pad. The boarding ramp lowering. Mistress Story. Mistress Story. She blinked and shook her head. It looked like she had just woken from a bad dream. Tee-hee, she called out. What is it? We have to go, Mistress. Chip has detected TIE fighters and approaching. Webb cursed. They didn't have time to search the estate, no time to find Cavolt or download her computers. Despite defeating the stormtroopers, they had lost. To get 3, he shouted over the roar of the ship. We are leaving. Before she could go and fetch him, the Bothan appeared, pushing the large coffin-like crate the stormtroopers had been trying to move. What is that? Story called out. Not sure, Gav replied, but if the Stormies thought it worth having, it is worth taking. What about Cavolt? Justine called out. Was she even here? She was, Gav said with a frustrated snarl. She is laying in her bed on this floor. She is dead. The troopers killed her in her sleep. So much for taking her back to Coruscant, Webb thought. For the second time, Grunger seemed 2 steps ahead of them. He looked at the crate that Gav was pushing. Justine leapt in to help. It looked more like a coffin than a crate, but... His brow furrowed. Gav wasn't wrong. If the imps had wanted it, then it might just be worth something. 2 and 3 pushed it up the boarding ramp. Story started to follow, but stumbled. Webb was there in a moment, helping her to her feet, letting her lean on him as they hurried aboard the ship. Chip took them into the air a few moments later, but just in time. 4 TIE fighters screamed over the horizon, the bombers sweeping in low, while their escorts went high. The 2 TIEs fired on the Dreamer, raking at its shields. The Castor family ship began to juke back and forth. It went evasive, trying to avoid the fighters. Below, the bombers opened up on Susie of Cavol's home. The estate vanished in a flash of burning white light. The bombers passed overhead and turned back, ready to make a second pass. Above them, the Dreamer fled, the 2 TIEs hot on their tail. Story pushed away from Webb, leaning against the bulkhead of her ship. Chip, she shouted, engage aft turrets and start charging the countermeasures. In response, the ship bucked back and forth, plates near the engine ports open, as 2 automated turrets popped up and began to fire on the enemy ships. Webb staggered as the Dreamer was hit by a blaster bolt. Its shields held, but 2 more shots found their mark, making the lights flicker. At his side, Story shouted up towards the cockpit. Get us out of here, Chip. Now. The Dreamer surged forward. The rebel agents were almost thrown off their feet. The astromech beeped loudly. Mistress, Tee-hee said, Chip says there is an Imperial capital ship blocking our exit vector. She limped to the cockpit, with Webb close behind her. Again the ship shook beneath them. The 2 arrived on the bridge to see the Gazanti transport in the distance, the troop transport moving off its port side. Both ships moving into attack position. Aye. We have identified the enemy ship, sir. Saronian design. It looks like a modified light freighter, sir. Talk grinned. A light freighter, for the moment, soon to be ashes spread across this system. Open fire as soon as that ship comes into range. Have the TIEs fall back, but have them herd the enemy to us. Oh, and engage the battle cams. His Excellency will no doubt wish to see the end of our enemies. The Major watched as the ship drew closer. He could not help but feel a sense of accomplishment. On the screen to his left, the transport began to record the engagement. The Saronian light freighter continued its evasive movements. He frowned. He took a closer look. Why did that ship look so familiar? The ship drew in closer, its auto turrets blazing. One of the TIEs vanished as a laser took it in the solar panel. The remaining ship slipped back. Warning alarms sounded on the Gazanti. Incoming concussion missile. Reinforce the shields, we. The ship rocked beneath the Major's feet, forcing him to grab onto the pilot's chair in front of him. He blinked. What kind of freighter has a military-grade missile launcher? They hadn't hurt the Imperial ship, but they had managed to imbalance it, clearing a path beneath it. The remaining TIE was forced to disengage, it taking damage from a micrometeor cloud. Outside the viewport, the Saronian ship slid beneath the Gazanti's hull, moving too fast for the weapons to track it. The Major hissed. Bring us about, pursuit course. Turning now, sir. Even as they came about, Major Talk knew it wouldn't matter. They had been at the edge of the system, only just blocking the hyperspace vector for the system. Had they had more ships, they might have been able to lock it down. The troop transport that had come with them veered after the enemy, trying to force them off his vector with his laser cannons. Again, all for naught. The Ceronian reached the edge of the system. It seemed to stretch visually for a few seconds, and then the Major cursed. And then gone. The ship had escaped into hyperspace. Track that vector, he shouted. Locate any system along that escape trajectory. The crew responded, but even as they did, he realized it didn't matter. A smart rebel would bring them out of hyperspace early and make a course correction, throwing off any Imperial attempts at pursuit. Talk checked the scanners. Their remaining TIE fighter was damaged, coasting in to rejoin with the mother ship. The TIE bombers had completed their run. The estate had been destroyed, but the Jedi had gotten away. His Excellency would not be pleased. Still, the mission was a success. The Cavo woman had been silenced, and all trace of what she was up to had been destroyed. If the database the stormtroopers had discovered had been destroyed as well, then they could consider this matter closed. If it had not been, Bremen Talk frowned. The Master had told them not to concern themselves with the Jedi, yet she had turned up here, leading her companions against the Empire. She opposed the Restoration. He found himself thinking of that night. The night the rebels had kidnapped him and his girlfriend. They had thought the murder of the children of two Imperial elites would be a symbol or rallying cry to resist Imperial rule. The stormtroopers had made them pay that night. They had been too late to save Story. She. He felt his temper flare. He closed his eyes. The memory of her remained, even after a decade. The smell of her hair, the sound of her laugh, the way she shivered with pleasure as he touched her, the taste of her lips on his. What that rebel scum did, what we could have shared, what had happened in the years since. The many rebel victories, they had cheapened that small victory on Prakus, the death of the kidnappers. He couldn't let the rebels win. He wouldn't. He leaned back, adjusted his cap, and straightened his uniform. He took a deep breath, but didn't let the anger flow out with it. He saved it, stored. There would be a better time. Orders, sir. Collect our ties. Send word to the troop transport. We return to the Annihilator. He watched as they moved away from the planet. Behind them, the TIE bombers rose from the planet, moving into dock with their mother ship. As they executed the jump to hyperspace, Bremen Talk stewed in his own anger. He couldn't let those criminals win. The Empire was the light in a dark galaxy. The order and security it brought elevated any system it touched. It needed to be restored. For all the loyal citizens, and for Story. He nodded grimly. The Empire would be restored. He would see to it himself. He would not fail, not the Empire, and not Story. We can do this. We will win. Chapter 11, Story. I've missed the rain. Astoria Castir listened to the gentle pattering on the hull. It reminded her of her childhood back home. Prakus had been a world of administrators and business meetings, the planet having nothing to commit to heavy industry and production, meaning that their environment remained cleaner than it was on most core planets. A child could actually go outside during rainfall and open her mouth, not having to worry about what chemicals might be in the air. A luxury considering some of the worlds she had visited in the last decade. As a little girl, she would go out on rainy days during the summer months. The air had been warm as a fresh blanket, and the mist and raindrops felt so cool and relaxing. She would tilt her head to the gray sky and let the water fall. Her father always said that she should stop, that she would catch cold. Her mother was more open, letting the little girl enjoy one of the pillars of life. For Story, it had been different. She felt like the rain would wash everything away, that she would return cleansed, fresh for a new day. She frowned. She wished that she was outside right now, because, after the battle on Pershardia, she didn't feel cleansed or pure at all. In fact, she felt dirty. Did I truly enjoy what I did during that fight? She asked herself. If so, then what am I becoming? They had been forced to make an emergency landing. The Dreamer had been damaged during the fight. Several ship systems had been on the verge of failing as they had entered hyperspace. Chip thought it unwise to travel too long in such a condition. Fortunately, there had been a world not far off. A world included in the Navy computer. A planet that her mother and her master had found years ago. Still young by galactic standards, and only the most basic of life forms. The perfect place to sit down and make repairs. According to her mother's reports, this planet had not seen people on it until the Clone Wars. The Republic had used it for a staging ground, briefly, but had moved on as the fighting had shifted to the neighboring systems. When the Dreamer came out of hyperspace, Chip had detected nothing on his scanner, the remnant of the Republic outpost, now abandoned, but nothing else. According to the astromech, it was perfect. Far enough away that to escape any pursuit, but close enough that anyone who was after them would miss them. Most don't think of using hyperspace for quick jaunts. They had escaped on a core ward vector. An Imperial pursuer would think that they went deeper into the core, never imagining that they would stop so soon. So here they came to rest. The rebels were doing whatever it was they needed to be doing. Chip was now outside, tending to the damage inflicted during their brush with that Imperial ship and its ties. He was at her side, tending to her wounds. The grenade that Stormtrooper had used had left her a mess. She had managed to shield herself with the Force, but some of the shrapnel had gotten through. He was seeing to that now. The protocol droid did have some medical programming. He had seen to her injuries since she was a child, everything from skin knees to blaster bolts. Digging metal shards out of her leg was just the latest in a long line. As she lay on her side, her bloody clothes on the floor of the medical room, she found herself thinking back to the fight, to their encounter with the stormtroopers. Seeing those helmets being under fire from them, it had set something off inside her. For the briefest of moments, she had been a helpless 16-year-old again. She had been laying in that warehouse on Prakus, bleeding and in agony. The right side of her face shredded, her eye gone. The stormtrooper standing over her, receiving orders, and then he raised his blaster. She shivered. "Try to remain still, please," her droid said. "Sorry," she said, taking a deep breath and letting it out slowly. When the grenade had gone off, leaving her dazed, she had been that girl again. She had stumbled to her feet, seeing the fleeing troopers. Something in her had snapped. At 16, she couldn't do anything, couldn't protect herself. Couldn't hurt them for the pain they caused her. She wasn't that child anymore. And she was no longer afraid of them, in fact. They should have been afraid of her. The anger had been on in her like a fire. She had been more than angry. She had been enraged. She had been at her limit when she tried to shield the team and climb those stairs. The Force had all but left her, but in that moment, with her anger, her power had surged anew. Those stormtroopers hadn't stood a chance. The world had become a red haze. She barely remembered launching herself up those stairs, cutting down the troopers carrying that crate. She remembered the last clearly, though, him throwing down his weapon. He threw down his weapon, tried to surrender. After Prakus, she thought, after what you and your kind did to me. How dare you? No mercy. She remembered how good it felt to wrap him in the Force, to hear him gasp and choke in her grip. She had smiled when she had done it, wrapped him up and tossed him off the landing pad, tossed him in the sky, and to his death. In that moment, she had reveled in his suffering, wished that it had been Moff Grunger. Of course, with him, she would have taken her time. He would have suffered far more. Yet, when the others had come up to her, and the Dreamer came down, she had felt soiled, dirty. She frowned. Corrupted. The Force cannot be used in anger, my dear. Her mother's words echoed through her mind, but it wasn't her she saw when she closed her eyes. When she did, she could see Lady Tunnel standing there. It had been after their last training sessions. They had dueled, and she had beaten Story once again, and once again, the frustration and anger had come, prompting the older woman to end the duel. She lowered her silver blades and shaking her head, disappointed in her young charge yet again. She had only agreed to teach Story out of a favor to her mother, an old classmate and friend from the temple. Ahsoka Tano had seen what she was, and the Togruta had not been pleased. I have tried to help you, young one, but you refuse to channel your anger, to move past it. She had shaken her head tail swaying gently back and forth, the breeze moving her gray robes. You have the potential of your family, but that is not enough. You are reckless and far too easy to anger. I have seen what such feelings can do to a Force wielder, how it can twist potential into something dangerous. Lady Tano looked away from her. I will teach you nothing else. I would advise that you let go of the Force. Put your lightsaber aside and seek peace in a life without the Force. To continue on would risk setting a great evil loose upon the galaxy, and I cannot allow that. Forget about the Force, and forget your revenge. Please, I beg of you. Let what you have learned fade, and be the woman you should have been, one who knew nothing of the Force. It will be safer that way. Safer for who, Master? Story demanded. For everyone, child, Tano said, turning away, returning to her ship. Including you. Lady Tano had left her then. Story had watched her go, and inside, she had seethed. It was only through the power of the Force that she could get to Grunger, that he could face justice. By turning away from her, Ahsoka was saying she wasn't good enough, that she would never be good enough. The anger had risen in her then, and in that moment, whispers filled her mind. She is jealous of you. Jealous of your power. Do not be denied. Punish her for her weakness. Attack. Punish her. Story had heard those words as the world turned red around her. Yet, in spite of all that, and the power that she felt flowing dark and strong in her veins, she hesitated. She had studied the Force for less than 5 years at that point, taught by a former Padawan. Ahsoka Tano had fought in the Clone Wars, served as a commander, and led armies into war. She had trained with the masters of the Jedi Temple. Compared to that, Storycaster was nothing. She was wise enough to recognize that. Lady Tano looked at her one last time before leaving. She nodded to her, maybe sensing what was going on inside the one who wished to be her student, seeing that she had enough self-control not to do something stupid. She had left her then, and Story had been alone. After that, she had drifted aimlessly through a troubled galaxy. She had thought out others her mother had mentioned, but they turned her away one after another. So, she had trusted only in herself, seeking out what she could about the Force, and how to use it, not an easy thing when living in a galactic empire. She did her best to stay out of their way, and not draw the attention of the Inquisitorius. Then, came Endor. Then, everything had changed. Suddenly, she was not under threat anymore. Vader and the Emperor were dead, and the Empire was struggling to survive. Generals and admirals seemed more interested in fighting each other than keeping the galaxy safe. The Empire splintered again and again. Worlds seemed to rise up daily, and the rebellion, now the New Republic, grew stronger and stronger. Story took what was happening as a sign. At last, she was free to bring Moff Grunger to justice. At last, she would have her revenge. He no longer had a galactic government to hide behind. Finally, she could make him pay for all the years of running of her parents. She frowned, suppressing a shudder, not wishing to interrupt Teehee's work. When she heard of his arrest, she had had to go home. He would never be more vulnerable, she knew, and he owed her so much. It would have worked too. She could have. Hey, Teehee, we need your help. Gav is trying to. She looked up. Webb was standing in the entryway to the medical room, and she was laying on the medical bed, in nothing but a breastband and briefs. Webb, she squealed, reaching for something to cover up, and finding nothing. Get out of here. I. Webb looked away, blushing brightly. He had thought that Story was in her quarters resting. He hadn't known she was still. Sorry, he gasped, looking away, yet at the same time glancing up. Sorry. The droid looked up at him and held up his hand. Please don't go, Master Webb. I need your help. Story looked at her droid. What? Why? Because I need his help, he repeated. Webb paused. You do? Yes. The droid replied, I need you to come in here, please. This last piece of shrapnel isn't deeper than I thought. He glanced at the girl, still trying to cover herself up, and the droid who was motioning him forward. Okay, Webb said, still trying not to look at Story, and at the same time failing. What do you need me to do? I've treated the wound, dulled the pain receptors, but a bit of distraction would be helpful to make sure that Mistress Story doesn't move. I can't get it out, but she must remain still so that we don't risk further injury. Story looked up at her droid. Is that really necessary? He can't. I need you to keep still. The droid insisted. This will help. But she said, still trying to find something to cover herself up. Now, Mistress Story, the droid said, shaking his head. It is a little late for modesty, I think. Don't you remember your school trip to Silver Sand Beach? I do. What you wore that day, the swimsuit, the one your mother said was not appropriate. Master Webb was there, and I believe he saw more that day than he is right now. Webb looked down, his blush darkening, and a quick glance up at Story showed him that she was too. He still remembered that day. Story and her friends had all chosen provocative attire for that trip, all of them trying to outdo each other and draw the attention of the more attractive male students. The chaperones had all been droids, he included, so nothing had been said. An actual parent might have complained or tried to cover the girls up. Webb had just turned 15 at that time and had just come back from computer camp. When he had left, Story had still been the skinny girl he had been around for years. That day on the beach, well, he saw she wasn't that kid anymore. If he had had any doubt he was attracted to her, those doubts vanished in that moment. The swimsuit that the droid described could have fit easily in the palm of his hand and still had 2 fingers left over. Yeah, he did remember that day. More than once he had revisited that memory. Even now the memory made him feel a bit warm. Story's greatest hits. Please sit down, Master Webb, he said, motioning him over. Okay, he said, taking the chair near Story's head. She rolled her eye but did her best to remain still. So, Webb said, managing a nervous smile, what do we talk about? Before she could manage a retort, he cut her off. Anything, just talk. Keep her still for a few minutes. He looked down at her. She wasn't exactly glaring at him, but she did look annoyed. He also noticed something he had not seen before. When they spoke, she usually turned her head to the side, so he could not see her eye patch. Being this close, he could see the right side of her face had more than a few small marks. Not scars exactly, but marks left over, probably from back to patches, used to prevent scar tissue from forming. Again, she looked away, and again he said nothing. Well, this is starting out great, he thought. Finally, he threw caution to the wind. He said talk, so that is what he would do. I, should probably offer my thanks, he began. For what? She asked, shooting her droid another angry look. For saving us at the estate, and for Prakus too. If you hadn't been there, that street. Her face softened a bit. You're welcome, I guess, she replied. Just put me in front of Grunger, and I will call us even. He nodded, his brow furrowed slightly. He still had many questions. Why had her family left all those years ago? Why was she after Grunger? What had he done to warrant her being so insistent on getting him? He could have asked, but he had a feeling that question would not be answered. She had evaded it earlier, and he doubted she would be any more open now. He decided not to go down that road. There were other things he wanted to know. Have you ever met Luke Skywalker? She winced as the droid began his work. No, why do you ask? Most people say he is the last of the Jedi. Yet, here you are, using a lightsaber and other Jedi powers. No one really knows who trained Skywalker. I thought the person that trained him might have trained you. Story frowned. I don't know who trained Luke Skywalker. As I said, we never met. My training was... She winced again. Sorry, he said, adding more antiseptic spray, spray that would dull the nerve endings in her leg. She sighed. My mother started my training. She said I needed it. We were living on the run, and the Empire was at full strength. She wanted me to be able to survive. Being born with the Force, it was a death sentence under the Emperor. Webb nodded. So your mom was a Jedi. She was training to be one. She fought in the Clone Wars. She was a Padawan, a Jedi in training. Her master was a general in the Grand Army of the Republic. Is that how she met your dad? Yeah. Webb laughed. I bet that was an interesting courtship, a traitor and a Jedi in training. Dad wasn't a traitor back then. He was. She frowned. It is okay if you don't want to tell me. If it is sensitive. It's not a sensitive subject. It is just awkward. She sighed. Dad was. He was my grandfather's heir. Grandpa was the senator for the Jamin system in the Midrim. He served his people as a representative to the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Webb blinked. Your dad was a separatist. Grandpa was. Dad was only 13 when the Clone Wars began. It is not like he had a lot to say about the course of his world, hereditary heir to a Senate seat or not. That couldn't have been easy for him. It wasn't easy for me, not when I first heard this. Story shook her head. You remember what we learned in school, about the Clone Wars. Then when I joined the Flair, I heard even more, stories about the evils of the separatist movement and the treacherous Jedi. She laughed, staring up at the ceiling. You remember how I was at 16. I thought I knew everything about the galaxy and exactly how my life was going to go, and then, one day, boom. My parents had taken me on the run and were telling me that I was the daughter of a Jedi traitor and a separatist criminal. Webb shrugged. I'm guessing here, but it wasn't as simple as all that. No, it wasn't, she replied, shaking her head. That first year we were traveling, I was so angry at them. They had not told me any of this. To protect me, they said. It is why Dad chose not to get too involved in politics, even though the Moff and Grunger asked him to. My father's cover story was good, but if he openly started doing things for the Empire, they would have started looking closely at us, at our history. Things would have been discovered, and we would have been in trouble. Isn't that what happened? No, we were forced to flee for another reason. Bremen and I, we were kidnapped one night. The kidnappers claimed to be rebels and wanted to make a statement against the Empire. Publicly executing the child of an Imperial war hero and his girlfriend seemed like a great way to make statement. Webb frowned. Since they had met again, he had not thought about Bremen talk. The man had fled Prakus when the Moff had been arrested. For all Webb knew, he still served the Moff. He wasn't surprised to hear what had happened. Bremen talk was one of the most visible symbols of the Empire sinking its claws into the next generation. A kidnapping, though. He was surprised he had heard nothing about this. How many times had he looked on the holonet, combed the information sources of the Empire, looking for clues of what happened to the Kastir family? How had this been kept secret? I never heard anything about this, he said. I searched for you and your family. She smiled weakly. You wouldn't have heard anything. The Moff classified the whole affair. Our parents received a list of demands from the kidnappers, but I don't think they were ever interested in sending us home. I spent most of those 2 days tied up and blindfolded, but I could hear. The ones that took us, they were looking to impress some rebel, saw something. They were eager to harm us, just to prove themselves. What happened then? The people that took us weren't as careful as they thought. The Empire found us and sent stormtroopers in as a rescue team. Story pushed her hair back, showing her eye patch and the marks around it. As you can see, that didn't work out very well. So the stormtroopers saved you? No, she said with a hint of a smile. My mom did. She didn't trust the Moff, or Prakus security. She took up her lightsaber again when the troopers attacked the warehouse where I was being held. She swept in and freed me. I'm not sure how she managed to carry me out, but she did, and by the time I woke up, I was here on the Dreamer. He was patching me up, and that is when I learned about my family history and why we had to leave Prakus. Mom couldn't take the chance that anyone had seen her face when she saved me. Story lay her head down on the pillow and sighed. I also learned that the kidnapping had one major consequence: my latent force powers had been awakened. Even if my mother hadn't been following the stormtroopers, she would have found me. She sensed my presence, which meant that I needed to be trained. The Empire was not a safe place for an untrained force wielder. She feared I was too old to start the training, but she didn't think that she had any other option. Since that time, I've been living on the Dreamer. I've spent the last 10 years moving from place to place. Webb nodded. What about your folks? They are home, safe, she answered, looking down at the floor. When I finish this business with Grunger, I intend to join them. It is time. She sighed. I've seen enough of the galaxy. Promise to send me a message, Webb asked. Let me know when you get settled. It is farther away than you think. I'm not sure if, why not? I will if I can. He smiled at that. It was good to know she was willing to go that far, provided she was being honest with him. Are you almost done? Tee-hee, she asked. I'm done, mistress. I finished when you first started telling Master Webb about your grandfather. She glanced up at the droid, who now stood at attention at her side. She rolled her remaining eye. Droid, she murmured. You should probably rest here, mistress. Give the back to Patches time to heal up the wounds on your leg. I shall bring you a blanket if you wish. And I robe too, she said, looking down at herself. I'm a bit underdressed. Webb said, nothing, trying not to look down at her. Even with the bandages, she still had an amazing figure. You mentioned something about needing my help, Master Webb. The droid asked. Yeah, Gav has managed to find an interface on that crate we brought aboard, the one the stormtroopers were trying to take. He can't break through the code that it is using, though. I thought that maybe a protocol droid might be able to figure out a back way in. An interface. Story asked curiosity. You mean, like a computer interface? It certainly looks like one, though Gav thinks it might be something more specific. Given the amount of memory the thing possesses, it might be some kind of database. Story nodded, a hint of a smile come into her lips. A database, probably owned by that arms dealer. Something telling us about all her deals, and who she might have worked with. And where they might be hiding, Webb added. Story's eye lit up. She must have been in pain, but her excitement was clear. How long do you think it will take him to get it open? Hard to say. If we can't do it here, Republic Intelligence has a safe house on Borlius. Got a full slicer team there, and enough cracking equipment to break into almost any system. Story nodded, suddenly feeling rejuvenated. I will speak with Chip, see if he can rush the repairs. She started to rise, only to be stopped by her protocol droid. He shook his head. I will speak with my counterpart. It promised, right now, you need rest, mistress. A good soak in a back-to-tank would do you some good, but in the absence of that, a decent sleep will serve you far better than rushing around. It looked like she was going to argue, but finally she relented. Having grown up around the droid, she knew when it was pointless to debate its logic. She lay back down. Let me know when the repairs are done, or if Gav manages to slice into that database. I will let you know immediately, the droid promised. Come, Master Webb, let us take a look at that code. Webb smiled at Story. Have a good sleep, he said. I will come and get you if anything changes. She didn't answer. Her eye was already closed. The droid dimmed the lights, letting her rest. The two made their way down the ship's corridor, on their way to the main salon, where the Bothan was at work on the database. Webb waited until they were out of earshot. Tell me, he said, how is she doing? Really? She will recover from her injuries, Master Webb. They weren't all that serious. That isn't what I meant. He turned to the droid. I want to know how she is doing. It has been 10 years. She turns up wielding a lightsaber and wanting to execute my target. I would like to know why. The droid paused, his optics flashing blue, showing that his processor was considering his request. I'm not at liberty to say anything more, Master Webb. Despite everything else, I'm programmed to serve the Castir family, a program that I have faithfully obeyed for 3 generations. What about Gentle Castir and Femme Castir? Do they know what is going on with their daughter? The droid tilted his head, despite not having any physical features, like any other protocol model. That tiny moment suggested something. Guilt. It was impossible for a droid, or so everyone said it was. Webb was not so sure. Master Tai and Mistress Brianna were aware of their daughter's actions. They might not have always agreed, but they didn't oppose her either. Webb sighed. He recognized that it was unlikely that he would get anything out of droid that might go against his mistress' wishes. Still, he could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. The training he had gone through with Republic intelligence had not just been about weapons and computer training. He was taught to look at people, look closely at them, and recognize the truth from a lie. Story wasn't lying when she told him about what happened 10 years ago, but she wasn't being completely honest either. He recognized several tells. The daughter of his parents' friends was not being entirely honest. Some of the things they had talked about, she had not been completely truthful. He didn't think it was a threat to the mission, but he frowned. People lied all the time, for so many reasons. If his old classmate was lying, she didn't have any malicious intent. At least, he didn't think she did. If she was hiding something, it may be because what she was hiding was painful. What that was, he couldn't say. He looked at the droid again. Does Story ever contact her parents? She speaks with them at least once a month. I think she likes hearing their voices. It has not been easy for her, Master Webb. Do not believe that it has. The droid leaned in closer, a move that suggested more intimacy than a droid would normally show. It even lowered the volume of his voice, suggesting a whisper. My counterpart and I are programmed to serve Mistress Story and do what she asks. That being said, that does not mean that we have not seen things that have concerned us. Such as, he asked. She often spends much time in her quarters, or on the bridge, sitting in complete silence. She has chosen to avoid systems where she might have had to interact with other organics, and Chip and I have both observed her crying. She denies it when asked about it, but we have observed it. I have concluded that she has been lonely, sir. She does have you and Chip. Of course, but we are only droids, and poor substitutes for human company. The droid stood up straighter. If I may be so bold, it is good that you are here, Master Webb. You and your team. Mistress Story won't admit it, but I think she appreciates your presence as well. He smiled at that. I would not see her suffer, tee-hee. I know, Mater Webb, that is why I'm grateful you are here. Mistress Story seems to be functioning better in your presence. She appreciates your presence, and that of Mistress Justine as well. I hope this situation continues. She needs it, I believe. I will do what I can. Thank you, sir, the droid said, bowing slightly. Now let us take a look at that code you told me about. He shuffled forward, with Webb following close behind. He could hear the rain on the hull, the gentle patter of water against the ship. He remembered when Story was a girl, how she would stand out in the rain. Once or twice she had dragged him along when they were children. He had never understood the appeal, but because it was something she enjoyed, so he stayed. He would do much to keep her happy. He wondered if they might have a chance to do that again, maybe before they left this world, or the very least before she left. Before she went home to be with her family. The thought saddened him. Before their reunion, he had not thought to ever see her again, but now that they had a lead on Grunger. He wondered if he could convince her to stay on, after they caught up with the Imperial. He knew what it was like to be lonely. He had been lonely back on Prakus for a long time. It had defined his teenage years. His mission against the Empire had helped, but a mission wasn't a person. It wasn't her. A mission needed to be done, but it could be empty. He had not felt that emptiness much lately, and he knew why. Because she was back. Story, the girl who he had desired, but he knew would never be his. He had come to accept that long ago. For now, he put any thoughts of that aside. They had to find Grunger. That was the mission. He would do it for the Republic and for her. For Story, in the face of that, nothing else mattered. Maybe it never would. Chapter 12. The Imperial Way. Thank you for your report, pilot. You may return to your duties. The young man saluted the Moff, and with an acceptable military-style turn left the bridge. Brementalk, standing to the left of the governor, frowned in the man's wake. It was the only thing acceptable about the man's performance. They had returned to the Annihilator without incident. The assault transport, with the exception of the pilot and co-pilot, was empty. Every stormtrooper deployed to Prashardia had been lost. The mission had been successful, but the losses had cheapened their victory. Not to mention the loss of the Cavilled Woman's database, a database that was likely now in the hands of the rebellion. Moff Grunger, now sitting in the Admiral's chair aboard their Star Destroyer, glanced up at his aide. "You look troubled, my friend," he said in that cool, melodious voice of his. "You disagree with what you just heard." "It is not my place to agree or disagree, sir." "Perhaps, but you do have an opinion on the matter. Speak, please. I'm curious to hear it." Brementalk scowled. "The man is just lucky that Lord Vader isn't here. He may have done his duty, but—" The governor nodded and leaned back in his chair. "You may be right about that, my friend. Of course, when Darth Vader was alive, the Empire could afford to discard people for all kinds of mistakes. We both know that is no longer the case. No longer do we have access to an endless supply of troopers and crewers. If Vader had survived Endor, it is unlikely he would have been pleased with what the Empire has been forced to become, though perhaps that is for the best." "Sir," Bremen said, looking down at the older man. A hint of a smile came to the governor's lips. "Tell me, Major, did you know Lord Vader?" "Only by reputation, sir." "Did you ever meet him, speak with him?" "No, sir." "I did," the Moff said, his expression thoughtful. "You could not serve on the Emperor's personal staff without having at least brief contact with the man. To the average Imperial, the man was a colossus, the dream of the Empire given form. The Emperor's iron fist, and a symbol of our reign." Talk didn't respond. He got the feeling that His Excellency wasn't looking for a response, not yet. He had not made his point, but he would. Vader was most intimidating, Grunger agreed. Too many officers ended up on his bad side, and paid the price for it. Some of them likely deserved that fate, but many others didn't. It got so bad at one point that the Emperor himself had to intervene. He chastised Lord Vader for his wastefulness. "There is something you need to understand about the legend of Lord Vader, Major. The man had no real love of the Empire, and cared nothing for the new order that Palpatine established. He did serve loyally for over 20 years, Your Excellency. It was not loyalty that motivated Lord Vader. It was self-loathing and fear. The few times that I saw him interact with Palpatine, it was clear that he had no interest in service, only fulfilling his own appetites. He clung to his place desperately, because he knew that if the Emperor rejected him, not even his command of the Force would save him. Vader was harsh with his subordinates, because he recognized that they were the same as him, tools of the Emperor, and the man hated looking into a mirror. He knew that the Empire would never be his. He lacked the qualities necessary to rule, and even if he had those, Palpatine would have put him back in his place. The Emperor had the entire galaxy at his beck and call. Vader was no match for him, and even if he did manage to remove his master, he would not have enjoyed what came next. The admirals and Moffs would not have heeded him for long, and it would not surprise me in the least if the Emperor had a contingency plan in place to prevent Vader enjoying the throne. The Moff shook his head. No, Vader would never have been Emperor. He didn't inspire the loyalty that Palpatine did. The man was a blunt instrument, while the Emperor was an artist's tool. He sculpted our future. He and those who were truly loyal to him those early days of the Empire were heady indeed, Major. The Senate was cowed, and the Jedi that threatened true order were gone. I stood with brilliant men, Major. Isert, Tarkin, Krennic, they were the architects of the new order. We were going to craft a peace that would last for another 1,000 years, eclipsing anything the Republic had done. The Moff sighed. One by one, they were destroyed, by our enemies and their own hubris. The Empire now stands on the edge of a blade. Defeat and arrogance have squandered our advantages over the rebels. Their fleets and armies are almost our equals now, and in some sectors, our superiors. The Major shook his head. The governor painted a harsh picture, but he was right. The empire was crumbling. The governor continued. But we are not lost yet, my friend. What is happening now is why the restoration we seek is so needed. The empire needs new focus and a new direction, or rather, an old one. Sir, Bremen asked. The Moff steepled his hands before his face. I was younger than you when I first met the one you know as the Master, Major. Emperor Palpatine has sent me on a mission to retrieve an artifact he believed was hidden on a world that most had never even heard of. What Palpatine desired was not there, and even if it was not meant for him. It was there that I first encountered the one that would be my master, and I learned the truth. What truth, sir? That the future that Palpatine was creating was doomed to fail. I didn't want to believe it at the time. I was young and idealistic, but the last 2 decades have proven my master correct. Palpatine's faith in Vader, and in the rest of the Empire was misplaced. He built something that was flawed from the beginning, and with each passing year, those flaws became more and more evident. Tarkin's petty cruelties, not just in the shuttle incident on Gorman, but throughout the Outer Rim. The so-called Tarkin towns, the disappearances of dissidents. The man worshipped fear without understanding that if someone lives in fear too long, he becomes used to it and will do anything to destroy the source of that fear. Then Tarkin compounded his mistake with the Death Star, his destruction of Alderaan, which only gave the rebels a rallying cry. Had he succeeded at Yavin, we might have been able to hold off the threat, but with his death, and that of many of the Empire's top minds, everything began to fall apart. Systems rose up against us, and the Emperor responded by even more petty cruelties, but by then the rebels had the anger of the people on their side. What came next was inevitable, and with Palpatine's death, the entitled and unworthy he put into positions far above their station believed that they had a right to pursue the throne for themselves, and now, more than 2 years later, the Empire reels while a new republic rises. Systems lost, hundreds of Star Destroyers gone, and thousands of troopers squandered in pointless battles. It is disgraceful how far the Empire has fallen, Major, most disgraceful. Yes, sir. The Moff sighed. Long ago, my friend, there was a golden age that we can only dream of now. An age where the galaxy was held in a firm yet gentle grip. It was a galaxy ruled over by mortal beings with the power to be gods. Men and women who did things that we would see as miracles today. They reshaped life, bent the minds and wills of entire populations, and could rip out the heart of a star with a wave of their hands. Grunger smiled now, truly smiled. Vader dared to call himself a Lord of the Sith. The man knew nothing of the Sith, nothing. A true Sith would have ground him beneath their heel. Palpatine was no better. He had the chance to restore their glory, but he squandered that chance. He wasted valuable resources on petty cruelties that only inspired his enemies. He ignored the ambitions of those beneath him and ensured that they tore apart everything he built after he was gone. Bremen Talk said nothing. What could he say? He knew little of the Sith. He had heard the name, of course. Vader was said to be their Dark Lord. He couldn't say why some ancient Force cult fascinated the governor so much. As for what he said about the Emperor, well, that was something else. That was worrying. Talk had been raised to be loyal to Palpatine and the New Order. He served Moff Grunger because he said he would restore that order. Grunger looked up at him, saw the troubled look on his face. The Moff chuckled. You think that I speak treason, my young friend? What you have said, sir, it isn't wrong. The Empire is in dire straits. The warlords and your fellow Moffs have brought us close to defeat. I believe that restoring the New Order is the only way forward. And so do I, the Moff said. The Emperor's dream was the right one. He simply became distracted and trusted the wrong people to bring it into reality. Grunger looked out the viewport of their Star Destroyer, seeing the distant stars shining all around them. The restoration we seek will bring order to our troubled galaxy, Major. And trusting in the distant past, we will find our way into the future. The rebellion will be crushed, and the flickering light of the Jedi that the child Skywalker is trying to rekindle will be doused. Their backward ideals will be cast down, and this time, be blissfully forgotten. Is this why the Master is with us, Your Excellency? Is this what she showed you? Grunger nodded. The Master has her own reasons for aiding us. She asks little, and we have much to gain. However, before we can reach that point, we do need to deal with this mysterious Jedi and her friends. First Prakus, and then Prashardia. That is twice that she has interfered. We must make sure that there is no third time. I thought the Master told us to leave the Jedi to her. And we shall. But if the Jedi turns up again, we must be prepared. The privateer operation is about to get off the ground. We cannot afford any interruptions. To that end, we need to make plans. Do we have any idea how the Jedi learned about the existence of Susie of Kavolt? I don't see how she could have, Your Excellency. We were careful. Obviously, we were not careful enough, Major. We must find the weak link in our chain. I agree that it is unlikely that anyone aboard this ship was responsible for the Jedi's interference. So, what does that mean for us? What if the leak was not on our end, Major? What about the pirates we have been using? Remnant nodded. That made sense. It is unlikely that this Jedi could have learned about the fast blasts, but we did use them on Prakus. If she learned that the ship we used to free you was theirs. It is a reasonable assumption, my friend. Kavolt did pay the fast blast for that service. The Major nodded again, thinking. If that is true, they could learn about the other groups we have contacted. If that information is stored in the Kavolt woman's database, it could jeopardize Privateer. That is possible, the Moff agreed. We did take steps to cover our tracks, however. But of course, we used a holding company to handle the payments to the groups we are courting. Several of them, in fact. They could be traced back to us, but Kavolt only knew so much. She was trusted with only a few that we were using. We recognized from the beginning that she could not be trusted with everything. Which of the holding companies did we use to hire the fast blasts? I would have to check, sir, but if the Jedi and her friends find that information. Bremen paused, finally realizing what was going on. The Moff was watching him, a smile on his face. A test. The Major smiled. The Moff was testing him. The Jedi that they had encountered on Prakus was a threat, but sometimes a threat could become an opportunity. Remnant's smile widened. Go on, Major, the Moff prodded. Finish your thought. The Jedi could find the name of that holding company. She and her friends would need to seek it out if they wished to continue their pursuit of us. And if you, sir, which means we know where she will be, and can provide an appropriately welcome for her when she makes the journey. Bremen almost laughed. The best traps were those that the enemy walked into unprodded. I suppose that leaves us with only one question, Your Excellency. How do you trap a Jedi? And the answer is that it is not an easy challenge, my friend, the Moff agreed. Bremen considered. A legion of stormtrooper, or a squad of KX droids. The Moff said the Jedi destroyed the street they deployed on Prakus. Taking her would not be easy. I will seek out which holding company we used, sir. I will then contact our intelligence section, see if they can arrange a warm reception when the Jedi comes to investigate. And I will contact my master, Grunger said. She employs agents with skills that may prove useful in this endeavor. Those agents may prove more formidable than the team we deployed to Prashardia. Nodded. It seemed they had a plan, and would likely be able to stop the Jedi in her tracks. He found himself thinking about what the governor had said, about the Emperor and Lord Vader, and how the new order needed to evolve. The more he considered it, the more he realized that the Moff was correct. He still wasn't sure what this had to do with the Sith that His Excellency had mentioned. After all, one of the cornerstones of the Empire was that it didn't rely on people like the Jedi to enforce his will. Vader had been a useful symbol, his Inquisitors useful tools, but the Empire had been a structure built on the ideal that the will of the Emperor and men like him had been stronger. A galaxy that had endured the Clone Wars and the Jedi deception and had emerged stronger because of that survival. Cults like theirs were no longer needed. It was the will of the Empire that mattered. The arrival of new officers on the bridge interrupted his musing. The Annihilator was about to enter his night cycle. The day shift would be returning to their quarters to rest. The Moff rose from his chair. I believe that I will retire for the evening, Major, and I will speak with the intelligence section and have a report ready for you by morning. There is no need to hurry in this, the governor replied. Cavalt is dead. It will take time for the rebels to access her database, and even longer to locate what they are looking for. We have the time to proceed carefully and patiently. Get some rest, Major. You can contact intelligence in the morning. I will send a message to my master from my quarters, but it is unlikely that she will respond to my request until sometime tomorrow evening. Yes, sir, the Major responded. Again, the governor chuckled. You need to cultivate patience, my friend. Too many of the Empire's personnel are rushing around, not considering the cost of their actions. That is why this war has gone so badly these last few years. Brementalk nodded. The Moff was right, he supposed. He did want to hurry, to stop this Jedi before she did more damage. Story deserved her vengeance, but if he rushed, that vengeance may never come, and the galaxy would fall back into chaos. No, for her memory, he would wait. I will see you tomorrow then, sir. Until then, Major, good evening. The Moff left the bridge, his stormtrooper guards falling in step behind him. The Major stayed a moment longer, thinking. He found himself thinking about this Jedi. What had prompted her interference? Was it the Force? He had heard the Jedi had used this excuse often in the Republic days, used it to justify any of their interference. Or he frowned. Or was it something else? Something personal? He remembered that he had turned on the battle cams during the Jedi's escape from Pershardia. They had taken images of that ship. He would turn over that recording to the intel section tomorrow, with the request involving the holding company, of course. It was unlikely that anything would come of it. Surely the Jedi was not so foolish to use a ship in the Imperial registry, but who knew something might come of it? He nodded. Yes, efficiency and order. That is what the Empire had offered its people, and succeeded in doing so. He left the bridge feeling justified and excited. Once the Empire had ruled all, and soon it would again. Chapter 13. Hard Drive. The planet Borlius had become known throughout the New Republic as a core world and one known as a temperate and beautiful planet. Resorts and beaches dotted its surface. It had once been the personal seat of General Evir Daracote, an Imperial war hero and a former commander of the Imperial 181 Fighter Corps. It was also the beachhead from which the Rebel Alliance launched its successful campaign to liberate Coruscant. Taking this world had been the final step in the truth birth of the New Republic, not only securing the galactic capital, but finally smashing the imperial bureaucracy that had propped up the failing empire these last few years. Losing Coruscant had caused the empire to fracture even more, dividing his military strength even further, weakening its fading grip on the galaxy. It was also the site of the New Republic Slicer team that was even now trying to open Susie of Caval's database. Built into an old Imperial bunker on the planet's Plains region, the team had gotten to work as soon as they arrived, the 12 being squad curious about just what it was that their fellows had found. The full team, plus Gav and Webb, were at work on the main floor of the safe house, cables and wires snaking in and out of the coffin-like computer while the rebel slicers attacked it from 6 computer terminals. Story and Justine watched the action from above, on a walkway that in the days of the Empire would have allowed stormtroopers or officers to keep an eye on whatever it was going on below without disturbing whatever work was going on. Story frowned as she watched. They had been here almost 3 weeks now. A month had passed since their arrival, and so far, nothing. She was starting to wonder if they ever would get the computer open. It was starting to seem like a lost cause. Webb and Gav were currently among the team working on the device, filling in for 2 of the technicians who had been relieved to get some rest. Story was amazed how dedicated these people were, not to mention how diverse the group was. Your Imperial is showing again, she thought to herself, feeling a bit ashamed. During her time in the future leaders of the Empire, they had often been told about human superiority and how the lesser races could never do what they did. Her years traveling had taught her to reevaluate that way of thinking. There were many alien species capable of doing things that a human couldn't do. To open my eyes, she thought, I only had to lose one. A fair trade, she supposed, and a reminder. Anytime she thought fondly on the girl she had been, all she had to do was look in the mirror. How superior did she feel then? Car. Attack Data Cluster 3. ZRSST. Open Firewall 362. Melon. Access Data Port 4112. These commands were shouted from the lead slicer, an Anslin code breaker named Moff Aite. Story had not known what to make of him when they had first met. The creature was the size of the dolls she had played with as a child. He used an old MediaCam droid to get around quickly, flying this way and that. The droid had been modified by a platform and railing so that the little creature could direct his team like a general on the battlefield. He zipped around from station to station, shouting this order or that. According to Webb, Cape had been one of his instructors when he had first joined the rebellion. He had run the data section at the training camp where both Webb and Gav had been trained. The Anslin had not been happy to see his two former students. They had apparently annoyed him during their training, but he had thrown himself into the work when showed the mysterious Kuwaiti database. The 11 other members of the team were 6 humans, 4 male, 2 female, a Celestin, a skull-like given, and an insectoid that Story didn't recognize. That is a Verpine, Justine had informed her. They are known for their prowess with technology and computers. Story had nodded. That made sense. According to Webb, everyone in this safe house was top of their game. If they could not access the database, no one could. After almost a month, she was starting to fear that they would not be able to. She had spoken to Webb about this after the first week. He admitted this was more difficult than he had expected. The computer programs that protected the database were like nothing he had seen before. Every time they seemed to making progress, the computer security protocol would kick in, codes would be changed, and new firewalls would manifest as if by magic. It is like it is fighting us, Webb had confessed, his brow furrowed. It is like. Like what? Story asked. It is like we are not dealing with a computer at all. It is almost like we are trying to deal with a living creature, a body that sees our intrusion as a disease and automatically takes steps to cure whatever viruses we introduce. Story nodded. She understood that at least. Her own computer training was basic. She had done some basic programming courses in school, but had never gone as far as Webb had. And that isn't normal. No, he admitted. Most computer systems are logical, even the heavily encrypted ones. What we are seeing here, it is almost self-evolving. I might expect to find something like this in a military product, but not some arms dealer's private comp. Again, she nodded. He had noticed something similar during Gav and Webb's failed attempts back on the Dreamer. It was as if the computer was fighting their access. What that meant had confused Webb and his Bothanelli. It was for that reason that they had brought the device to Borlius. So far, the team here was having as much luck as her old classmate and his Bothanelli. She sighed, trying to restrain her frustration. Even now, Grunger was out there, laughing at them, doing who knew what. She remembered when she heard about Abradero City and his arrest. She knew she had to return home. Over 1 million people had died when Grunger had ordered the bombing of Abradero. Most of them innocent civilians. It had been for that reason that she had finally given up her sense of caution. That, and the fact she had nothing left to lose. It was no longer about her. Grunger had hurt too many people, and he wasn't going to be punished for it. No, he deserved her blade, and she wanted release. She could get both with a single act. Hey, Story? She looked up at Justine. Yeah. Want to go for a run? Story smiled. Justine, or Tina as she had come to think of her, had been the one solace she had while they waited for Webb and the rest of his techies to crack open the database. They took morning runs around the facility, and the former stormtrooper had also showed her some interesting restraint holds that she had been taught during her days on Karita. Story returned the favor by showing her new friend some of the arm locks that her mother and Lady Tano had shown her. While Webb had been busy, Tina had stuck close to her, and she close to Tina. The technicians here didn't seem to know what to make of them. Tina, a former stormtrooper, and Story, a former Flat-turned-Jedi trainee. The people here, even the two women, avoided them. Either they were intimidated or simply looked down on them because they weren't techies like them. As a result, the two women had found themselves becoming fast friends. Story had welcomed the company. She could only meditate and work on her saber techniques for so long. Plus, it was nice to have another woman to talk to. Considering she had always had a crush of friends around, being alone these last few years had been hard. She had not realized how hard until she had finally been forced to be around people again. Story took one last look at the slicers working below. One of the off-duty ones, a young woman with dark skin and hair, came in with cups of caf for those working. She stopped at Webb, said something to him, and he said something back. She giggled and touched his arm as she handed him his mug. Story's eye narrowed. What was that about? She watched the girl. She didn't do that with any of the other techs, not the human ones. Why had she looked at him like that? Girls didn't look at Webb like that. A flash of possessiveness reared up inside her. Didn't the girl know who he was? Didn't she? Story shook her head. What? What was that? She frowned. What did it matter if some girl touched Webb's arm? It didn't. Why did she care if he smiled at the girl, and she that had been pleased with his attention? Why did it matter? Why did she even care? She took a deep breath and focused as Lady Tano showed her. She rose above her emotions, looked at them with a cool clinical eye, or at least tried to. Was she concerned? Was she jealous because Webb had looked at the girl, flirted with her? That made no sense. She nodded. I just don't want him to be distracted. We have a common interest. He is going to help me find Grunger. He has no time for some random dalliance. They had a job. He needed to stick to it. Story. Huh. Tina was smiling at her. Shall we go on our run? She nodded again. Yeah, sure. The two began to leave, head back to the Dreamer to change. That is when they heard the Ansling Code Master cry out. IHA. The little alien spun his flight platform in an excited twirl. Droid mind. IOI. They had been going through their 8th slicing protocol when Gav had sent Webb a request for one of the slicing programs they had developed together. He had sent it, wondering what his friend was up to. He had already tried it on 7 of the security protocols they had found, and it had had no effect. Gav laughed, drawing all their attention. I think I got it. The Bothan smiled. A sharp-toothy predator's grin. Head programmer Keep floated over to him. Melon. Report. Gav showed the little creature his screen, before entering a command showing the other 5 terminals what he had found. Webb looked at it, and for one of the few times had to acknowledge that his friend was sometimes superior when it came to their chosen field. IHA. The head programmer exclaimed, spinning his flight platform victoriously. Droid mind. Webb nodded. Yes, he thought. That would explain everything. He looked at his fellow slicers. They were all nodding their agreement. What is it? Story called down from the walkway. What did you find? He looked up at her. We wondered why we weren't getting anywhere. Why the program kept adapting and changing, blocking our progress like a living body blocks a virus. We were attacking the database like we would any computer system, Gav added. But it isn't a computer system, not a standard one. The Bothan grinned proudly. The database isn't a computer. It is a droid. An extremely advanced droid. One that is able to counter our attempts to reprogram and access its systems. That makes sense, the given tech hissed, but that doesn't explain the resistance, only why our attempts have been resisted. What kind of droid could be that advanced? A gray-haired tech across from Gav asked. I did some work on reprogramming an Imperial KX droid back on Yavin. It didn't have this kind of security, and that was the best I saw up to that point anyway. The man's announcement made the group pause. KX units were some of the most lethal crowd-control droids the Empire had at its disposal. There were rumors that they had something worse on the drawing board, but none of the people here had ever encountered it. So this crate is just some advanced recharging station, another tech added. We have wasted so much time trying to access its systems, all the while giving the droid inside to counter what we were doing. Now we know. The Anzelin proclaimed Melon. Target droid's operating system. Already there, Codemaster, the Bothan said, typing rapidly. Webb rose from his station and stood behind his friend. The others quickly joined him. Got you, you slippery little cat hound, the Bothan exclaimed. I think I can slip an insert into the droid's programming, get it to acknowledge me as the primary user. That won't trip its security protocols. Why would it? I'm just adding myself as the droid's master. It is not like Susie of Cavold is going to countermand my order. She is dealing with a slight case of death, if you remember. Webb grunted in acknowledgement. It made sense, but still. He frowned. They had no idea what was in this crate. This thing's mind and security protocols were more advanced than the KX droids the Empire used. What did that mean? If this was some type of Imperial model, every slicer in the Republic had heard references to something called Project Dark Trooper. Some said it was just a new suit of armor for Imperial soldiers, but another rumor was that it was an advanced battle droid. What if that is what was in this crate? Could Cavo get in to serve as a bodyguard? If so, if it went online and didn't see his master, would it attack? Would Gav's program work? He couldn't say for sure. We should get some security people here, just in case. Yes, Chief Keep said, security to main chamber. Before they could arrive, Story leapt down from the walkway, using the Force to slow her descent. Webb watched her float down. He shook his head. The fact that she could do things like that. No, he reminded himself. Now was not the time. She looked at the surprise text. I'll help too, if no one minds. None of them said anything. Story drew her lightsaber, but didn't ignite it. 4 new Republic soldiers entered the chamber, armed with heavy rifles. Justine joined them a few moments later, having snatched an ionic cannon from the base's armory. Everyone looked at her. If it is a droid, and it tries to attack, this will shut it down, she said matter-of-factly. Let us not try to fry its systems until we have a chance to access them, Webb warned. The former stormtrooper shrugged. There was that, she supposed. Kipe looked down at Gav. The Bothans focused entirely on the screen. Introduce exploit. Security standby. Here goes nothing, the Bothan said, typing at the keys on his terminal. The crate responded almost immediately. The lights on the side flashed as data scrolled across Gav's screen. The Bothan and other techs all watched from over his shoulder. The lights around them flickered as if the crate was drawing power into itself, and the droid inside. Security all aimed their weapons. Justine and Story stood side by side, cannon and lightsaber at the ready. The readouts on the coffin-like box flashed, and the top hissed, releasing a spray of steam. As they watched, the crate opened its lid opening in the center, popping up and swinging down on hinges. Everyone in the safe house held their breaths. A strange white light shined from out of the box. Okay, Webb thought, standing and drawing his sidearm. Here we go. I. Story dropped into a fighting stance, her saber at the ready. She tried to reach out with the Force, sense what might be about to emerge. They all heard a sound. Weapons focused on the sound. It sounded like a yawn. What? Droids didn't yawn. They all watched his fingers emerge from the mist, curling around the edges of the box, and then. Story's eye widened. Oh. She grinned. Oh my. I don't think that is a droid. He rose out of the mist-filled crate and stood to full height. A human male if she had ever seen one. Probably the most perfectly gorgeous human man she had ever seen. Standing over 6'4", maybe 6'5" in height. He looked to be in his mid to late 20s. Broad-shouldered with muscular arms, a flat belly, and powerfully built legs. Shoulder-length silver-gold hair flowed like water around his head. His face clean-shaven with a strong jaw and cute rounded nose. His eyes were a dark blue, almost purple. Story's breath caught, her throat had gone dry, and a glance over at Tina showed she was also affected, blushing slightly. Story looked down. Oh my. The man wore nothing, and, well, oh, yeah, that. She looked away, or tried to anyway. The man blinked and rubbed at his eyes. He looked around at the weapons pointed at him, and seemed unaffected. He then saw Gav sitting at his terminal looking confused. The man smiled, the most perfect smile in this galaxy, or any other. Master Gav, he said, his voice and accent rich Coruscanti, and as soft as velvet covering a metal gauntlet. The kind of voice that would make most human women's knees go weak. I am Mane, he exclaimed, and I await your command and your pleasure. What is your desire? Story swallowed hard. If he had said that to her. What could she say? What could any woman say? She giggled. Gav looked at her, scowling slightly, which just made her giggle more. Oh my. Chapter 14, Mane. He sat on the operating table, a towel wrapped around his waist, with med scanner leads attached to his chest and forehead. He stood still, occasionally looking at the people in the room, but saying nothing. It was as if he didn't have a care in the world. Webb tried not to scowl. Of all of the things to come out of that crate, he would never have expected this. He and his team were alone in medical with the being that called itself Mane. It had been several hours since they managed to open the data bank, or rather the recharge cradle that the man, or whatever it was, had been inside. Webb had requested several items from the main base, among them a bioscanner. Despite what he looked like, it was safe to say that what they had found was more than it looked. Webb checked the readouts again. What he was seeing, these readings, they didn't make sense. Story and Justine were at the door, making sure they were not interrupted. Normally the two would have served as the perfect guards. Story with her Jedi stuff, and Justine with her history as a stormtrooper. He glanced up, the girls were blushing, and looked away every time Mane glanced up at them, glanced up, and offered that smile of his. Webb rolled his eyes. He was starting to doubt the wisdom of bringing the thing here. And it wasn't just the women on his team, the half-dozen others that served on the base seemed drawn to the man. The way he spoke, the way he looked at them, every word that came out of his mouth seemed to be a form of flirtation. Webb had needed to engage the privacy screen around the med bay, much to the disappointment of the women and at least one of the men as well. I will answer whatever question you have, Agent Carr, Mane said with a gentle nod, as long as Master Gav thinks it is appropriate. We will get to that in a moment, Webb promised him. First, we need to check out a few things. We will be with you in a moment. Again, Mane nodded. As you wish. Webb looked over at his Bothan teammate. Since bringing Mane back online, he had been focused on the code that had been used in the cradle, a code that had awakened their new guest. His datapad pinged as it received new information. The Bothan's fur rippled as he noticed something. He looked over at his teammate and leader. The bioscanner is working, and we have received its initial report. Hey, what do you make of this, bud? Gav. See for yourself, the Bothan said, sending the info he had received to his friend's datapad. Webb looked at it, his brow furrowed. What in the? The med scanner had indeed completed its first scan of their guest. Its system was programmed to identify 6,000 different life forms throughout the known galaxy. It was also set to recognize droids if it encountered one. Yet, even with all that knowledge, it could not tell them what Mane was. In short, it was confused, which made little sense at all. Webb. Yeah, Story? Is he okay? Depends on the definition of okay. Oh. He spared a glance at his childhood friend. Since they had met, she had played the role of the tough-as-nails fighter with the powers of the Jedi of old. One look at Mane, and she had turned into the flirty, giggly girl he had known in school. He couldn't say he approved of the change, and it wasn't just Story. Justine wasn't any better. She had said little since first seeing Mane, yet her eyes rarely left him, his body at least. Their guest looked up at the two women. You need not be concerned, Mane said. I'm functioning within normal parameters, Miss. Story. Monet tilted his head and smiled. Story, such a lovely name, and what a grand tale you must be. Her blush darkened. Oh, thank you. She only just stifled another giggle. Monet nodded in response, likely enjoying the effect he was having on her. Webb rolled his eyes. Really, he thought. Seriously. That had to be one of the cheesiest lines he had ever heard, and Story was eating it up. Gav leaned in so that only his friend could hear. I can't believe she was flattered by that. That has to be one of the worst pickup lines I've ever heard. Webb nodded, trying to keep his eyes focused on his pad. If I tried saying something like that to a Bothan female, Gav added, she would have simply rolled her eyes and walked away. Webb couldn't help but agree. If he tried talking like that to Story back in school, she would not have been amused. Of course, if he had looked like Monet, he likely could have insulted her, and still she would have been intrigued. Webb felt another surge of dislike. It was irrational, but he couldn't deny it. His frown deepened. He was not the type to judge people on their looks. Having grown up the way he had, he knew the foolishness of that. Yet, he could not help it. He pushed some very old buttons in Webb. Old teenage insecurities rose up in him unbidden. He felt like he was back in school again. The zone ball jocks, and the pretty girls on their arms whispering and giggling at him behind his back. The heavy-set kid who spent so much time with his eyes glued to a computer screen. The fact that Story had been among them and was seemingly returning to that old attitude now refilled that cup of resentment. When he had left Prakus for the first time, attended the training camp, he had tried to put that lonely boy aside and become the man he wanted to be. He had worked hard, not only in perfecting his technical skills, but his physical ones as well. He had dropped the weight and kept it off. He was stronger and healthier now than he had been back then. If he looked the way he did now back then, he might have been friends with those zone ball goofs and the pretty little decorations giggling on their arms. Story might have looked at him then. Maybe she wouldn't have ended up with that goon Bremen talk. Maybe things might have. He shook his head. Knock it off, he chided himself. Do your damn job. He returned to the information on the datapad. What was he even seeing? According to the scanner, Monet wasn't human. His heart pumped. He breathed, but the scanner was saying that it couldn't identify what his organs and musculature was made of. Whatever it was not human tissue. His blood was not blood, not in the traditional sense. It contained elements that it shouldn't, one or two that the scanner could not recognize. He looked to be in his mid-20s, early 30s, at the latest, but the scanner insisted that his skin was only 12 years old, and if that wasn't enough, his body temperature was 10% lower than human norms. He shouldn't be flirting and smiling at the girls. The guy should be stone dead on the examining table. Webb shook his head. None of these readings made sense, but at the same time, some of this sounded familiar. Webb's memory was one of his best weapons, and his rebel instructors had helped him sharpen it. He had heard tales of a rebel operative code named Targeter. It was said that Targeter had a perfect memory and could draw maps of an Imperial facility simply by seeing it once. His memory wasn't that good, but he retained a lot of facts and data. His instructors had taught him to use mnemonic cues to bring those memories to the surface. He was using those techniques now. This did seem familiar. He went back through his memories, thinking about the reports he had read from High Command over the years. Reports that had become easier to access since Endor, and the Empire had started to lose its grip. He had had access to everything from battle reports to testimonies by rebel agents. In his line of work, as a truth specialist, those had been the most important. Those testimonies were great stuff for his pirate broadcasts, getting the truth out to his people. Through that information, they had offered the people of Prakus more than just Imperial propaganda. Like Mon Mothma's announcement of the deaths of Emperor Palpatine and Darth Vader, or Leia Organa's testimony against Moff Tarkin. They were. Webb's eyes widened. That was it. Leia Organa. He almost leapt up. He remembered. He knew what Monet was. He rose from his chair and walked up to the man. Yes, Agent Carr, their guest asked. You're not alone in the galaxy, are you? There are others out there. One of them is a woman. There were 4 of us originally, Monet confirmed, 2 male, 2 female. If the others still function, I have no idea. Gav looked at him. You know what this guy is? Webb nodded. Our station received a report a few years ago, warning rebel agents of possible Black Sun reprisal against us. Black Sun. Story said, the crime syndicate. Webb nodded. Yeah, their leader kidnapped Leia Organa, and was later killed when Luke Skywalker and his allies went to rescue her. He looked into Maine's dark blue eyes. The man-thing still seemed unconcerned. According to the princess and General Calrissian, Black Sun's leader had a human woman with him, a blonde, pretty, by all accounts, but not a woman at all. Not really. She was an enhanced droid, a droid designed to look and function like a normal human. According to the princess, she could pass perfectly for a human, except for the age of her skin, and her body temperature was far below norms, like our friend here. Maine's brow furrowed in thought. A woman, you say? It is possible that it was my sister Yuri. She had blonde hair during our training. Of course, our masters and mistresses are entitled to have us change our appearances, so it may not have been her. Webb nodded. So our initial scans of you were correct. You are a droid. The correct term for one such as I is human replica droid, or HRD, Monet answered. That is what our creators called us. Gav looked up at that, his expression surprised. So it is true, he said. You are really an HRD. Webb looked up at his friend. You've heard the term before. The Bothan nodded. My father was a bit of a Clone Wars historian, both the official and unofficial versions. The Separatist movement was working on HRD technology during the final year of the war, but they never managed to perfect it. The standard droid CPU couldn't handle the data overload that came with having a body so close to being organic. The system overloaded, and the droid literally melted down after only a few moments of coming online. Webb considered that. Why would the Separatists have wanted a droid that looked human? Why wouldn't they? Infiltration, sabotage, assassination, take your pick. Imagine if they had perfected the tech. They could have started replacing key Republic officials and personnel with droid imposters. Hell, they could have replaced Palpatine. He never would have crowned himself emperor, and the Republic would have accepted the existence of the Psys, and the Psys would have won the war without firing another shot, Webb said. Yeah, you got it now. Yeah, a droid that could mimic a human almost perfectly. There were many uses for such a machine, and not just militarily. Who wouldn't want their own programmable version of the perfect man or woman? How many people in the galaxy would want their own Wenceslas Starflare, or half a dozen other famous actresses, models, or anyone else that caught their fancy? He looked at Monet. I think that I can guess your primary function, but let's hear it anyway. I was created to serve Mistress Susie of Cavolt. My primary function is companionship and pleasure, the droid answered. I am programmed in multiple techniques and more than capable of physically satisfying any member of 12 different humanoid species. Gav gave him that toothy grin. So you are a love bot. Monet wrinkled his nose. That is a gross oversimplification, master. I am far more than one of those plasticine dolls you find in a red light district pillow house, no matter how high-end it may be. Sorry, the Bothan said. I didn't mean to insult you. I cannot be insulted, but I have been programmed to take pride in my work, and in what I can do, and not to sound arrogant, but no one I have serviced has left dissatisfied. Mistress Susie paid 5 million credits for me, and she said I was worth every single one. Webb whistled at that. 5 million. Damn. Maybe everyone wasn't going to be purchasing their own HRD, not at that price. The man droid looked at Webb. Agent Carr, if I may ask, where is Mistress Susie? I have never been awakened before by someone other than her. Webb frowned. This was not going to be pleasant. Susie of Cavolt has been terminated, Monet. The droid winced. Terminated. How, why? She was killed by an Imperial hit team. Gav informed him her estate on Pershardia was bombed from the air. Her body destroyed in the resulting explosion. The Bothan brought up footage they had recorded over the holonet, the local fire crews trying to douse the flames of the destroyed estate, that in the news report about Susie of Caval's death. The droid said nothing as it stared at the screen, its eyes revealing nothing. Webb watched the droid closely. He knew nothing about HRDs, how their mental processors worked. How would one deal with the elimination of his master? Some droids had been known to shut down after the one they had been designed for was no more. Monet looked down at the floor. He shook his head. Mistress Susie, she is gone. Justine and Story approached him. You feel bad about her death. Do you mourn her passing? Story asked him. He looked up at her. I cannot grieve, not as a human would, but that doesn't mean that I have no words. The droid shook his head. You must understand. Mistress Susie, she was not just my master. I was created to her specifications. I was literally made for her. If she is gone, if my services are no longer needed, what am I then? What is my purpose if my mistress is no longer here? Gav looked up at him, showing him that toothy Bothan grin. You are not completely without a master, you know. Yes, Master Gav, Monet responded, though I doubt you will have the same needs as Mistress Susie. True enough, the Bothan responded, but we do have need of you, Monet. There are questions that need answering. The data we downloaded from your cradle suggests that Susie of Caval used you for more than just your body. We found evidence that she was using you as a data storage of sorts. Is that true? That is accurate, Agent Carr, Monet said. My late mistress didn't trust traditional computer systems. They could be sliced or stolen. That is something that could not happen to me, or so she always believed. Webb frowned slightly. Did the droid realize he had been sliced by Gav? It was possible. Was it angry that they had done so? Was it even capable of that? What do you mean that your mistress didn't believe you could be stolen? Story asked. In response, Monet reached over and touched the edge of the medical bed. He seized it, and with the ease of turning the page in a book, bent the edge up with a single hand and without the merest trace of exertion. Damn, Gav hissed. These tables were designed to hold a Wookiee during surgery, even if it had not been sedated. How strong was this droid? Monet bent the edge back, though it was no longer completely straight. He smiled at Story. As you can see, I'm not so easily restrained, unless I wish to be. Webb frowned. That last part of what he had said set both women blushing again. Could the droid not talk without flirting? We need to know about your late master's business dealings. Webb informed him, especially those dealing with Aite Grunger. He is a former Imperial governor. And likely the one who had Susie of Caval murdered, Gav added. I cannot access those files without my master's permission. He looked at the Bothan. Do I have your permission, master? Go ahead, spill. Maine's brow furrowed. Spill. Spill what, master? There are no liquids in this room. Webb almost smiled at that. The literal nature of the droid mind. The Bothan chuckled. It means you have my permission. You may speak freely. Monet looked at Webb. One moment, accessing private files. His eyes moved rapidly back and forth. The droid frowned. I'm sorry. I have no records relating to an Imperial governor or under the name of Aite Grunger. Webb pursed his lips. That couldn't be. Let us try something else, Story said. Monet. 2 months ago, your mistress paid for a ship to be dispatched to the planet Prakus. The ship was owned by a pirate group called the Fast Blast. Do you have any record of that deal? Checking now. Webb hated to admit it, but it would have taken him a bit to think about that route. He would have had the droid mine his memory for any mention of Grunger. Story, being the daughter of a merchant, had known there was another way to reach that destination. She had followed the credits. It was the smart way to go. The droid's eyes moved rapidly again. When he looked at her, he smiled. Data found, Story, my mistress did act as a middle being in a deal with the Fast Bliss Independent Trading Company. The client was a private business interest on Seaton 3. The company involved was Advanced Energy Systems. Do you have any additional information about Advanced Energy Systems? Webb asked. Based on Seaton 3, as stated earlier, They are known as a major producer of power cells from Class 2 through Class 5. If memory serves, Webb, a Class 5 cell is what is used in a ship's power systems, Gav said, a big one. How big? He asked. Capital Class ship. Webb nodded. Cells for Star Destroyers and the like. Who owns this company? It and several smaller companies come up in my files. Maine answered. AES is part of a joint consortium of private businesses. The chief officer in charge of them all is AG Executor, according to my records. Webb shook his head. Executor? As in, governor. It wasn't hard to guess what the AG stood for either. So Grunger owned a power company, at least on paper. It could be a legitimate business, or it could also be a front, a means of moving Imperial hardware undetected. Star Destroyer parts could be adapted to smaller capital ships if Grunger was looking to build a financial basis for whatever it was he was planning. And yes, Webb believed he was planning something. He had not eliminated Susie of Cavold for his own amusement. Gav looked at Friend and smiled that predatory grin. Looks like we are going on a field trip to Satan 3. Looks like, Webb agreed. It was unlikely they would find Grunger there, but if he owned the company there would be records that could lead back to where the credits from their sales were going, and those records would lead to the next location. And who knew, maybe that is where they would find their runaway Moff. Thank you, Maine, he said. We are in your debt. The droid smiled. I exist to serve. It was then that his expression turned serious. What is to become of me now, Agent Carr? We should probably send you back to headquarters on Coruscant for a more formal debrief, and then to a Republic Research Center. The examination of your systems might serve the Republic greatly. If it is all the same to you, I would like to come with you. Master Gav is my master, after all. It is my purpose to serve him in any way that he sees fit. I don't have much use for a pleasure bot, Monet, the Bothan informed him. I'm far more than my core program, Master. In extreme circumstances, I was called upon to serve as Mistress Susie's bodyguard. I have been trained and programmed in several martial arts disciplines. I'm more than capable of defending your person and those of your allies. Webb thought about that. The droid's strength would come in handy, and his knowledge of the Cavold woman's businesses might be useful in interacting with her former clients. Monet looked at him, his expression pleading. Please allow me to do this, Agent Carr. My services would be useful to you. We have more than enough room on the Dreamer. Story offered. Yes, Justine agreed, and besides, we shouldn't throw away such an asset without seeing what it can do first. Webb frowned slightly. Not because of what the women had said, but the expression on their faces. A hint of those insecurities started to rise up again. He pushed them back down quickly. What did he think was going to happen? Did he actually think that the droid would start sharing stories bunk? And even if it did, what was it to him? She wasn't his after all. As for Justine, if she wanted a bit of comfort, who was he to deny her? Webb sighed. The droid wasn't the zone ball, hut spawn he had dealt with in school. He wasn't Bremen talk either. He was a machine with useful skills and information. That is what mattered. I'll inform High Command that we are taking Monet with us. What he knows of Seton 3 could be useful. Webb turned to Story. I'm sure that this is fine with you. Definitely, she grinned. Justine walked up and touched the droid's shoulder. Welcome to the team, Monet. Thank you, Justine, was it? She nodded. I go by Tina too, if you don't mind. Both are beautiful in their own way. The ex-stormtrooper ran her fingers down his arm. I still can't believe you are droid, she murmured. Your skin, it feels so real. Hey, Justine, Gav shouted. You can stop caressing his muscles now. She stepped back, unable to stop the blush from coming to her cheeks. It is okay, Monet answered. I don't mind. Good to know, Tina replied. I should contact Chip, Story said. Make sure the ship is ready to go. She turned away quickly. Her response seemed a bit sharper than normal. Webb almost sneered. Was she jealous of how the droid had responded to Justine's touch? If so, it was none of his concern, but he wouldn't say anything if Monet gravitated towards the former stormtrooper. We should probably be going, the droid said, detaching the leads on his head and chest. I am most eager to get to work. As he rose, the towel around his waist fell away. He walked across the med bay, not caring in the least. Justine looked away quickly, but not before shooting a quick glance in the droid's direction. Yeah, she said. He is, really something. Webb rolled his eyes. They really needed to find the HRD some clothes, if for no other reason to keep every woman on the base from losing it as he passed by. I guess they didn't program any sense of modesty into him, did they? Gav said. Doesn't look like it, Webb answered. Then again, if I looked like that, maybe modesty would be the farthest thing from his mind too. Regardless, Monet had served his purpose. They had their next target. Webb grinned expectantly. Seaton 3, here we come. Chapter 15. The Welcome. Hi, Mom. The holo shimmered as the older Castor woman regarded her daughter. Story. Oh, Ty come in here? It's Story. Astoria Castir smiled as her father entered the hologram. The older man's expression was cool. So the little girl finally remembers we're here. Ty, stop it, her mother chided. You know you aren't angry that she hasn't called. I'm sorry, Dad, she said sheepishly. Things have gotten busy. Her father pierced her with a harsh look, but it soon faded into an indulgent smile. Damn it, I never could stay mad at you, Earl. Not since they first put you in my arms. Story winced. No matter how many times she heard those words, she could still feel her father's love in that moment. The moment of her birth was never far from his thoughts. She was his only child, and he had doted on her, even when he shouldn't. How are you guys doing? Are you settling in? Everything is coming along nicely, her father said. We look forward to showing it to you. It won't be much longer, she promised. I'm on Grunger's trail again. He will pay for what he did to us. Story, her mother said with a frown. She didn't apologize. She had tried that a few times now, and it never felt right. She knew what she had to do. Her mother sighed. Have you talked to Ahsoka yet? I still think she has a lot to teach you. She sent me away, Mom. She said I was dangerous, and that I was too unpredictable for further training. Her mother gave her a sad look, the same look she had seen many times. Story winced under that stare. Besides your training, what else have you been up to? Her father asked. You should have been back 2 weeks ago. I ran into Webb Carr back on Prakus. He is a rebel agent now. He needed my help. I'm about to go off and help him now. She gave her parents a pained smile. I just wanted to let you know that I haven't forgotten my promise. When all this is over, I am coming home. I've been away from you for too long. It is all right, dear, her mother said. Her father nodded. We will be here waiting when you get back. We will always be here for you, dear. Remember that? Story nodded. I have to go, she said. Her mother gave her a pained look. Story. I love you, both of you, and I will see you soon. Goodbye, kid, her father said. We love you too, my daughter. May the Force be with you. Webb is waiting, Mom. I gotta go. She used the Force to turn off the hypercom. The hologram vanished. Story stared into the empty space. As always, she felt empty after speaking with them. Shouldn't it make me feel better? She wondered. Mistress Story. She turned to see Tee watching her. The droid's blue optics shone in the dim light. Yes, Tee. The droid looked down at the deck, and then up at her. I cannot help but wonder if this is really healthy, Mistress. Your parents? They understood what I'm doing, what I need to do. But things have grown beyond that, Mistress. Chip and I have sworn to serve you, but even we. I'm fine, Tee. She adjusted her hooded cloak. She wore a black combat suit beneath it. She checked the blaster on her hip. It was set for stun. She had insisted on that since she could not guarantee that she would be able to disable with her lightsaber, not without causing serious harm. They were not going on this raid to kill or maim. As far as they all knew, the people they would be facing would be innocent workers, not the enemy. She left the comm room. Chip was waiting for her. Womp. Womp. Just be ready to pull us out when you get the signal, she told the astromech. This shouldn't take too long. Once we have downloaded all the files from their computers, we will be out and gone. Yes, Mr. Story, he said. Chip warmed his response. She nodded. Be ready, she repeated. We won't be long. Yes, mistress, he said with a slight bow. Good luck. I. An hour later, she found herself standing on a dark rooftop, waiting. The city of Abusret stretching out around her. Even from here she could hear the roar of the red waterfall, which was where she needed to go. She closed her eyes and began the breathing exercises her mother taught her years ago. Abusret was the capital of Seton III, and it was divided into two distinct sections. The business district of the city, where most of the population worked, was built atop a plateau known as the Great Mesa. While 800 feet below it, the rest of the city spread out across the rocky red terrain. Once the people had lived up there too, but the city's economic growth under the Empire had forced them down off the Great Mesa and down here. The result wasn't the best for the people here. The predators that lived on these plains had decimated the locals, which had given the Empire an excuse to expand the garrison here. A TIE fighter terminal and over 1,000 stormtroopers had called this place home, all to defend the businesses high above. They had also expanded the city walls around the plateau, but that had only led to squalor, disease, and crime here in the city. Not a pleasant world, all in all. Since Endor the Imperial presence had lessened, but that had only meant that the corporations that dealt with the Empire took more control of the planet. Companies like Advanced Energy Systems had brought in their own muscle, even finding old battle droids from the Clone Wars to fill out their defense forces. Story regarded the plateau was a cold eye. Being out on the mid and outer rim these last 10 years had shaken her once unshakable faith in the Empire. Places like this wasn't any wonder that the Empire was crumbling. The people lived in the lower city only had two ways up, either by the winding tunnels going up through the mountain, or on one of the 4 transports that made the journey up every 6 hours. It was those transports that had her interest. The Great Mesa stood like a wall before her. Story took a cleansing breath and reached out with the force. It would not be much longer. Even from here she could see the AES building, though it was, in fact, 2 buildings. The structure sat at the very edge of the plateau, bridging the Great Red River, the river itself. The whole company was connected by walkways and a central atrium giving the corporate heads a beautiful view of the river flowing beneath them. The waters of that river bubbled up from a natural underground spring inside the mountain. It flowed across the plateau, only to come crashing down into the valley by a massive waterfall. AES used that waterfall to power the turbines that provided the energy for the power cells they sold. There were smaller turbines for the city as well, taking the water as it continued to flow down through the valley. The whole city was based on hydroelectric power, which meant that security was tight. The leaders here didn't want to risk anyone messing with those turbines, not just because of the corporations, but because city needed that power. Of course, Story and the crew weren't planning on doing anything to those turbines, just break into AES and download all their files, see if they could learn anything new about Aite Grunger's whereabouts. They had been on Seton 3 for 2 weeks now, watching the buildings that housed Advanced Energy Systems, watching and planning their attack. Webb and Gav had attacked the city subnet, downloading any and all information on Advanced Energy Systems. Floor plans, security codes, anything that they could scrounge on both the legal and illegal markets. Meanwhile, Monet and Justine had infiltrated the building itself, disguised as a Kuat Drive Yard's representative with his bodyguard. The HRD had charmed his way into the very belly of the beast and come back with some very enlightening intel. Story had not been so sure about that part of the plan, but the HRD had dismissed her concern. There is no reason to worry. I'm quite talented when it comes to role play. I'm sure you are, she had thought with a smile. She still wasn't sure what to make of their newest companion. She was attracted to him, she couldn't deny that. Even knowing that he was a droid, but that was the whole point, wasn't it? Those eyes, that body, companionship, seduction, and pleasure, he said those were his primary functions. He had not made it hard to fantasize about what it might be like. if he had come to her cabin aboard the Dreamer. She would not have resisted. She found herself wondering what Monet would say if she, desired to explore what he knew, asked him for pleasure. It had been a very long time for her truth be told. The last time had been 7 years ago, with Cole, back on Chandrila. Her eye narrowed at the memory. Cole, may he rot in the fires of whatever hell was out there. She had been naive back then, still the innocent merchant's daughter from Prakus. Too easy with her heart, and all because she had felt lonely. Cole had been a young noble, handsome and charismatic. He had been the kind of boy she had been drawn to in her school days, popular and with a bright future. He had seemed kind, but after he had had her, that kindness had evaporated. She scowled. The Hubspawn had taken advantage of her, and then he threw her away. She shook her head at the memory. She was just as angry about that now as she had been back then. That anger had been there ever since, simmering. Stupid girl. Stupid, stupid girl. She had been a fool. Well, never again. Never again. Monet would be different. She would not have to worry. His whole existence was dedicated to pleasure. It would be an experience, no strings attached. The thought of him made her smile. As a girl, she had read more than a dozen Sally Warmflash novellas. Warmflash was an author who had specialized in trashy romance stories. Story remembered the covers of those books. Monet looked like the man on those covers, a young girl's fantasy given form. As a teen, she had felt the first stirrings of desire when she looked at those pictures, and Monet. He said he was programmed with multiple techniques of pleasure. She wondered what it would be like if she asked him to show her some of them. The mere thought made her shiver. She had seen how strong he was. Just what could he do with those hands? Or undo? The thought made her warm. In this, the HRD would be a safer choice, far more than any man. After Cole, she had not dared seek out anyone else. She had been alone these last 7 years. It was better and safer. Cole had used her, hurt her, and she would not be hurt again. Now is not the time for this, her conscience chided, speaking in her mother's voice. Do not focus on your emotions. Lust and anger are not the fuel you can use. You cannot use the force in anger. Yes, Mom, she murmured. Don't get distracted. You are needed. She nodded. Yes? Whatever happened between her and Monet, that was for later, right now. She had to worry about this. Her eyes focused on the AES building atop the plateau. White water spilling down from its center. They still didn't know what was so special about the place, or why Grunger had been interested in it, or what he was using it for, but they now had a plan to breach its security, breach it, and download their computer files. Now, after 2 weeks of work, they were all set. Tonight, they would do what they came here for. She heard the hum of the transports behind her. That would be the night shift making its journey to the plateau. She took another deep breath and let it out slowly. Okay, she thought. Here we go. She closed her eyes and opened herself up to the force. She smiled. This was the easy part. It would be what came next that would be harder. The force, it felt like a breeze of pure light. It not only blew around her, but through her, offering her strength and lifting her up. Both her mother and Lady Tano had told her the force was different for everyone, but it led to the same destination. There was no emotion, there was peace. There was no passion, there was serenity. It had always been hard for Story to find serenity, but when she did, it was glorious. She could feel the transports and the people aboard them. Each person was a whirlwind in the force, so many possibilities. As she drew deeper, let herself slip deeper into the light, time seemed to slow down, just as it had on Prakus when she had faced down Grungers at street. Though they were flying quite fast, in her mind they had been slow to a crawl. Story took one last deep breath, took it, and jumped. She jumped straight up. She cleared 40 feet easy, and came down on top of the last transport in the group. She pressed a button on her belt, activating the magnetic grips she had gotten from Webb's bag of tricks. She locked onto the hull, her knees and hands secured as dropped down into a crouch. The wind buffeting her hair as time returned to normal. She smiled. Here we go, she thought. I'm going in. Gav had discovered that the transports were scanned both at the boarding terminal and at the landing zone atop AS. The only way someone could enter the transport undetected was in mid-flight. So, that is exactly what Story had done. She sent a signal from the transmitter on her belt. To anyone listening, it would seem like background noise on a random frequency. To Webb and the others, it would be confirmation that she was moving. They would be starting their approach now. Story opened her eye and regarded the facility. The plan was simple. She would enter from above, while the rest of the team came in through the west gate. She had memorized the floor plan that Gav had given her. Her first stop would be the main offices. From there, she could call off the mission if they needed to. Grunger is no fool, Webb had said in their final briefing. He knows we have Cavo's files. It is possible that he may have anticipated our move here. So we could be walking into a trap. Mane had said. It is possible. That is why we are going to split into 2 teams. We will come in from the ground, while Story comes in by one of the transports. Me, she had said. Webb nodded. If you think your force powers are up to it. She frowned. His comment was both a question and a challenge. Yeah, I'm sure I can handle it. From the landing pad, you will breach the main office. If it looks like we have enemies waiting for us, we will pull back and out, but not before drawing attention to ourselves. We will be the distraction for you, Story. Giving me time to download the files. Exactly, Webb had said, handed her a data spike. Plug that into any computer terminal you find. It is self-guiding, and will do what is needed. She nodded. As plans went, it was not a bad one. Either the team successfully breached the facility, and they all met up, or they fell back, distracting whatever party the Moff might have waiting for them, and she got the data they needed. Not bad, Webb, she had said with a smile. Not bad at all. Her childhood friend had blushed at her compliment. Story had like that. Webb was a part of her history, and not a bad one either. Despite how she treated him in school, he didn't seem to hold a grudge. She was grateful for that. The group had split up then. She had gone back to the ship, wanting to talk to her parents, while the rest had arranged transport through the plateau's tunnel system. They should be outside AS right now, she thought, waiting to move in. She had 10 minutes after the transport landed. Time enough to see if there was indeed a trap waiting for them. A simple plan, but it was a good one. As the transports approached the building, the alarms began to wail. The ship she was riding on paused its approach and began to circle the building. Story tensed, wondering what had happened. Had the group been discovered? Light swung away from the transports, focusing their beams on the eastern side of the facility. Story frowned. What was going on? The team was supposed to come in on the west gate. From atop the circling transport, she could see security guards running, both human and those spindly B-1-style battle droids, and all heading towards the eastern side of the facility. Story smiled. Whatever was going on, it had security's undivided attention. She looked at the transmitter on her belt. Webb had not sent the abort signal, the light that would have signaled that was dark. So the mission was still a go. Whatever was happening down there, the team wasn't involved, which meant someone had given them a break. They had a distraction. She intended to take full advantage of it. The transport started its final approach. Story didn't wait for it to land. She called on the Force and leapt. She used the light to slow her descent. The Force whirled around her like a gale, slowing her approach. She felt a surge of violence as there were flashes to the east. Explosions. She touched down on the center atrium, the one that bridged the roaring river below. She took a deep breath and drew her lightsaber. Finally, she whirled around, the voice drawing her attention, her saber in hand. A lone figure stood by the door leading down into the offices, stood in her way, and blocking her path. She heard an amused laugh. You know, I had made up my mind to leave tomorrow. Good thing I decided to wait one last night, huh? The speaker stepped into the light. The alarms still clanged in the distance, but Story only partially heard them. She took a step back, surprise on her face. What? No. The figure that faced her was slender, dressed in what looked like an old flight suit that had been patched up many times. A ragged, short black cloak adorned the shoulders, the face, and head hidden by a mask and tricorn-style helmet. Of course, that was not what made Story step back. She could sense this being through the Force. She felt cold, and darkness. The figure drew a weapon from his side, a short-edged weapon whose hilt extended outward, turning into a single-bladed battle axe. Story reached for her belt. She had to call the team, tell them to abort. She would not be able to. Don't bother, the person said. The jammers are all online now. Have been since I felt your presence. Though she could not see the other person smile, she could hear it in her voice, and yes, she knew it wasn't her now. Your friends will not be making it out of here alive. Well, that remains to be seen, doesn't it? Who are you supposed to be? Story demanded. The woman in black shrugged. I am my master's agent. Grunger serves her too, though he won't admit it to all the Imperials who think so highly of him. The agent spun her axe in a lazy arc. When the old man and his mechanical lackey ruled, I probably would have been called an inquisitor. Though, between you and me, I prefer the title of Marauder, an older and more respected title when the galaxy had a proper empire, ruled over by a superior nobility. The two began to circle. Part of Story wanted to run. She could feel the darkness swirling around this Marauder. Her mother had warned her, Darksiders were not to be fooled with. Until she had completed her training, it was best to avoid them. Yet, Story couldn't not this time. She had to reach Webb and the others that went going through the person before her. So what do you want? She asked the Darksider. Did your master send you to kill me? The Marauder laughed. Oh, you are not that interesting. Yet, my master is curious. She was hoping that you would abandon your friends and come with me. She wants to meet you, speak with you. The Marauder stopped spinning her axe and paused. She saw the recording from Prakus. She saw what you did to that street. She is impressed. She thinks you might be useful. How fortunate, Story said dryly. More than you realize, the other woman said coldly. Grunger wants you dead. If you agree to come, I will tell him that is what happened. I will take you to my master, and you will see that you have nothing to fear. Story scowled. You think I'm afraid? Oh, I know you are. I can feel it, and that is not all. She sighed and leaned back, as if basking in the light of the sun. You have anger, lust, and hate. Despite whatever Jedi teachings you may have heard, these are not to be feared, but embraced. Someone like you, someone like us, we are going to do very well in the next few years. A grand restoration is coming for the galaxy. If you play your cards right, you can be a big part of it. You can have a life undreamed of. You will be noble woman in good standing. We both will be. Story heard the words. She could almost see her mother and Lady Tano shaking their heads. Don't be manipulated, Story. Don't be weak. Her green eye narrowed. The Marauder sighed. You are going to make me do this the hard way, aren't you? Story ignited her lightsaber. The hot pink blade lit the roof of the atrium. The Marauder sighed. Yes, I'm going to have to do what Grunger wanted after all. Can I have your name at least, so that I can tell my master which Jedi fool I killed to earn my lightsaber? I'm Story, and I'm not the one who is gonna die. The Marauder chuckled. Hi, Story. I'm Alima. The Marauder rushed forward. Story backpedaled. The Darksider's axe became a blur she barely held at bay. 10 strikes fell on her blade in less than a second, pushing her back. Story stumbled, trying to regain her focus and the Force. She felt the Marauder's excitement. In that moment, she realized that she had seriously messed up. She struggled with the Force. This Darksider didn't. Alima was smiling beneath her mask. Story could feel it and hear it in her voice. Not bad, the Marauder mocked, readying for her next attack. Let us see that again. Chapter 16. The Trap. You think that they got 4? Webb's eyes narrowed at Gav's question. He didn't see how they could have seen Story. She shouldn't have even breached the facility yet. The transport still circled above. She said she could make the jump as they came in for the landing, but even she couldn't have made it from that far. In front of them, the entire AS building was alert. Light swung away from the group's position, all focused on the other side of the facility on the other side of the river. He checked the signal box. Story had not sent the abort message. He shook his head. Despite the alarms, he still thought it safe to go in. The guards are focused on the other side of the river. The whole eastern building should be all but deserted. He hadn't planned on a distraction like this, but he was smart enough to take advantage. We go in, he informed his team. The mission is still a go. 4 will contact us if anything comes unstuck on her end. He glanced over at the rest of them, all clad in black combat suits, even the HRD. Monet had pulled his long hair back into a ponytail that only just hung out the back of his scout trooper helmet. The droid might not have been military trained, but he could move silently when he wished and seemed comfortable with the blaster rifle currently in his hand. As he had told them, he had handled weapons before, been trained on small arms, should he need to act as his mistress' bodyguard. Move up, Webb ordered. 3 and 5, stay behind me. 2, watch our tails. The 4 advanced upon the fence that protected the west gate. Webb pulled out a cutting tool and breached it easily. 3 already had their ice pick out. The small computer would allow them to crack the security code lock for the gate. From there, they could enter the facility, hopefully undetected. As Gav interfaced with the lock, and he and Justine took up defensive positions around him, Webb found himself worrying about Story. Had she not sent the signal because she had fallen off the shuttle? He prayed that was not the case. He hoped that his trust in her abilities had not gotten her killed. Unlike them, she was not a soldier. Yes, she had had training of the Jedi Knights, but that didn't mean. The ground shook, and the flash and sound of explosions filled the air. Electricity arc, likely from exploding power cells. Webb brow furrowed. What the hell was going on by the east gate? The door that they were trying to access dinged as the ice pick unlocked it. It swung open quickly, admitting the team. Webb brought up the rear while Justine took point. Monet and Gav did a decent job covering their flanks. They found themselves inside an inner wall, with a walkway heading off in both directions. So far, everything seemed good. This section of AES was mostly dark. Justine took the lead. The route she was taking them on would come out next to the offices she had visited earlier with Monet. These had looked the most promising in her military-trained eyes. Those offices were the most out-of-the-way spot, where they could gain direct computer access. Hopefully, Story had made full use of the distraction as well. She might even have completed her part of the plan already. She might even be on her way down now. Justine held up a closed fist, bringing them all to a halt. Webb frowned. Uh-oh. 12 stormtroopers emerged from the small storage building next to where they were heading. They double-timed and passed the team's position, ignoring the 4 infiltrators. Webb did his best to blend into the shadows. They had planned for the security guards and their B-1 escorts. Stormtrooper, though. Their presence was worrying to say the least. As far as Justine had known and reported back, this place was not a military installation. She had seen no stormtroopers during her and Main's earlier visit. If Imperial troops were here, what are we doing, one? To asked. He looked at her. Trap or not, the enemy seemed more than distracted. We're still a go, he said. Move up. The 4 made for the offices. The door hissed open as they approached. Webb kept his blaster up, trained on the building from which the stormtroopers emerged, just in case any more were still in there. The door the group passed through opened up into a large atrium. Across the way were doors leading to offices Monet and Justine had toured on their visit. Above them, a banner bearing the AES name and logo floated. 4 large crates sat on either side of the entry to the offices. Webb didn't recognize them, but halfway through the atrium, a loud bang sounded behind them. Webb whirled to see a heavy blast door. It had sealed off the way they had come in. The second bang came from in front of them, sealing the entrance to the offices and the computers inside. The 4 crates in front of those doors broke open and Kark, Gav shouted, falling back. From the crates emerged 4 nightmares. They rose and towered over the 4 infiltrators, standing over 7 feet tall, with heavy black metal chassis. Their arms and legs were as thick as blaster cannon barrels. Blocky black armored heads, with 2 round white optics, glowed in the dim light as they advanced. Their shoulder plates emblazoned with the symbol of the Empire. They said nothing, didn't even offer the group a chance to surrender. Webb wasn't surprised. He had seen the recording of the massacre in that square on Gorman. He still had nightmares about it, seeing so many innocent people flung like rag dolls by these killing machines. How many had died in the square that day? How many innocents had been murdered so the Empire could strip mine an all but defenseless world? Too many, and what approached them were the killers who carried out that sin. The same model anyway. They began to spread out. Still no words escaped their vocoders, and Webb didn't expect any. No. KX series crowd control droids were not used when the Empire wanted someone to surrender. They had one function: kill the enemy. Scatter, Webb ordered as he opened fire. The group followed suit. Blaster bolts rocked the droids, but didn't stop them. They split up, each one pursuing a member of the team. Ion charges, Gav shouted. Let's fry these things. Webb reached for his belt, grateful that Gav had thought to include the weapon for this raid. Whoa. The KX droids didn't keep walking towards them. They sprinted. One moment they were almost 10 feet away, and the next, they were right up in their faces. Webb ducked as one fired a punch in his direction. Had the droid connected, that blow would have broken his neck. It reared back for another strike, but he was not going to give it the chance. He hit the activator on the ion grenade in his hand. He reached out and stuck it to the droid's chassis. He somersaulted away as the security droid reached for him. The charge went off, sending electricity dancing up the robot's body. It jigged in place as the charge attacked his circuits. Webb lunged, getting in close enough to lessen the droid's reach. His CPU and motor functions temporarily scrambled. He leaned forward and fired his blaster directly under the droid's chin. He squeezed the firing stud again and again, finally draining the power pack, targeting the weak spot. He growled as he did. This is for the people of Gorman, you piece of Imperial junk. The top of the droid's head turned cherry red from the heat. One of his optics popped out, the light in the remaining one going dim. It was only then that it happened. The head came away, and the droid's body stumbled and fell forward. Webb had taken down his attacker, but there was no time to celebrate. A pained cry drew his attention as a body flew back and to his right. 2 bounced and skidded across the ground. Her droid, having blocked her attempt to shut it down, blocked her and struck her hard. Webb's eyes widened. No. Justine. The Imperial droid closed in, reaching out, eager to end her life. Webb refused to allow that. He shouted and fired his blaster, trying to draw the KX's attention. There came the sound of grinding metal to his left, but he didn't have time to check. He was prepping another ion charge. He had to get that droid if he didn't. Justine was dead. A large metal spear flew through the air, impaling the droid as it finally started to reach down for Justine. The spear hit with such force that it actually breached the droid's back, emerging out the front. Webb didn't hesitate. He leapt on the impaled droid, sticking the ion charge to his chassis. It reached for him, tearing at his shoulder as he leapt off. He stumbled over and pulled Justine out of the way, just as the ion bomb went off, and electricity began to play over the KX, the breach in his armor further weakening it against the charge. Webb grabbed Justine's blaster and finished the droid off. As it fell, he got a chance to look at what had impaled it. It took Webb a moment to realize what the weapon was, and when he did, he was surprised to say the least. It was the severed arm of a KX droid, the one trying to engage Mane. Webb turned just in time to see the HRD finishing off his opponent. His arms and one of his legs were gone. He saw the HRD tear the head from his mechanical opponent. Even as it fell, he was moving, so fast that Webb had trouble keeping up, his eyes unsure of what they were seeing. Gav was down, having lost his blaster, the fourth KX having ripped the ion charge out of his hand. It now raised his arm, ready to bring it down in a killing blow. Monet was there before that blow could fall. He seized the droid's arm. It backhanded him, snapping his head back, but he refused to release his grip on the robot's arm. The HRD glared. "Don't touch my master," he growled. The droid brought his arm up, ready to strike again. Monet thrust his palm up into the droid's chin, knocking it off balance. It swung wildly, but the HRD spun away and delivered a vicious thrust kick into the side of his knee, the force of the blow actually denting the armor, causing the security droid to stumble and fall to his knees. It swung again, but Monet vaulted over his shoulders, moving too fast for the KX to track. From behind, he delivered a spin kick to the droid's exposed head. Sparks flew as the neck started to give way, the white optics flickering. Before it could recover, Monet seized it by the head, twisting viciously back and forth. The head came away from the shoulders, spewing sparks and lubricant. The HRD tossed the head away in disgust as the body threw one final wild punch and fell to the floor with the clang. Webb looked on in shock. He had seen how strong the HRD was, but even he was surprised. From his place at Main's feet, Gav chuckled. "Damn," the Bothan said. "I think we are going to have to upgrade you from pretty boy to pretty useful 5. The HRD shook his head, managing a weak smile. "Thank you, Master. I exist to serve." "You okay, 5? Webb asked. "I am undamaged 1. Though I actually felt that last blow. Been a while since I could say that. These machines hit hard." Understatement of the century. That backhand should have taken May's head off. You could say what you want, but whoever had created the HRDs had designed them to be tough and sturdy. Webb looked down, his attention turning to Justine. 2 was out of it. She was alive, groaning, but she was hurt. Not to mention the fact that the alarms overhead were now going off. He looked at the sealed-off office section. They might be able to slice the door, but not before security came running. Cursing under his breath, Webb knew what to do. "We're aborting the mission," he called out. "Everybody fall back." He tried to lift Justine, but the pain in his shoulder made that impossible. He didn't think his arm was broken, but he was hurt. Monet gently pushed him out of the way. "I've got her, sir," the HRD insisted. Webb nodded in thanks and joined Gav over by the blast doors. The Bothan already had his tools out, working on the terminal next to them. "Got to move fast," Webb said. "I know," the Bothan murmured, a pen light in his mouth, as he dug through the cables, attaching leads to his data pad. "We're going to have company very soon." "I know." Webb's hand went to his sore shoulder. His hand came back wet and sticky. He grimaced, trying not to faint. The sight of so much of your own blood wasn't the most comforting. The droid must have torn the flesh with his fingers when it tried to grab him. It didn't seem bad, but it hurt like hell. He looked up at the blast door, cursing himself for a fool. He had smelled a trap, but still let his people into it. He intended to lead them out of it. "I could break it down," Monet offered. Webb considered it. Monet probably could break down the blast door. He seemed strong enough, but it was a matter of time. Security would be back and have this section of the facility surrounded before the HRD finished. 3 has got this 5. You just protect 2. Understood. At the terminal, the Bothan cursed. "Come on, you, Shudder, open up for us. Everything is responding. You should, got it." The blast door rose with a hiss. Webb poked his head out. Blaster fire raked the air as he pulled back quickly. He reached for his belt, drawing out a smoke bomb. He lobbed it towards the blaster fire and counted to 10. Smoke began to billow into the atrium. Webb raised his blaster. Gav was at his side. They would be covering Monet and the injured Justine. "Ready?" Webb asked. The Bothan nodded. "Go." They leapt from the doorway, firing their blasters. Through the smoke, they saw a stormtrooper go down, fire flaring from the wound in his chest. Gav tossed a concussion grenade, scattering 2 more. The troopers fell back. The group retreated towards the door they had opened earlier, Through the clang of alarms and the smoke, Webb could make out the shining optics of 2 more KX droids. He had no intention of staying to try and fight off any more of those things. There was a hissing sound overhead. Webb looked up and spotted what he thought might be a missile, but it didn't come down, not on them. An explosion went off between them and the approaching Imperials. The fire coming from the advancing trooper stopped, for a moment at least. It gave the 4 a chance to slip through the open door. He tried to signal Story, let her know to get the hell out. The signal box wasn't responding. He tried getting her on the comlink, but the hiss of interference filled his earpiece. A jamming signal, no way to call out. He cursed. Webb saw the flying thing again. It zipped overhead. His eyes narrowed. What was it? His first thought was that it was an Imperial rocket trooper, but if it was, why was it not attacking them? Why weren't they under fire? Halt. They were through the fence. The hover truck they had jacked was less than 20 feet away, but 3 stormtroopers stood in their path. Their rifles up and ready. Don't move, rebel scum. Webb paused. They could fire, but they had no cover. The troopers would cut them to pieces. He could hear the glee in the lead trooper's voice. You are going to pay for the damage you caused today. A blaster bolt caught him in the throat, flipping him back. His 2 allies raised their blasters as the flying thing dropped to the right of Webb and his companions. It fired 4 quick blaster shots, taking down the last of the stormtroopers. Webb blinked. What? He might have mistaken the person for another stormtrooper, but the color scheme was all wrong. The bodysuit was a slate gray, the armor was painted a dull yellow, and scarred in places. The jetpack had a mini missile sticking out the top. The bullet-shaped helmet had a comm antenna sticking out of his right side. The figure turned, showing a flat faceplate, one with a T-shaped visor. The top of the T slanted up slightly, giving it a more avian look. Webb didn't know who this person was, but recognized the markings. He had seen them in security briefings, but also knew that it was unlikely he would ever see one in person. He shook his head. The Mandalorians were supposed to be all but extinct. The soldier looked down at the dead troopers. They didn't destroy your precious facility, the warrior said, the higher voice suggesting a young male, or perhaps a female. It was tinged with pride. I did. The Mandalorian turned to them. Are you the Jedi's friends? Webb nodded. How do you know about her? The warrior gestured towards the hover truck. I put her down inside the bed. She is hurt bad, but alive. You should? More blaster fire. The team and the Mandalorian returned fire, hitting another stormtrooper at the fence, but more were starting to file in behind it, a lot more. Webb took a blaster bolt in the arm. He lost his blaster as he spun to the ground. Gav leapt in front of him, while Monet loaded the injured Justine into the back of the truck. Move, Bothan. Gav was shoved out of the way as the Mandalorian fired a stubby grenade launcher at the opening in the fence. 3 quick explosions sent stormtroopers and bits of armor flying all over the place. Fall back, Webb shouted as he stumbled to his feet. He tried to draw his sidearm, but he was a poor shot with his left hand. Gav leapt into the hover truck's cab, while Monet pulled him up into the bed. Justine lay on her back to his right on the left. Webb's eyes widened. Story. Her face was a bloody mess. He leaned down to check on her. She groaned weakly, coughing up blood. She held her belly, the front of her shirt. Below her breastplate was soaked with blood. Go, Bothan! The Mandalorian shouted, leaping in after them all, still firing her blaster pistols. Gav whirled the truck around and shot away from the building. More stormtroopers were pouring through the fence. One of the KX droids tore the sliced section away and tried to run after the truck. Webb chucked the last of his ion grenades out the back. They detonated all at once. They weren't enough to destroy the droid, but they did slow it just enough. Gav punched the accelerator. The truck sped off into the night. Groaning, Webb found his feet. He couldn't raise his right arm, but he managed to reach the tiny window into the cab. Get us clear of that jamming field. We have to call the ship. That makes 2 of us, the Mandalorian said. Webb paused, taking stock of their surprise guest. The Mando sank down to her haunches, watching the AES building fading into the night. "I appreciate the help back there," he said, "but if you don't mind me asking, who the hell are you?" "I could ask you the same thing. What are you lot doing here? Are you hunting that red blade too?" "Red blade?" Webb thought with a frown. "What red blade?" He knew the term, of course. It was Rim slang for an inquisitor. His eyes widened. Was that what happened to Story? Did Grunger have an inquisitor in his employ? Did she kill an inquisitor? He asked the Mando. "Does she look like she wanna fight?" He cursed under his breath. No. She certainly didn't. Webb tried the comm again, and was pleased to hear no jamming. He put in a call to the Dreamer. Chip was to lock in on their signal and bring the ship down. It wouldn't be long, Webb knew. The Imps had a tight terminal in the city below. If Grunger's goons called for backup. "Howler," the Mandalorian said, "bring the ship. We are making a quick exit." She turned to Webb. "We're going to have to break out. We will have ties inbound." "We're game if you are," he said. "I think it is safe to say you are no friend of Aite Grunger." "I don't know who that is. My only concern is my contract. That red blade. You can't finish a contract if you are dead. Let's work together, at least until we get off planet." The Mando looked at him, but finally nodded. "Enemy of my enemy," she said. Webb groaned, trying to check out his arm. He couldn't move it, but at least it seemed to be in one piece. "I'm Webb Carr. You got a name, Mando. Sayal Nutbush of Clan Nutbush." "Well, Sayal Nutbush of Clan Nutbush. I'm guessing the explosions on the eastern side of AES was your doing." "You would be correct. I was trying to draw out the red blade. I didn't realize the place had an entire Imperial garrison waiting." That was for us, I think," Webb said, wincing as Monet took a look at his arm. The HRD had a medical kit out. "Why? What did you people do?" "A long story," he said. His arm hurt like hell, but he couldn't help but smile. The Dreamer screamed overhead. Gav was already turning to meet it as the ship spun around, preparing to make an emergency landing. "I don't see your ship," he said to Sayal. "Howler will be here in a moment." "Why wait? We can give you a lift into orbit. Better to do a switch over there than do it here under fire from TIE fighters." Sayal paused, but again, nodded. "Wouldn't mind a lift. You clearly don't have any love for the Empire. We're, Republic intelligence." The Mandalorian laughed. "Never thought much of Republic lack of intelligence. Maybe I need to rethink my opinions. I've hopefully given you reason to." The hover truck slid to a stop before the Dreamer, its loading ramp already down. Justine was conscious again, but extremely wobbly. Monet scooped up the injured Story. Webb looked at the former stormtrooper. "You okay to run, too?" She nodded. Her eyes were glassy, though. She was probably concussed. I can make it, one," she said. "Just, please, just don't leave me behind, okay?" "Never," he promised. The team and their new companion piled out of the hover truck. In the distance, they could already hear the scream of approaching ties. They won't get here in time, he knew. The Dreamer would be airborne in less than 30 seconds. Webb shot a look over his shoulder. He could still see the smoke from the AES building. He sneered. His team was battered and bloodied, but they were still alive. Grunger's trap should have been the end, but they had fought their way out, with a little help from their mystery guest. Sayal Nutbush. He didn't know her story yet, but one thing was certain. She wasn't an enemy, and she had information, something they hadn't known before. So Grunger had a red blade working for him, He was eager to hear more. He hurried up the ramp, calling out to Chip to ready the countermeasures. "You had your shot at us, Grunger," he thought. "You missed. This place could have been their game over, but it wasn't." The game continued, and it was a game Webb was even more determined to win, especially with what happened to Story. What started out as a simple mission for the Republic was quickly becoming something more, something personal. Grunger's scum had hurt her. His goons had hurt Story. He would see the Imp answer for that. One day soon, the governor would pay. And pay dearly. Chapter 18. The Hero. The Solace was a medical frigate attached to the New Republic's Third Fleet. It patrolled the border between the Midrim systems that split Imperial and New Republic control space. It was here that the Dreamer came out of hyperspace. It was the closest medical help available for those that had been injured during the Seton 3 raid. Medical help that Story had needed desperately. Webb's clearance codes got them in, and just in time. When Sayal said that Story had been badly injured, she had not been exaggerating. Webb's childhood friend had needed to be hooked up to a back-to-pump aboard the Dreamer just to keep her heart beating. He had listed off the damage he discovered as he examined her, showing the closest thing to horror that a droid could manage. Shattered shoulder blade, broken arm, broken wrist, lacerated intestine, cracked ribs, cracked skull, and a serious concussion were just some of the injuries Story had endured. The Salisa medical team had rushed her back to tank as soon as they had gotten her stable enough to do so. Justine was also taken. She went into another tank as soon as they had landed. The doctors had looked at Webb's injuries. The blaster burn wasn't bad, and they stapled shut the tear on his shoulder, treating it with a back-to-patch. His arm itched and throbbed painfully, but he endured it. The treatment he had received was the best the medics could offer for now. A back-to-tank could have healed his injuries in a matter of hours, but between the Kritis crisis and the recent liberation of Thyfera, the New Republic was currently short on Bacta, meaning the tanks were only being used for the most serious injuries. Webb didn't complain. Considering everything that had happened, he thought enduring the pain was the least he could do. He went to visit Story as soon as she was safe without the tank. Seeing her in such a bad way, the bruises on her face, the huge axe wound in her stomach, he shuddered. This is my doing, he thought. I'm the reason she is here. The euphoria he felt after their escape from Seton had ended as soon as he heard how bad Story had been hurt, how close she was to death. The medical team had to induce a coma to keep her from having seizures and further injuring herself. He had spent the last 3 days watching over her. The medical droids had tried to chase him away, but he refused. He wanted to be there for her should anything happen. He needed to be there. By the second day, the medical droids pronounced that she was out of danger, but her internal injury still meant that she had to remain in the tank for at least another 48 hours. Bacta was a miracle substance that way, knitting back together the body's most horrific injuries. Story's body bobbed in the tank, an oxygen mask over her nose and mouth, her left eye closed, the right merely an empty socket. The doctors had asked Webb if they should prep her for a cybernetic replacement. They did have artificial eyes here on the Solace. He had refused on his mistress's behalf, stating that she had never wanted to replace her missing eye. Webb wasn't sure why, but the medical team respected her wishes. He had written up his report to Kraken from this very room, informing him of Grunger's dealings on Seton 3, including a testimony from their new Mandalorian friend. Sayal of Clan Nutbush had provided him with everything she knew about the Red Blade currently working with, or for, the Moff. She didn't know much, but the fact that one was on the scene changed things. You are out of your league, that little voice in Webb's head said, chiding his recent failure. You thought you could be a field commander, and you are not. You are just a glorified computer jockey, a New Republic data tech with delusions of grandeur. You got Story hurt with your arrogance. You are to blame. Webb tried to ignore that voice. He had been a slave to it during his teenage years. All his insecurities given form. He tried not to give them credence, but it was hard, especially when looking at the result of what happened. Story's injuries were all proof those insecurities needed to rear up and bite him. Master Webb. He looked up to see he shuffling into the room, a tray in his hand. Chip rolled in next to him, whomping softly to himself. Hey he said weakly. Chip. The astromech waved a manipulator arm at him. Webb looked at the protocol droid. If you are bringing that for Story, he told the protocol droid, it isn't necessary. She is going to be in the tank for at least another day. This food is for you, Master Webb. The droid responded. One of the medical droids informed me that you haven't left this room, slept or eaten for some time. It has not been that long, Webb said dismissively. 1 day, 12 hours, and 13 minutes, sir, minus the time you had to spend relieving certain functions, sir. Webb gave them a surprised look. Who told you that? The MD droid, sir. He mentioned it to us as we recharged in the Solace's droid bay, sir. Webb chuckled. I didn't realize that droids gossiped during recharge cycles. He tilted his head slightly. As a droid, he couldn't shrug, but it was the closest expression he could manage. Sometimes droids need to speak to each other, sir. It is the best way for us to serve. By discussing what we see with each other, we can anticipate our master's whims. Webb thought about that. Droids were everywhere. Most people ignore them, not even seeing them if they weren't paying attention. They likely saw and knew more about the people around them than the actual people did. Webb found himself wondering what they really thought of the organics that they were created to serve. If they could speak plainly, what would those droids say about the strange behavior of their organics? He took the tray with a nod. As he sat down, his stomach growled at the smell of the food. After so long without eating, even military rations looked tempting. Story's droids approached the tank looking up at their mistress. Webb ate, but again those insecurities started to rise up. I'm sorry, he said to the droids. Sorry that she got hurt on my watch. He turned to him. Mistress Story is no stranger to injury, Master Webb. We have seen her in worse shape a few times. Such is the nature of the work she has done these last few years. As Mistress Bree used to say, we don't bake cookies for a living. Webb chuckled at that. I seem to remember that Story's mom liked to bake cookies and other sweet treats. I ate enough of them, that was for sure. She could have been a professional. It was a hobby she enjoyed, sir. As a youngling, she worked as a cook's assistant in the Jedi Temple, preparing meals. She thought of cooking as a form of meditation. It relaxed her, sir. Webb smiled. He still found it hard to believe that Bree Castillo had been a Jedi. She had seemed just like another wife and mother to him, but Story said she had rescued her alone when she had been kidnapped 10 years ago. His brow furrowed. He wished he had known, that he had had the chance to talk to her. Hear about what the Jedi were like before the Clone Wars and the Purge. So much had been lost to Palpatine's empire. It would have been nice to share something from the time before it. Mistress Story knew what you asked of her, sir, he said. She accepted the risk. If anyone to blame, it is me. I could have gone with her. My defensive protocols may have helped her, kept her safe. Webb gave the droid an arch look. Several times he had heard he refer to his defensive protocols, but he had never seen them activated. The casters had always said there was no need for him to use them. Webb found himself wondering in that moment, what exactly did those protocols entail? What would they allow the droid to do? He seemed like an ordinary protocol droid. What sort of defense could he offer? Webb continued to eat. He didn't feel hungry. Guilt was still eating at him, but he did need food. He looked up at the droids again. You should probably send word to Story's folks. Let them know what happened. Only Mistress Story speaks with them, sir, but, if necessary, we will do what needs to be done. The droid's response set off a bell in the back of Webb's mind. Something in the droid's tone, which was funny. Droids didn't really have changes in the tone of their voice, but he had gone a long time without a memory wipe. Emotional quirks could develop. There was something there, something Webb could not see. He wanted to ask more about it, but it was at that moment that his comlink beeped. Yeah, he said into it. There is a call coming in for you, Agent Carr, on the executive channel from Coruscant. Webb felt his stomach twist. That would be General Kraken. More than likely, his boss was unhappy with the report from Sadon 3. Not that Webb would blame him. He wasn't too pleased with the result either. I need to take this, he said, putting away the half-eaten meal. If you two could keep an eye on her for me, I will be back soon. Of course, Master Webb, he said. We will remain until you return. Chip womped in agreement. Webb hurried out of the medical bay. A call on the executive channel meant it was for his eyes only. That worried him. Was Kraken unhappy with his performance? Was he going to take Webb and his team off the Grunger mission? Webb wouldn't blame him if he did. What had started as a simple extraction was growing more and more tricky with each encounter Webb's team had had with Imperial forces. Webb was an analyst, a glorified propagandist. This was starting to get way out of his league. Kraken would likely think the same. Maybe want to assign a proper Black Ops group to take over this mission? Page's commandos, maybe. If so, what then? It was not like Webb could just return to his old job on Prakus. Security likely had identified him by now as a new Republic agent. What would become of his team? He and Gav would likely be shuffled back into the computer section. Justine would likely be sent back to the other former Imperials, put in some meaningless busy work job that made no use of her skills. Maine, well, he could not guess what would happen to the HRD. Story. I will lose Story again. That thought brought a flash of panic. He didn't want to lose her again, to let her disappear back into the galaxy. She would not give up her pursuit of Grunger. She might go off with the Mandalorian. If so, he would likely never see her again. No, he realized. No. He had to convince Kraken to let the mission continue. He wasn't sure how he was going to do that, but he had to try. He quickened his pace. He would try. I. He stood before the hollow plate in his quarters, adjusting his intel officer's uniform. It felt strange to be wearing one. This was the first time, but considering the fact that he was one, he needed to look the part. He stood before the plate and signaled to the bridge to transfer the call from Coruscant. He stood at attention. I have to make the general understand. He must understand. The hollow plate activated and Webb's jaw hit the floor. It wasn't General Kraken. UHHH. The figure in the hollow field was a man about his age, maybe a year or two older. Dressed in a simple black outfit, military-style boots, with a lightsaber hilt on his belt. His sandy brown hair was cut short. His expression was serene, his eyes honest and empathetic. Webb had no words. He knew this man, everyone in the Republic knew this man's face. He smiled at Webb. "Greetings," he said. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Agent." Webb coughed, trying to find his voice. "Luke Skywalker," he gasped. The smile the man before him wore widened. "Really, what a coincidence," he said dryly. "That is my name, too." Webb coughed, blushing. Damn. It was really him. He was speaking with Luke Griffin Skywalker. "Carr, sir," he said quickly, trying to find his voice. "Agent Webb Carr, sir, I He looked down nervously. "Forgive me, sir, I don't really know how to address you." Luke nodded. "Well, since I gave up my commission, I'm technically just a civilian now. Luke is fine for the purpose of our conversation." "Yes, sir, Luke, you may refer to me as Webb, if you wish." "That is fine, Webb," he answered. "That will be just fine." Webb took a deep breath, trying very hard not to turn into some giggling fanboy. It was really him. Luke Skywalker, the man that had killed Darth Vader in single combat and destroyed the Emperor. Luke Skywalker, the last of the Jedi Knights. "What can I do for you, sir? I'm Luke." Skywalker's expression turned serious. "I've read your report to General Kraken. Given what it contains, the general gave it to my sister, who gave it to me. As you can imagine, Leia is as concerned as I am." Webb nodded. "Leia. Well, that made sense. The rumor was that Skywalker and the princess were siblings. Siblings separated at birth to protect them from the Emperor and Vader." He didn't know the full significance, but didn't need to. Skywalker had defeated Vader. That said everything right there. "I take it you are referring to my people's encounter with the Red Blade on Seaton 3. "Yes," Luke said. "Since the fall of Coruscant, one of the matters that I have been attending to is trying to determine just how many of the Emperor's dark side agents remain. I've had 3PO and R2 scour the Imperial archives, but those searches have come up empty." Luke's frowned slightly. As a Jedi, identifying any surviving Inquisitors or other dark side adepts is important to not just me, but the Republic as well. I understand, Luke. I didn't face the Dark Jedi myself, and the one who did is currently in medical, in a Bacta tank. When she emerges, I may be able to tell you more. You also mentioned a Mandalorian in your report, that she has been pursuing the one you encountered on Seaton." "Yes, sir." Sayal, sir. She agreed to accompany us back to Republic space. She and her droid remain here. I haven't gotten a chance to do a formal debrief with her, but from what she has told us, the one on Seaton is part of a group. A group she has been hunting for some time. Skywalker's brow furrowed. A group of dark Jedi, and they are aiding a rogue Imperial governor. Not a pleasant thought, sir, though why they would choose to work for Grunger. He might be the one working for them, Webb. As I said, we have very little knowledge of the Imperial Inquisitorius. A rebel strike team infiltrated their fortress, only to find it abandoned. Luke shuddered. What the team found there was disturbing to say the least. Webb frowned. If a Jedi found something disturbing, he could just imagine how bad it truly was. As I said, I will formally debrief Sayal, and when my contact emerges from the Bacta, I will get a full report from her. I would appreciate that, Webb. He shrugged. The least I can do for a hero. Luke chuckled. It is funny. I've never thought of myself as a hero. When Ben and I left Tatooine, he shook his head. I knew I wanted to learn the ways of the Force and be a Jedi, but I didn't really understand what that meant. Even now, I'm still trying to figure it all out. Webb said nothing. What could he say? He was surprised that Luke would speak so candidly with someone that was almost a stranger, but maybe that was why so many in the Alliance had come to see Luke Skywalker as so much more than an officer or a soldier. He seemed good, truly and honestly good. Webb could feel that. That being said, he still didn't say anything about Story, her own Force powers and history. That information was not his to share, not even with Luke Skywalker. He had promised to protect her privacy, and he would keep that promise. If Story wished to reach out to Luke, he would include that in his next report. What that might mean he couldn't say. Would she choose to go off and train with Skywalker, complete the training that her mother had started, become a full Jedi Knight? Does the General have any further orders for me and my team, Luke? We are ready to continue our mission if he thinks that prudent. Luke gave him a thoughtful expression. Given the Dark Warrior your people encountered on Seaton, he asked me the same question, and I will give you the same answer I gave him. That it was up to the field agent in charge. I won't lie to you, Webb. You are entering dangerous territory. The dark side swirls around this mission you and your people find yourself on, but at the same time, the Force has guided you to where you are now, brought you into contact with this Mandalorian, and has provided you with more information that you needed. Webb nodded. A shiver of excitement ran down his spine. You are saying that my team is right where we are supposed to be. I'm saying you should be mindful. General Kraken tells me that you show great potential, and that you have tools to become a great field officer. Webb almost blushed. The General said that. He honors me, Luke. He endangers you, but I think you know that comes with the job. Yeah, Webb admitted, but it is a job worth doing. I spent my life watching the Empire commit atrocity after atrocity. I did my best to get the truth out, show the people of the galaxy what was really happening. Gorman, your sister's testimony of what Tarkin did to Alderaan. I knew the risk, and I gladly took them. If I don't, who would? Which is probably why the Force moved you to where you are now. When your friend wakes up, I would like to hear what she saw and faced on Satan, and the Mandalorian's testimony as well. If dark side agents are moving, trying to help the Empire regroup, it is important that we find out who they are and what they are planning. I will get the General that information as soon as I have it, sir. I'm Luke. Skywalker smiled. Remember something, Webb. It is not just the power of the Jedi that holds the dark side in check. It can be so much more, yet so little. The actions of brave men and women, compassion for your fellow beings. Keep your allies close as you go into darkness. If they are friends, keep them even closer. You will need them before the task is done. I will remember, Luke. I'm not giving up. I don't think my team will either. I'm willing to finish this mission. Then I wish you well. Then Webb, Agent Carr. May the Force be with you. And with you, Luke, Jedi Skywalker, thank you. You're welcome. Stay safe out there. The holo shut down, leaving Webb alone. He stared at where Luke Skywalker had appeared before him. He reflected on what the Jedi had told him. What had started as a simple snatch and grab of an Imperial prisoner had indeed turned into something far bigger. Yet, he was undaunted. Grunger isn't just some Imperial. He stands with dark side agents, all the more reason to see him taken into custody. Webb thought about what they had faced so far. Finding Story, Mane, and now Sayal, he needed to speak with the Mandalorian. She knew more about the enemy than he did. Maybe I can convince her to join us. A Mandalorian soldier would be a great asset. He would speak with her, and with Story when she woke up. It seemed that the Force had taken an interest in their mission. Where that would lead, he couldn't say, but one thing was for sure. He wasn't going to give up. Grunger was out there somewhere. He was more determined than ever to bring the man in. He would be careful. They would all need to be. Still, he felt his commitment rejuvenated. Amazing what a pep talk with the hero could do. We can't do this, he thought. Grunger will be found. Chapter 19. The next step. Blood and pain. It was the only world she knew now. Every breath was agony, every move seared her lungs. It felt like drowning, and she was sinking. No matter how hard she fought, something seemed to be pulling her down. She could still feel the axe shatter in her shoulder, gasping as it was yanked out. The knee strike that shattered her jaw, sending her falling back. Her lightsaber skidding away from her hand, trying to fight through the pain, reaching out with the force to pull it back. The heavy boot coming down on her arm snapping bone. Yet, somehow, she found her feet again, tried to throw the enemy back only for her to flow around her and bury the metal axe in her gut. Story fell, and sank into the pain, drowning in it. It filled her lungs like water, and she began to sink. She was sinking still, but that was not the worst part. No. The worst part was that down in the heart of that pain, in the darkness of her pain and fear, something was there, something whispering. She could almost feel it, the satisfaction, the glee, the hunger. It was a presence older than she was. It was the monster that hid under her bed when she was 3. The thing that stared out at a half-closed closet door when she was 9. The thing that watched her from the shadows at 15 when she disobeyed her parents, enjoying that disobedience, feeding on her sins. It had always been there, watching and whispering in the back of her mind, and now, in her moment of weakness and suffering. It tried to take her. She tried to escape it, swim up as would if she was sinking in a black sea, but it had no interest in letting her go this time. She felt it trying to surge up, trying to pull her down. She could hear a few words, whispers of lies, murmurs of blood. I thought you wanted an ending. Something whispered in her mind. Well, let the ending begin. She started to panic, which only encouraged the thing more. She felt it reach out and seize her, starting to drag her down. No, she cried out, struggling against it. No. No. Story sat up in bed, her heart pounding, the machine monitoring her heart rate dinging rapidly. She looked around, confused, not sure where she was. She was hyperventilating. It's okay. A Twi'lek woman in a nurse's uniform was at her side, pressing buttons on her pad. You're safe now. Lay back, please. Everything will be all right. Story felt a sense of warmth flow into her. It started in her arm and ran up and down her entire body. She lay back, her heart slowing. Everything took a rosy glow. She giggled. Whoa, she thought. Great stuff. She sighed and looked around, no longer panicking, the voice in the shadows retreating as the world came back to her. She looked up at the nurse. A 21B medical droid came to her side. Try to relax, miss, it said. Your injuries are healed, but you will be sore for the next few days. She nodded as the nurse checked her vitals. She looked around again. There, the nurse said, everything seems to be returning to normal. Your vitals are strong. She gave Story a cheery smile. That must have been one hell of a nightmare. Story nodded, the mention of the shadow killing some of the drug-induced euphoria she had been enjoying. She tried to move, finally feeling that soreness the droid mentioned. It shone a light in her eye, making her wince. Pupil dilation seems normal, the droid said, despite the soreness. How do you feel? Story rubbed the bridge of her nose. Like I was run over by a speeder bike, she answered. That would fit with some of your injuries, the nurse said wryly. Story frowned. Where am I? You are safe, the woman answered. You're aboard the medical frigate Solace, been here a couple of days. We were concerned about your survival when you first got here, but now you are okay. Story sighed, taking it all in. Do you remember what happened? The droid asked. Story frowned. She remembered the pain, and the shadow, and. She shivered. I don't really remember, she said weakly. I was helping someone. We were on a mission, I think, then. Short-term memory loss is a possible side effect of the head injury you sustained. The memories may come back, but it is likely they are simply gone. Story nodded. She remembered something. Webb. Where's Webb? I'm here. She looked up as he appeared at her bedside. He looked rough to say the least. He had at least 2 days' growth of beard on his face and circles around his eyes. Despite that, she smiled. You probably look worse than me right now, she said dryly. Agent Carr has remained at your side during your recovery, Miss, the 21B informed her. You did? She asked. He shrugged. I wanted to make sure you were safe. I mean, I know our people here are professionals, but I thought you might want to see a friendly face when you woke up. She smiled again. In this, he was right. She found herself thinking about their days at school, and when they were little. How friendly they had been, and then, how she had turned away from him the moment that the popular clique noticed her and wanted her among them. Would any of them stayed with her? Would Bremen have stayed at her side? Knowing what she was, and what they believed in, the strength of the Empire, she didn't think they would. Most of them would have thought her force powers as a disease that she would infect them if they stayed close. Would they have seen her as a freak, and a dangerous one at that? During her time in the Flea, they had spoken of the Jedi, how dangerous they were. If her old friends had known she had force powers. She also remembered how they treated Webb, how they mocked him and laughed at him, and how she went along with it, not wanting to be kicked out of their little group. She would have been like Webb then. Perhaps she always had been. Her force powers would have made her an outcast, just as she and her friends had made Webb, the shy heavy-set boy that was always on his computer. She looked at him, seeing both that boy and the man he had become, remembered how she had treated him, and felt horrible. I'm sorry, she said. Sorry, he asked. For what? Everything, she answered. How I treated you back in school. Oh Webb, I'm sorry I failed your mission. He reached out and touched her undamaged arm. Hey, everyone got out safe and alive, including you. He smiled. There is nothing you need to apologize for. She frowned. He was being far more charitable than she deserved. She sighed and started to rise. Easy, miss, the nurse advised. Story cursed. The Twi'lek was right. She was sore, but now she could call on the Force to push back that pain. She took a deep breath and let it flow through her. She felt the pain lessen, and in a few hours, probably would not feel it at all. She looked at Webb. How long have I been out? 5 days, he said. You were in the tank for the last 4. What happened? I can't remember. Webb hesitated. He looked at the doctor and the nurse. Can you give us a moment? What I have to tell her is classified. Of course, sir, the medical droid said. It moved to leave the room, the Twi'lek nurse falling and stepped beside it. When they were gone, Webb looked at Story. She pulled her hair over her missing eye. She didn't like people looking at it, a bit of vanity on her part, perhaps, but that was how she felt. Tell me, Webb, she insisted. Tell me everything. Okay, but you probably aren't going to like it. She shrugged. I think I need to hear it. It feels important. It is. We were on Seaton 3, do you remember? She nodded. She remembered talking to her parents before leaving the ship. She snuck onto a transport inn. Someone was waiting for me when I arrived. Yeah, we think it might have been an Inquisitor, or former Inquisitor, I suppose, given they don't really function as part of the Empire anymore. She shivered. A sense of darkness chilled her. A woman in black, she had carried an axe. Yeah, she thought, Webb's words jogging her memory. Yes? She was starting to remember. I. They made their way down the corridor together. He had left her some clothes for when she woke up. It had been a bit of a challenge putting them on, but once it was done, she welcomed the chance to leave the medical bay. They walked past dozens of crewers and soldiers. Story realized just how much of an outsider she must have appeared. Her black tank top, vest and pants didn't fit among the tan and blue-clad Republic crewers. Even Webb fit and better than her, dressed in the uniform of New Republic intelligence. As they walked, he told her about Seton 3. Grunger had set a trap for them, and even though they had fought their way out, it was clear that they needed to come at the Moff from a different direction. Adding in the Dark Jedi story had encountered into the mix, and they had a bit of a problem. He also mentioned his conversation with Luke Skywalker. The Jedi seemed convinced that their team had the best chance of finding Grunger. You didn't tell him about me, did you? She asked. Webb shook his head. It wasn't my place to tell Luke about you. You said you had a good reason to keep your talents a secret. I wouldn't betray your trust. You said it was important, so it's important. She smiled. His loyalty warmed her. Thank you. You're welcome. That being said, maybe you can tell me why you don't trust him. I spoke with Luke after all. He didn't strike me as untrustworthy. Story frowned. Webb had been honest with her. She wanted to be honest with him, but she was not sure this was the best place for it. Surrounded by New Republic soldiers. She frowned. The holonet called Luke Skywalker the last of the Jedi. That was not entirely true. Her mother had introduced her to half-dozen Jedi that had managed to escape the Purge. In the aftermath of the Clone Wars, those Jedi had gone underground. They stayed one step ahead of the Jedi Hunters, while at the same time finding young Force sensitives and teaching them the Jedi way, preserving the Order's teaching until it was time to reveal themselves again. When the Emperor fell at Endor, and Luke Skywalker stepped into the public eye, Story had figured that at least some of them would seek him out, offer their aid in helping restore the Order. That had not happened. If anything, the surviving Jedi believed one thing above all. The son of Anakin Skywalker could not be trusted. According to the survivors, Anakin Skywalker had been a confidant of the man who would come to call himself the Emperor. Palpatine had favored Skywalker above any other Jedi. Though it was still not clear what led to the Jedi Purge, a few things were known. Palpatine himself had ordered the clones to attack their Jedi generals, and Anakin Skywalker's 501st Legion had been the troops sent in to sack the Jedi Temple. They had been identified by the few survivors that had survived that night. What that meant was up for speculation. None of the surviving Jedi seemed to know what really happened. Some believed that Count Dooku, the leader of the separatist movement during the Clone Wars, had trained the man that called himself Darth Vader, and that, after Dooku's death, Darth Vader had approached Palpatine with an offer of an alliance. Palpatine agreed, and had then turned to his young friend Anakin Skywalker, convinced him to attack the Jedi Temple. What was promised to young Skywalker, who knew, but in the end, he had served the Empire as a useful idiot. After which, Vader had killed him. With the Order all but gone, Skywalker would have been a liability. Vader, now Palpatine's partner, had then agreed to serve as the Emperor's top enforcer. As for Anakin's son, the surviving Jedi had him figured out too. Given the friendship between the father and the Emperor, it seemed impossible that Palpatine didn't know about his friend's children. Most suspected the mother had worked on Palpatine's staff. If anyone could have hit a child of Anakin Skywalker, the Emperor was the likely candidate. He could have protected the boy from both Vader and the Inquisitors. What the Jedi survivors said, it made a dark sort of sense. They feared that Luke Skywalker was an Imperial plant, a hidden Sith, maybe even trained by Vader himself. He could be the perfect Jedi trap, someone to draw the survivors into the open so they could be destroyed. Once they were gone, he would be free to manipulate the so-called New Republic into reforming his version of the Jedi, an army of dark warriors that would turn the New Republic into his new empire. Story wasn't sure if she believed it, but considering what the surviving Jedi had gone through, she didn't blame them thinking such a thing. Lady Tano had told her what the years after the Clone Wars had been like. Could anyone blame the Jedi survivors for thinking the worst of the Senate and the rest of the galaxy? They had pledged their lives to the Republic, and in the end, the Republic had betrayed them. They had given up their freedom and power to Palpatine. The Senate had cheered as he had crowned himself Emperor, and done nothing while the remaining Jedi had been hunted to near extinction. Who could blame the remaining Jedi for being distrustful of the galactic government? Especially when that government embraced someone named Skywalker. Innocent or not, Story knew she couldn't reveal herself to Luke Skywalker. How would he react if he knew that others who knew the Jedi way still existed? Would he consider them brothers and sister, or adversaries and rivals to be destroyed? She couldn't take that chance. She wouldn't take that chance. She owed her mother's friends that much. I made my promises too, Webb, she informed him. For that reason, I can't tell Luke Skywalker about myself. It could be dangerous. I see, he replied. Well, I don't, but I will respect your wishes in this. She nodded. Again, she was grateful for that, and for him. What are you doing? The question was posed by that little voice in the back of her head. You remember who Webcar is, right? She did, and that is why she realized she had been unfair to him, both in school and since their reunion on Prakus. He was a friend, perhaps the oldest and more real one she had. Despite how he had gotten her to come along on his mission, he had not lied to her, and then gotten her to safety after she had been hurt. If that didn't mean she could trust him, she didn't know what could. She gave him a wry look. Don't suppose we could get something to eat? I'm starving. He nodded. I thought you might be. That is why I asked the others to meet in the mess hall. It will also give you a chance to meet Sayal. Sayal. That is the one who saved me, the Mando. He nodded. She knows a few things about the one who attacked you. Maybe hearing from her will bring back a few details about your fight. Maybe give us a clue of where we are going next, if you wish to continue on. She frowned slightly. Part of her wanted to run. She couldn't remember the details of the fight, but she knew she had been outclassed and suffered for it. Yet, if she ran, she would lose Grunger, possibly forever, and she still needed to find him, and make him pay for what he had done to her and her family. I'm still in, she said grimly. I still want Grunger's head, and if I'm with you, you will stand a better chance if his dark friend shows up again. I was unprepared on Seaton. That won't happen again. I swear it. They entered the mess together. The others were all seated at a table in the back. Gav rose when he saw them enter. Well, look what got decanted from the tank. A freshly back-to-pickle Story. She smiled. Hello, everyone. Welcome back, Story, Tina said. Monet rose from his chair and pulled one out for Story. Thanks, Monet. I live to serve, Story, he purred in that seductive voice of his. Webb shot him a cool look. He had been about to pull out a chair for her himself. He said nothing about it, though. He shook his head and looked behind them. A woman in Mandalorian armor stood before the window, looking out over the stars. She had been stripped of most of her weapons, but her face remained hidden behind the helmet of her people. She turned and looked at Story. Well, you certainly look better than the last time I saw you. Yes, thanks to you, Story said. Thanks for that, and for getting me out of there. The Mando nodded. The one you were fighting, I've seen others die at her hand, and at the hands of her friends. People I knew, some I cared for. I would not wish that on anyone else. Story smiled. She might not have been able to see the face under that T-visor, but she already sensed the good there. Most thought of the Mandalorians as unfeeling brutes, creatures that lived only for war and battle. That was not true, not in this case anyway. Astoria Castir, meet Sayal of Clan Nutbush. You can't call me, Story. A pleasure, Sayal said, taking a seat. Unlike the others, no food was set before her, only a mug of steaming calf. Sayal has agreed to stay, and work with us, Webb informed her. The credits that your friends in Republic Intelligence offered were reason enough to engage my services, that and the chance to have backup the next time I run into my quarry. Story nodded. She had heard the Mandalorians were mercenary. She looked at the other woman. She was humanoid. That was clear, but her hands were large, larger than the humans were, even with the gauntlets she wore. That was clear. Not human, but then, did she really need to be to help? You can remove your helmet, Story told her. We're safe here. Sayal shook her head. I can't. Removing my helmet among others is against my faith. I'm a purist of the creed, which means that I'm a Mandalorian first. My face is the one you see before you. She touched the chin of her helmet. Something clicked, and a long metal straw emerged from it, one she used to drink the calf from. Story shrugged. She really didn't get the whole helmet thing, but respected it. A Mandalorian's way was their way. Story has questions about the one you saved her from, Webb said, the red blade that attacked her on Seaton. Sayal sighed. I don't know much, but I will tell you what I do. The one you faced on Seaton is part of a group of 4. I first encountered them years ago, before the Mandalorians took me in. They destroyed my pack, my parents, and siblings among them. I'm sorry, Story said. Me too, Sayal said flatly. I was just a pup then, and ended up drifting on the world we were living on at the time, living on the streets, starving. Clan Nutbush found me there, and took me in. I didn't realize that there were still clans out there, Geff said, after the destruction of Mandalore. Clan Nutbush was not on Mandalore when it was destroyed. We have always existed apart. We are nomads by nature, selling our services for supplies and foundlings. Foundlings? Story asked. Clan Nutbush is a clan of foundlings. Mandalore is not about blood to us. We are a creed. We are the creed. We seek out those with the warrior spirit among the lost and the weary, the beggars and the fools. We take them and offer them a life of purpose and duty. All who are strong enough to swear the creed are welcome. Was hunting that red blade on Seaton a job for you, or was it personal? Tina asked. A bit of both, actually. The one on Seaton, she and her friends have run afoul of more than a few clients of mine. The fact that I was getting paid to hunt those that destroyed my pack is a perk of the job, and it is not an easy job, trust me. They are dangerous and organized. I managed to kill one a while back, but the next time I encountered them, that one had been replaced, which suggests that they are more than just some type of roaming gang. They have a purpose. And what purpose might that be? Webb asked. Can't say. They travel the outer and mid-rim, they sabotage, they assassinate, and then disappear as quickly as they appeared. She looked at Story. This is the first time that I have found one working directly for the Empire. Could they have always been working for the Empire? Gav asked, maybe as inquisitors. It is possible, but I don't think so. I've only seen one wielding a lightsaber. The others make do with Cortos's weave axes and clubs. Story shuddered at the mention of an axe. She remembered the feel of that weapon. The Mando leaned back in her chair. I get the feeling that they don't like the Empire much. Perhaps they were pursued when Vader was still alive. Whoever they are, and whatever their motives, they are united in their goal. They work for someone? I never got a name, only the fact that they call their leader the Master. The Master, Gaff snarled, his fur rippling. That doesn't sound good. As I said, they never mention this Master by name, either out of fear, or the fact they might not know it. To be unknown is to be unconquerable, or so I've heard. Story digest what she was hearing. A dark side master, once separate from the Empire, but now working with Grunger, or for him. A shiver ran down her spine. A dark side master and 4 servants. Her mother had told her about the Sith, the dark side order, that was the ancient enemy of the Jedi. They had been believed extinct for almost a millennia. Yet, rumors had remained. Some believed that the Sith had still existed, no longer as an army, but as an order of 2, one master and one apprentice. The rise of the Empire and the coming of Darth Vader proved that. Vader did claim to be a lord of the Sith. Could this master have been the one that trained Vader? If so, then the 4 servants made no sense. Story shook her head. Nothing about this made sense. What could a dark side master want with a man like Grunger? Did he or she want to seize control of the Empire, rule as a new emperor? So what is the plan, boss? Gav asked Webb. We go back to using Pretty Boy's files. Find someone else working for Grunger. Webb shook his head. That didn't work out so well for us last time, and considering the party waiting for us on Seton, it is safe to say that Grunger anticipated that move. Or the Red Blade warned him, Syal offered. They might have seen you coming through the Force. Whatever happened, we will need to change up our tactics. By now, Grunger has probably cut all ties to himself and Susie of Cavolt. Any record of where their dealings might lead have probably been sanitized. It is safe to say that that trail is dead. So what do we do now? Tina asked. Go back to the Republican failure. No, we think of something else, Webb said, looking at Syal. What about the people those Red Blades have been working with? Could one of them know something? Maybe. But as I said, there seems to be no rhyme or reason to why they do what they do. I never found a pattern, but I can tell you what I've seen, and what they have done. It is a start, Webb said, looking at his allies, especially Story. I know this seems daunting, but I'm not going to give up. Grunger is up to something, and I think we have the best chance of stopping him. Story, who had been silent during most of this, suddenly smiled. I think I might have an idea what we can do next, I mean. Webb looked at her. We're all ears, Story. Her smile widened as she explained what they needed to do next. By the end, they were all smiling, maybe not Syal, with the helmet who knew. Story could not say where the idea came from, but it made sense. Was it the Force? She couldn't say, but one thing she knew for sure. It felt right, and right now. Right is what they needed. Chapter 20. Credits. The 3 Imperials moved across the landing pad. All around them, humans and aliens in similar garb tended to their ships. A collection of Z-95 headhunters and die wings, TIE cockpits with Y-wing nacelles, all painted with the same laughing skull symbol. The man leading them was heavy-set, with a long beard. His flight suit was patched in places, and the jacket he wore over it had the same insignia. He chuckled. What do you think, Lieutenant? Is this proof enough that we can be useful to you? It is adequate, Captain, the female lieutenant said coolly, wrinkling her nose. I've read the reports of your activities in the surrounding sectors, but I had not realized that your group has managed to grow so fast. The man smiled, showing a mouthful of gold teeth. Pterodac's campaign has finally pushed Harsk out of our way. Not that he was much of a threat. The pirate snorted. At least now we don't have to pay tribute to the fat fool any longer. Those 2 warlords were too interested in killing each other to deal with groups like mine. As a result, we were able to expand. A lot of systems ripe for raiding, and prizes traveling with little or no protection. He paused, turning to face the lieutenant and her 2 stormtrooper escort. I gotta admit, I never figured the Empire proper would approach a business being like me. Figured you fleet types wouldn't want to soil your pretty uniforms. The lieutenant shrugged. War makes strange bedfellows, Captain, she said blandly. The loss of Imperial Center and the recent collapse of Imperial intelligence has forced the Empire to reevaluate our position on independent space forces such as yours. The man cackled. Independent space forces. I think I like that, Lieutenant. Probably will use that on our next raid. The Cackling Corsairs Independent Space Force. It sounds very professional. The lad and lassies will like that. The lieutenant smiled slightly. I'm glad you approve. The old man smirked and continued with their tour. The lieutenant and her 2 stormtroopers followed in his wake. This was the 4th pirate group they had visited in as many weeks. Though their visiting party changed with each world, the goal remained the same. Find out which of these groups were open to siding with the Empire, and show them that they were friendly by provide them with a small gift as an introduction, in this case, a crate of stormtrooper blaster rifles. The Cackling Corsairs welcomed such things. The 2 stormtroopers watched as their lieutenant did her Imperial officer routine. They had to admit she was quite good at it, but why wouldn't she be? Tina had been an Imperial once. Again, General Kraken had come through for them, both approving the plan and providing them with the tools to do it. 3 full sets of stormtrooper armor, 3 officers' uniforms of various ranks, and a cache of low-level Imperial supplies as courting gifts. Webb had originally thought that Justine would be playing one of the stormtroopers for their meetings, given her history, but even the thought of putting on the armor and bucket again seemed to make her apprehensive. Webb, considering her past, understood. Unlike most troopers, Justine had gone through extensive indoctrination when she joined the 501. The rebel minders had freed her of that conditioning, but that didn't mean that it might not reassert itself if she was put in certain situations. Say, putting on the armor and playing Imperial again. So, he had decided to play it safe. She played the officer, sometimes leading the group, other times following behind him as his aide. It seemed smarter that way, and Justine Tina seemed more at ease because of it. Though he had to admit, she shined in the role of officer in charge. The role she was playing now. Webb tried to keep eyes on both her and the captain, not an easy thing under a stormtrooper's bucket. He addressed his fellow stormtrooper over their private channel, so no sound would emerge from his vocoder. "I can barely see in this helmet," he complained. His companion snorted. "You can say that again. I don't think the Empire designed these things with someone missing an eye in mind. I thought my depth perception was bad before. Now I'm just hoping that I don't trip over something." He grimaced. "Sorry, Story," he responded. "It's okay. As long as the Force is with me, I'll manage." He smiled. Good. Despite the injuries she had suffered on Seaton, Story seemed better for them. When they had first encountered her on Prakus, she had been cold and indifferent to them, not much different than she had been when she joined the Flair as a teenager. He was used to that, so he had said nothing. After Seaton, she had changed. She seemed more open with the group and less standoffish. She didn't hide in the cockpit of the Dreamer while traveling anymore, and joined them for meals, even joked and laughed with the rest of them. That pleased him. It felt like he had his childhood friend back. Gone was the icy diva who had joined the Flair and paraded herself around guys like Bremen Talk and his fellows. In her place was the thoughtful, smiling girl he had known as a child, the one who existed before she got pretty enough to be recognized by the schools and crowd, and adapted their attitudes. They were talking more, which he liked. Being in this armor, it gave them a chance to do so privately. He liked that too. This was the second time they had played the role of Justine's stormtrooper escort, and the third time he had went under the bucket. The last time, Justine and Monet had played to Imperial officers, with him as a single trooper, but that was when they were dealing with the female pirate leader. The HRD's pretty face did much to distract her while Justine pumped her for information, not that that information had been entirely informative. Website. Story had a good idea, but he was starting to think they were on a wild bantha chase. Monet had provided them with the names of pirate groups that his late master had interacted with. They knew that Grunger had had dealings with at least one of those groups. Story had thought if he was willing to deal with one, he might have dealt with others. If so, they might get an idea of what he was up to, why he was seeking them out, and what tasks he might have needed such people for. It seemed like the smart play. They had all agreed that what they had faced on Seaton was proof that Grunger was onto them. Any other front companies he used had likely been cleansed of any information that might be useful to them, and the ones that seemed promising would likely have turned out to be traps like the one that they had faced on Seaton. Traps that were likely even more deadly than the one they had faced, more troopers, more droids, with the less chance of them escaping if they fell into it. So, Story's ideas seemed like a good workaround. Sadly, they had found nothing to suggest what Grunger's plans might be. Webb was starting to lose hope. Maybe Grunger had moved on from using pirates. If that was the case, then the path to him had grown cold, and the mission was likely going to end in failure. The three and their escort moved into a hangar that had been converted into a warehouse of sorts. Crates and containers bearing the Imperial symbol were everywhere. Justine sniffed. I can't guess whose systems you have been raiding lately, Captain. You would be wrong, my imp friend. What you see here isn't booty. He leaned in closer. You are not the first Imperial that has reached out to us, offered to play the role of patron. Really? Justine said, arching an eyebrow. Anyone I might know. Could be, the pirate answered. After all, you haven't said who sent you, Lieutenant. She gave him an icy smile. Names can prove expensive in this day and age, Captain. Costly, if you get my meaning. He chuckled. He had read the implied threat well enough. She made it clear that he shouldn't snoop. Doesn't matter to me, one way or another. Though I will say this, Lieutenant, I have a feeling that things might be getting better for your empire soon. Got some people making some big moves. Could turn things around for you. Justine smiled. Which is exactly why I'm here. Webb listened closely, wondering what the pirate meant. Coruscant had fallen, and Isin Isard was dead. Her end meant that Warlord Singe was now the Empire's top dog, and as far as he knew, Warlord Singe was still out there causing fits for both the New Republic and the remaining Moffs. They had heard nothing to suggest an Imperial resurgence. The governors hated Singe and vice versa. If they had decided to join with him, reunify the Empire, that could be trouble, but nothing intelligence heard suggested that. The pirate faced Justine. I like you, Lieutenant. You've treated me and my people with respect. Far more than that lot that calls themselves governors. He flashed another golden smile. It seems like you got a good head on your shoulders. Can't say who you work for, but it is safe to say that it isn't the Moff Council. Justine said nothing, merely smiled. Whoever your boss is, you might be wise to suggest to him that he pass on what he knows through us. Our patron pays well for information. Imperial and otherwise, pays very well in fact. He even mentioned that other Imperials might seek us out, and that we would be wise to pass along an offer. I'm listening, Justine said. The captain rocked back. The scuttlebutt is that the Moff Council isn't long for this galaxy. They have been hoarding wealth and leaving the fighting people like you and yours out in the cold. Could be that someone will be liberating that wealth soon. If so, you might want to find yourselves on the right side. Get a piece, if you know what I mean. Justine shook her head. I don't see that happening anytime soon. Enough of the fleet have sworn allegiance to the Moffs, far more than it has to any of the warlords. The strongholds that protect them are almost as secure as Imperial Center, or rather, how it was before Isard let the rebels have it. Again the pirate smirked. As I said, girl, things are changing. Moffs might not have the protection that they think they do. They are too focused on preserving their wealth and not watching the skies. They think they are safe and secure behind their shields and ships, but they might wrong. Webb listened, unsure what to make of that. The man sounded so certain. What was this about? I will bring your offer to my commanding officer, Justine promised, adding a smile. As I said, war does make strange bedfellows. The old man sighed. If I was 20 years younger, I might read more into that girl, but as it is, I'm just looking forward to a cozy retirement soon. He laughed again and pulled a small pouch off his belt and handed it to Justine. Something for your trouble, Lieutenant. Give it your superior, unless you decide you have other uses for it. She gave him an arch look. Are you trying to bribe me, Captain? Merely giving you a taste of what our previous patron had to offer. Think it might make you reconsider your allegiances. He led them back to the base's exit. Webb considered what he had just heard. He would need to speak with Kraken's people again. Find out if anyone had heard anything interesting about the Moff Council. As far as he knew, they were holed up on the mid-rim somewhere, surrounded by a fleet of star destroyers. With the Imperial bureaucrats on Coruscant no longer working, whatever the Moffs had established was now the lifeblood of the Empire. If the Council were to fall, it might prove very useful for the New Republic. But if another Imperial destroyed them and seized their holdings, Singe or one of the other warlords, that could be bad. Very bad? Webb looked at the pouch on Justine's waist. He was curious to look inside, see just what was in it, and how much the Corsair's Imperial patron had paid them. He had funny feeling, a flash of intuition maybe. He smiled beneath his helmet. Perhaps this trip wasn't such a waste after all. I. 3 hours later, they were all aboard the Dreamer, moving through hyperspace. Webb had just finished a call with Republic Intelligence. He had sent a scan of the money that the pirate had given them. He was still not sure what to think of what he had learned from that conversation. Instead of answering his questions, it had offered half a dozen more, and there were no easy answers for any of them. The rest of the group was waiting in the main salon of the ship. Story, Gav, and Justine sat around the central table while Monet leaned against the wall behind the two women. Sayal, still in her full helmet and armor, their newest ally, stood close to the bridge, but her way was blocked by Teehee, just in the case, the droid had said. It seemed to have a low opinion of Mandalorians. Chip, meanwhile, was up front, monitoring ship systems. Not that much monitoring was needed while they were in hyperspace. On the table, the pouch that Justine had received from the pirates was open, its contents spilled out for all to see, all but the one that Webb had taken into the comm room with him. It had taken some time for Republic Intelligence to find someone who could identify what it was. Everyone recognized it as a form of currency, but not a one of the group could identify it. Gav held up one, rubbing his paw over it. He showed his teeth as his fur rippled. I don't think I've ever seen money like this. Hey, Story, your dad was a merchant, wasn't he? Yeah. Did you ever see any money like this? She shook her head. My father primarily dealt with digital transactions. At least he did so when I was little. He didn't like dealing with large sums of physical cash, too easy to be robbed, he used to say. Well, he wasn't wrong, Sayal said. She looked at Teehee. Hey, droid, anything in your data bank that might tell us what these are? Sadly, no, Mistress Sayal. Though I am a business protocol droid, I have no record of this form of currency. 40 years ago, I received a memory wipe. At the time, the Imperial Monetary Standard was being established. The droid shook his head. I have no financial records from before that wipe. If I did know what this currency was, that knowledge was erased following the rise of the Empire. Don't waste your processor, Teehee, Webb said, joining his allies. Just finished speaking with our people back on Coruscant, and they have managed to identify what we have here. He tossed the coin onto the table with the others. Story gave him an arch look. You were in there for quite a while. Yeah, he agreed. I had to wait almost an hour to file my report, and then it took another hour and a half to get connected with someone from the financial offices on Coruscant. Did they manage to identify what these are? Justine asked. Webb nodded. Yeah, they're dataries, Old Republic dataries, Webb informed the others. Like 200 years ago, Old Republic. Gav blinked and picked up one of them. I suppose that makes sense. I think these are symbols from before the war, but I'm surprised anyone would use them as legal tender. They can't really pass for Imperial or New Republic currency. No, they can't, but that isn't the reason that they are still valuable. Website. If we count the numbers on these credits, we have about 1,000 credits worth of coin. A decent amount, sure, but according to the financial guy I talked to, the current value of these credits is likely 3, maybe 5 times more than when they were minted. Everyone in the group paused. That had got their attention. Some collectors would consider these valuable as luxury collector's items, but when you consider what they are made of, the value goes up a lot. So what are they made of? Story asked. Orodium, pure orodium, he replied. That made their Mandalorian companion sit up. And someone used these to pay the pirates off. Maybe they didn't know what they had. Considering the number we have in hand, that is unlikely. According to the banker I talked to, he thought that there was likely only a few thousand left of these in the galaxy. All the others had been recalled centuries ago. Around that time, the Republic changed the way they banked. Apparently, all the currency produced after the recall was only 10% orodium. The intergalactic banking clan used that to set up new pricing standard. The fact that these credits are pure precious metal, and so rare, is what makes these far more valuable. That doesn't mean that Grunger was the pirate's mysterious patron, Justine said. We have no proof. Monet stepped forward, the droid's eyes narrowed as he looked at the coins. Actually, we do, he said. I recognize these. Mistress Susie received a shipment of them from her contact on Seton. From the front company that we were almost killed investigating. Webb frowned. That meant that these credits had come from Grunger, but if they had, why pay a pirate band with some valuable collectible coins? Monet, how many credits did the Seton client give your old master? Gav asked. 7 full chests, the droid replied. The credits inside were to be distributed to 7 banks across the mid and outer rim. Each account for an individual client, with options for full withdrawal within 5 months. Do you remember how many credits were in each chest? Gav asked. 500,000 apiece, the HRD answered. Everyone paused when they heard that. 500,000 if they were all like these, all 3 to 5 times the face value. Gav hissed, his fur rippling in disbelief. He looked at Webb. I thought the banker you talked to said that there was only a few thousand of these left. That is what is estimated. The Bothan shook his head. So how the hell did Grunger manage to get so many? That is the question, isn't it? Webb sighed. I have a theory on that, especially after what Monet just told us. Webb frowned. The reason why the Republic wanted Grunger in custody was because of his knowledge of the Emperor, and for the fact he worked on Palpatine's staff in the years after the Clone Wars. When Coruscant fell, and the Alliance had full access to the Imperial Palace, several files were discovered. Among them were references to private vaults set up by the Emperor, places to store trophies to his greatness, and possibly hidden wealth. Webb gestured to the credits. What if Grunger has access to one of Palpatine's old vaults? What if these coins are from it? So the guy is rich then. Sayal shrugged. What does it matter? Because wealth is power, Story said. If Grunger has found one of the Emperor's hidden vaults, who knows what he could do with it? Gav hissed. I don't buy it, the Bothan growled. Sayal looked at him. You have the credits right in front of you, Bolton. You're not blind, are you? That isn't what I mean. Mando, he hissed back. Your theory doesn't make sense. Webb? Gav gestured to the credits before them. If Grunger does have access to a secret vault of Palpatine's wealth, and if it's all Orodium credits like these, why not use it? I mean truly use it. Why not use them to buy the loyalty of the Moff Council, or the warlords? If he can throw around the kind of money that Pretty Boy says he did to the pirates, why not use it to secure his place in the Empire? Hell, why not crown himself Emperor? Gav does have a point, Webb, Story said. If Grunger has access to this much money, why did he allow himself to be caged on Prakus? He did destroy an innocent city. Yeah, I know, but why bother? He could have bribed the local government. Why hand this kind of wealth out to pirate gangs? Webb listened, and he hated to admit it, but it shot his theory to hell. He looked at Monet. You are certain that the coins in the chest your mistress received were all same type as these? One full crate was, at least, Mistress Susie was excited when she saw them. She had me pour several thousand in her bed, and had me. Say no more, Pretty Boy, Gav said, stopping him. As you wish, Master Gav. So how does Kraken want us to proceed then? Justine asked. Does he have any further orders for us? The hunt for Grunger remains our priority, but we secondary objective now, as well. Intelligence has made contact with someone familiar with the Old Republic's financial history and the money it produced. We are to proceed to the world where he lives and let him examine these credits. How does that help us find Grunger? Story asked with a frown. Webb frowned. This was the part of the mission he didn't like. The discovery of These's Old Republic credits seemed to give credence to the Emperor's private vault theory. High Command thinks that we should be trying to identify where these credits came from so that we can identify the world that might contain one of the Emperor's private vaults. Grunger would consider this too valuable to leave unguarded. From there, we should be able to discover his location. At the very least, we heard him by cutting off the resources he is using. Story scowled. This is why the Republic wanted Grunger taken into custody, isn't it, Webb? They didn't care about the damage he did back on Prakus. They saw him as a chance to access the Emperor's private vaults. Webb winced. It is one of several reasons that the New Republic wanted him taken into custody. Yes. Her scowl deepened, which means that they probably were willing to make a deal with him for these vaults. It is possible he wouldn't have been tried for anything if he gave up what he knew. Webb didn't answer. He had had the same thought when he had filed his report, when the new orders had come in. Story hissed. You promised me he would be punished. He will be. How? She glared at him. Doesn't your precious Republic care about what happened on Prakus? What about all the dead in Aberdero? I don't like this either, Story. So why are we even going to try to bring Grunger in if he could hand over what he knows and just walk away? Because the Republic needs this, he answered angrily. The war has left the New Republic in a bad state, both physically and financially. The Critis outbreak on Coruscant, Isard using the Bacta cartel to squeeze Coruscant. Singe's attacks on top of that. The government may not be broke, but we are getting close to it. Hell, if it wasn't, the council would not have Leia Organa meeting with the happens right now. Story fell silent. He could see the anger flashing in her eyes. Angry at both him and the situation. Webb didn't like that. These last few weeks had been good. It had been nice to have his old friend back. So, Gaff said, drawing the two's attention back to the here and now, we use the credits to try to find the location of the vault, and hopefully, the Moff's location with it. That is the plan, Webb said, still not taking his eyes off the angry Story. The Bothan nodded thoughtfully. Webb looked at his old friend. I take it that you have issues with this plan, too? No, just thinking. About what? I'm trying to figure out why Grunger needs to go to Pyrrhus if he has so much wealth. And, well, I think I have an idea about that. What is it? Justine asked. The Bothan showed his teeth again. Well, I was thinking, maybe Grunger doesn't have access to one of Palpatine's vaults. Not a major one anyway. The Mandalorian looked up at him. You think these credits might not be from a vault? They probably are, but not one of the big ones. Webb looked at his friend. What are you getting at, pal? Think about it. The Moff knows the location of Palpatine's vaults, right? Well, what if they are on a world held by the New Republic, the Empire proper, or one of the warlords? Opening that vault could be difficult, but what if the Moff has access to a smaller vault, a cache containing the credits that we have here? Webb nodded. He was starting to get it. Story did, as well. She looked at the Bothan. Grunger doesn't have a fleet like some of the warlords. If the vault is on a planet hostile to him. Justine got it then, too. He needs a fleet and an army. A disposable one, perhaps, but people who know how to fight and raid a planet. That would explain his behavior, the Bothan said. Offer them a share of whatever it is in this secret vault. Considering we are talking about Palpatine, who knows what he might have hidden away. Not just credits, but technology, information. The Bothan's fur rippled. There is a reason my people trade in information. Sometimes it is more damaging than a Death Star. There may be things in this vault that would allow the Moff to either bribe or blackmail anyone in the Empire. It would be the first step in bringing it under his control. Webb thought about it. The more he did, the more it made sense. Damn. Story looked at Webb. If there is even a chance this is true, we gotta stop Grunger. He nodded. We can, and we will, he promised. Her one eye narrowed. So where are we going next? Where is this historian we are supposed to meet? I've already sent the coordinates to the Navi computer. Story rose. I'll have Chip set a course. She left without another word, yet he could almost feel the walls going up between them again. He cursed. He wished she understood. The thought that Grunger might get away with what he had done had occurred to him. If he did know about Palpatine's vaults, if they were real, and evidence seemed to suggest that they were. He sighed. Gav had been right too. What if these vaults contained more than wealth? Blackmail material, maybe technical plans or technology. A shiver ran down his spine. What if the vaults contained plans for a new Imperial superweapon, or the location of one built in secret? The thought of a man like Grunger in command of a Death Star, or something like it, filled him with dread. Grunger had proved by what he had done to Abradero that innocent lives meant nothing to him. That is why we can't fail, he thought. If Story came to hate him for this decision, so be it. Not another Gorman, he thought, or Abradero. Not another Alderaan. He cursed silently. Sometimes doing his duty brought no pleasure, but what choice did he have? What he wanted, who he wanted, it didn't figure in. This wasn't about him, it was about everyone. Peace in their time, he sighed. For the Republic. Chapter 21. The Debrief. Story is alive. Those 3 words echoed through Bremen-Talk's mind, even as he carried out his duties, and did what he could to prepare for both the privateer operation and the restoration. He could not get past what he now knew. 3 little words that had turned his whole life upside down. Story is alive. He still had trouble believing it. It had been almost a decade since he had awoken in the med center on Prakus, woke up in the company of his parents, and was then visited by then Assistant Governor Grunger. His parents, the governor, and the security team members that saw him after his rescue all said the same thing. Astoria Castir had been killed. The rebels had murdered her when the stormtroopers assaulted the warehouse where they were hiding. They had murdered the girl before dying themselves, all the while trying to kill Bremen too, all to deny the Empire the support of a brave young man. He had come to believe it. What had happened, it had defined the last decade of his life, and now this. This story is alive. He tried not to dwell on it, not right now. He still had work to do, and couldn't afford to be distracted. The governor had put him in charge of overseeing the deliveries to their allies, upgrades, that the 7 pirate groups that Grunger had convinced to join them would need for the upcoming attack. The Major frowned. It had been 9 originally, but 2 of the groups had chosen to back out of the governor's service. Warlord Singe had supposedly made them a better offer. Talk shook his head when he had heard that. A better offer? Truly. How could the obese fool offer more than Grunger? Was not the fact that they would be getting a share of whatever was stored in the Emperor's private vault worth their time? When His Excellency had been told about the defection, he had waved off his attaché's concerns. Loyalty cannot be expected, not with this group. Greed does not translate into loyalty, Major. However, in this case it will serve our needs, it will do. Talk shook his head again. He didn't really see how. He remembered when he had first heard about the privateer operation, how it was to be suggested to their allies, and how it was supposed to go. It sounded like it would work, but at the same time, he was not sure of their allies. How did they know that the pirates would do everything that was expected of them when the shooting started? How could they count on them to perform? They were all scum after all, the type of scum that the Empire had promised its citizens that would cease to exist under Imperial rule. Grunger dismissed his worries. Have no fear, Major, he had said. Greed will ensure that everything we desire comes to pass. The Major looked down at the crates that they were shipping out. They contained military-grade shield generators, weapon upgrades, and engine mods straight from Senior Fleet Systems. They could also be considered military surplus at this point, junk. Not even the first generation of Imperial and Victory Star destroyers still used this equipment. These components were between 10 and 20 years old, but still light years ahead of what most of their allies had in their ships. These gifts had been all it took to ensure that their new allies helped in the coming raid. The assault on the Emperor's secret storehouse and vault. All of the pirates and raiders seemed to think that it was worth it, and that was good. Grunger needed them to think that way. Talk tried to stay focused on the mission, and what would come after. A few minor details needed to be worked out before the raid took place. They would soon. Several of the workers stopped, and even 2 of the stormtroopers that had accompanied him turned away from what they should be doing. He pursed his lips. Wonderful. She was here. He turned to see the dark Jedi Elima striding across the hangar bay. The woman had changed out of her flight suit, and now wore an Imperial-style uniform without markings. His eyes narrowed. Now, more than ever, the girl seemed a bit and dressed. The pants she wore were beyond skin tight. The black jacket was open in front. She wore no shirt underneath it, only the top button at her neck, and her belt held it closed, leaving her flat stomach visible, and barely holding in her cleavage. Her short black hair now adorned with a silver chain, with a pale white stone just over her forehead. She smiled fiercely as she spotted him. "Major Talk," she called out. "May we speak for a moment, in private?" "One moment, my lady," he said, calling over the dock officer. "See these shipments on their way. I need to take this." "Yes, sir," the sailor said, his eyes drawn to Alima, or rather her body. She smirked at him, tilting her head just so, both an invitation and a challenge. It took all of Talk's self-control not to roll his eyes. The woman had followed them back the Annihilator. He had thought she would commune with the master and start her hunt for Story, but instead had spent the last few days following him and Grunger around like a lost cat pup. He could not say her reason, but then, he had not been present when she made her report to the master and received her orders. Perhaps she was waiting for her allies to arrive. Perhaps she had been ordered to stay. Whatever it was, she was a distraction, and more to the point. She seemed to enjoy being one. Many of the male officers on the bridge had noticed her, and most probably wanted her. She was not like the rest of the women on the Annihilator. There was something dangerous about her. She moved like a saber cat, sure and with total confidence, and like such a fierce beast, seemed to dare anyone to get close, so eager was she to show her fangs and claws. In short, she was stimulating. He could not deny the fact that he had noticed her, and she seemed to revel in the fact that so many saw and wanted her. Having ensured the work would be finished, he finally turned to her, his hands behind his back. "Yes, my lady," he said, "can I do something for you?" She smiled, a smile that could light up a room, though it never seemed to touch her eyes. Those remained cold as stone. "We can't start by losing the my lady thing. One day I will be a noble in the Empire, but for now, I'm simply Alima, and I would like to speak with you in private." He nodded. "We can't talk in there," he said, motioning to one of the tie-ready rooms. Their sentry ships were not due back for another half hour. Plenty of time to finish whatever conversation the woman might have in mind. She followed him. He noticed several of the sailors watched them, some with jealousy in their eyes. Again, he almost rolled his eyes. What did they think was going to happen? Did they think he was going to have her on the floor of the ready room? The thought, well, he couldn't deny it. The thought aroused him. He glanced over his shoulder. She flashed him that bright smile again. He pursed his lips and hurried on. He couldn't deny that he was intrigued by her, but at the same time, recognized that she was off limits. Dark Jedi were not to be trifled with, and besides, she was the governor's daughter. No, this was one trap he was smart enough to avoid. She closed the door behind them as they entered the ready room. He sat down in the chair belonging to the commander of the air group. "Now, what would you have of me, Alima?" He expected her to take the chair across from him. She didn't. She placed her hands on the table and leaned in close. He looked up quickly, trying very hard not to stare at her cleavage, nor to smell the scent of her hair, the perfume she wore. She smirked. "I want to know about your little girlfriend, the storycaster." His eyes narrowed. "Has the governor not provided you with the records he has on her and her family?" Records are facts, and facts can't always be trusted. Some people keep secrets, and even the most diligent of Imperial record keeper might not have access to all he needs to know to fill out a report. She tilted her head. "I faced her, blade upon blade, but you knew her. Knew her once in dreams. I'm sure you did talk. Yes. You didn't spend all your time necking in the back of a speeder." He frowned. "You are out of line." "No, I'm curious." He started to rise, but was pushed back into his chair. Pushed back and held there. He couldn't move, but nothing was holding him down. "What is the meaning of this?" She bit her lower lip playfully. "Think of it as a debrief, one approved by my master, our master. I serve Moff Grunger. And you do not think that His Excellency doesn't serve the master? Where would he be without her?" She leaned in closer. Her brown almond-shaped eyes filled his field of vision. "Now, tell me what you know of Storycaster. Tell me everything." He scowled, but no matter how he tried he couldn't move. and he doubted calling for help would work. He sighed. What can I say? We went to school together on Prakus. She joined the FLE just as I did. Did she truly believe in the Empire? She attended every meeting, wore the uniform, and was part of every event that we carried out. She knew our handbook and manifesto front to back. She tilted her head. That would show loyalty, I suppose. Did you ever see her do anything strange, anything unexplained? Such as predict something was going to happen before it did. Seemed to pull something to her without being near it. I had no idea she was force sensitive, if that is what you want to know. And you think it unlikely she lied to you. You don't believe she hid that side from you. She hid nothing from me. She was enamored by me. And what about you? Were you as equally smitten? He frowned. How dare the woman? He had identified Story early during their time in the flat, and it wasn't simply her beauty that caught his eye, though that was nice too. Her father was a successful merchant, one with no direct ties to the Empire, or so the Moff had confessed to him earlier upon their return to the ship. During his time in school, the Empire had not only known about the caster wealth, but coveted it, and so they took steps. They started with Bremen and his friends. Their director in the FLE had known what was needed and wanted, and he had seen how Story had looked at Bremen, and so he had suggested to the young man that he get to know Story better, that it was imperative to bring the Castir wealth and contacts into the Empire, and that he would be rewarded for doing so. There were many beautiful girls in the FLE, but Story's name and her father's business were important. It was for that reason that he first approached her, and why her friends in the group had done what the director had ordered them to do as well. They had done what they could do, drive a wedge between Story and her old friends, especially that chubby little freak, Webb Carr. The weakling had been holding her back, and they made sure that she didn't want to be around him anymore, that she spent all her time with her real friends. The plan had been working out so well too. Story had been smitten, and the more time they spent together, Bremen realized that he was smitten too. He understood that the time might come when the Empire stopped being so gentle with the casters. That the girl's parents might find themselves arrested for some reason, and disappeared permanently, freeing Story up to inherit everything. He would, of course, have been there to comfort her and make sure she made the right choices with that wealth. Of course, those choices had all been made moot when they had been kidnapped by that group of Saw Gerrera want-to-bees. When they killed her, or so he had thought, so he had been told. Story was alive. We were a good match, he told Alima. I cannot deny my attraction. Her smile widened. You ever bet her? He snarled and tried to rise. She laughed. I will take that as a no, Major. He cursed under his breath. No, he and Story had not been intimate. They had made out a few times, enjoyed some touchy-feely stuff while their clothes were on, but the last time we were together, we were kidnapped. We were taken out of the back of my father's speeder. And you never got the chance to finish, poor you? Does this line of questioning have a point? She leaned in again, her forehead brushing the bill of his officer's cap. He could smell her breath, sweet and warm. I'm just trying to figure out if I could use you the next time she and I meet. You think that I want to be there when she dies? Who says she has to die? Talk blinked. What? Alima laughed, and sat down in his lap. She sat down and started rocking back and forth. She leaned back, letting her hair tickle his cheek. What are you doing? He gulped. She hushed him. Quiet now, she purred. I need to see it. See what? He asked, feeling her move against him, rocking back and forth. He swallowed. He couldn't stop what his body was doing. Damn. You realize, she said in a husky voice, that death isn't the only option for dealing with your pretty little friend. I've spoken with the master. She is not sure that we should just kill the Story outright. Maybe, just maybe, she can be useful. Useful, he said, breathing in the scent of her. It was intoxicating and animalistic. Yes, she hissed. There are so few truly powerful force wielders left in this galaxy. Palpatine and his mechanical lapdog did their job well. Too well. The girl paused her rocking. Talk found himself, lost, angry that she had started this and angry she had stopped. Tell me, Major, Bremen, can I call you Bremen? Yes, he groaned. My friends called me Brem. That made her laugh. Are we going to be friends, Brem? I'm not sure, Lima. Do you want to be my friend? He didn't know how to respond. He merely nodded. She laughed and spun around, straddling him, staring into his eyes. He sat there, pinned down, staring up into the brown eyes. They were flecked with gold, he realized. Would you be willing to help me, Brim? Would you help me bring Story to us, bring her to our side? Would you help save her? Gladly, he squeaked, then tried to clear his throat, find his military discipline again. Yes, my lady. That pleased her. She started rocking again. A whimpering groan escaped his lips. Oh, what about the governor? He asked. He expects you to kill Story. You think he will care if I turn the girl, if she joins us in bringing about the restoration? You think she wouldn't like becoming a noble woman in the empire she swore to serve as a girl? He found himself thinking about Story, what they had talked about during their Flynn meetings. Yet, in that moment, he could not see her face. Alima's dusky features filled his today and tomorrow. Your father will not like this. She gave him a curious look. Like what? That we are going to work together to bring your little friend into his service, or that we are alone right now, doing this. He coughed. Both probably. Talk admitted. You are his daughter after all. She giggled. He laid with my mother during his time on the Master's world, and I was the result. The Master needed access to his bloodline. She saw that in the Force. That is as far as his paternal duties went. My mother raised me, and the Master taught me. I'm one of her 4 chosen, the first of a new generation of Sith nobles. She leaned in close, her breath warm in his ear. He was breathing heavily now, almost panting. He didn't care that he couldn't get up. He didn't want to. If you still want her, you can have her. The Master will allow that if you want something else. I think that can be arranged too. You have a plan. The beginning of one. We will see how Privateer turns out, and we will have to eliminate your little friend's rebel allies. Her smile turned predatory as she leaned back, rocking against him once again. I trust I can count on you. Yes, he hissed. You can. Good, she said, pushing away from him, unwrapping her legs from him, and standing up. Major Bremen Talk sat there, no longer held down by either the girl or the force she wielded. She smirked. You might want to wait a bit before leaving this room, she said. Things might get noticed. She leaned in and looked down at his lap. Down, boy, she whispered, and then without any further word, strode out of the room, swaying her hip dramatically. Bremen Talk said nothing. He sat there, watching her go. He took a deep breath and let it out shakily. His heart was pounding and he willed it to slow. He tried to think about what had just happened. The Master didn't want Story dead. He could have her again, if he wanted. She might not like you killing her rebel friends, his conscience chided. What if they weren't friends? What if they were more like the ones that had kidnapped them on Prakus? What if they had known what Story was, that she had the Force? What if they kept her prisoner all these years, brainwashed her to serve the rebellion? The thought brought an angry snarl to his lips. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. He thought for a moment about telling the governor about this meeting, but quickly dismissed it. If anyone asked, he and Alima spoke only of Story and his history. Nothing more. What would she say if she saw me again? He wondered. What would Story say? She might attack him outright, or try to convince him to join the criminals and thieves that made up the rebel alliance. His eyes narrowed. Never. He would see them all burn first. From that Shutta, Mon Mothma to the lowest rebel trooper. They could all burn, and would. The restoration would see to it. And I will have Story back. We can't have the future we always wanted. That thought pleased him more than anything. Maybe the Master could free her from whatever the rebels had done. If so, wonderful. He rose from the chair, straightening his uniform and cap and making sure that nothing was out of place or up. He brushed himself off. The governor's daughter was certainly a wild one, far wilder than he would have expected. Still, she offered what he wanted in more ways than one. When he had sufficiently calmed himself, he went back into the hangar and continued with his duties. When the time came, Alima would find Story again. He was sure of it, and when that day came, he would be with her. He thought about the kidnapping, how she had screamed when they had been dragged off. He clenched his fists. He had been a child then. He wasn't anymore. This time, he would free her from the rebels and their lies. This time would be different. This time, they would win. Chapter 22. The Recluse. Savage's moon was a near-airless body near the Taijito system. It orbited a large gas giant, one of 8 planets in the system, and was one of 6 moons of that planet. It was here that Webb and his crew had been dispatched by General Cracker. It was here that they hoped to get another lead on how to find Moff Aite Grunger. They emerged from hyperspace. Sayal detached her ship from the Dreamer's hull, and the 2 ships came down together. The Mandalorian flew an X-wing of all things his hull painted black, with yellow striping, identical to the markings on her armor. That ship had drawn attention when they had stopped to board the Solace for medical attention. X-wings were the primary fighter of the New Republic. Seeing one privately owned was unusual. I didn't steal it, if that is what you are wondering, the Mandalorian had said during their brief stopover. The war has been going on for years, and the Rebel Alliance were leaving plenty of wrecked ships scattered across the galaxy, many of them destroyed X-wings. My clan are salvagers at heart. When we are not selling our combat services, we collect salvage and sell it. I found the hull of my X-wing years ago, and spent a good 3 years restoring it. Buying, trading, and scrounging up whatever parts I could from wherever I could. The Mando shrugged. I needed a ship if I was to conduct any business outside the clan. It was necessary, and so here it is. Webb heard no lie in the woman's voice, and it wasn't like she was wrong. Who knew how many X-wing parts had been scattered across the galaxy as the war with the Empire had dragged on? No, he would not fault the Mandalorian for flying an X-wing, and who could blame her? The ship had earned its fearsome reputation. 2 Death Stars had fallen under the guns of X-wings, and the men and women that flew them. The main structure of Savage's moon was protected by 3 heavy turbo laser batteries, forcing the crew to land outside the range of those weapons and come in on foot. They tried contacting the outpost, but they received no response from anyone on the ground. Is this normal? Justine had asked him. I thought you said Kraken's people had called ahead for us. He also said our contact was a bit odd. Apparently, he is some kind of wealthy recluse and has been avoiding other beings for almost 30 years. Webb shrugged. Kraken sent a message, but advised us to use extreme caution. This man isn't an enemy, but that doesn't make him a friend. They had been forced to use oxygen masks as they emerged from the Dreamer. Sayal put her X-wing down just to the left of the ship, so she could use the guns to cover the path that they needed to walk down. She had decided to remain and guard the ships. Webb took the lead, while the rest of the group followed, with Justine bringing up the rear and watching their tails, just in case. Story walked at his side, but had said little since their little meeting in the salon. He sighed. It was back to the cold and distant act again. He was used to it. At this point, Story had acted like that for almost 2 years before she had vanished. Still, he didn't like it. So, who is this guy we are meeting? Gav asked him. What makes him so important? His name is Poor Savage. He is a former financial officer for the Intergalactic Banking Clan, and apparently, an expert on rare galactic coinage. Webb pursed his lips. According to Kraken, he has lived on this moon for over 40 years. Came here after the Clone Wars, and has spent most of that time selling financial services and advising the rich and powerful on fiscal matters, or so the reports say. Human? Story asked. The name Savage would suggest Muin, Mistress Story, Mane offered, though there are humans who have names of a similar variation. Given his connection with the old IBC, the chance that this being is a moon seems more than likely. Got it in one, pretty boy, Webb answered. The guy is a moon and a bit eccentric, according to our records. What are his political leanings? Gav asked. He tries to stay neutral. Banking is his area of expertise, and he has never been choosy about who he provides his advice to. Any chance he will hold a grudge against the Republic? Justine asked. The Moon were on the Separatist side during the Clone Wars. Considering what the Empire did to them after the war ended, that is unlikely, Justine, Gav said. Not all Separatists were hateful monsters, Story said. My grandfather was a senator for the CIS. I might be able to use his name, it could help, if this Moon is unwilling to help Republic agents. Justine looked at the other woman. You ever contact your grandfather? Is he still alive? I'm not sure, Story frowned. The Clone Wars were a long time ago, after all. I can't say for certain if the Empire did anything to him after the surrender. Webb listened carefully to what she said. Did your parents go to him? Is that where they settled? Story winced. No, they chose another place, a safer place. She smiled weakly. It will be nice to go there when we are done. Again, Webb detected something, off in his old friend's voice. Story remained evasive about the location of her parents. He was starting to wonder why. He had tried asking Tee about it, but the droid remained silent, saying it was not his place to talk about Ty and Brecaster. The group made their way across the vacant plain. As they came up over the second hill, they saw the dome settlement that they passed over earlier. The laser towers looked powered down, but the automated tracking system had locked onto their ship as they passed over. Locked on, but hadn't fired. It could have been just a security thing, but neither Story nor Syol had wanted to take that chance. The group made their way down the hill, their breath hissing in their oxygen masks. It was cold here on the surface, and the air was weak, but it was still comfortable enough, as long as the oxygen in their masks held out. They saw no other beings as they made their approach, not even a security droid, but that didn't mean one wasn't on standby watching from somewhere. When they reached the entrance, the single optic of a gate droid emerged, its orange mechanical eye focused on them. Webb approached with a smile. Hello there. The droid extended to full length, getting right in his face. When it spoke, it wasn't broken basic. This is private property. State your name and your business. Agent Webb Carr of New Republic Intelligence. We're here to see poor Savage. The droid got closer, if that was possible. Clearly, it was not programmed to understand personal space. Do you have an appointment? Yes, our commander called ahead. One moment, please, the droid croaked before returning into the door. The hatchet emerged from snapped shut. The group waited a minute, and then two. Think this guy intends to brush us off? Gav asked. Moons are careful when it comes to outsiders, Mane said. You know much about them, pretty boy? Gav asked. The HRD smiled. They are one of the many races that I've been programmed to. Service should need require. Good to know, the Bothan said dryly. It was at that moment the door opened. Please step into the airlock, a voice called out over a loudspeaker. The group did so. Gases sprayed them as soon as the door closed, decontaminating them against any foreign agents. The voice spoke again, informing them that the air within the lock was about to be brought up to galactic standard in 2 minutes. From there, oxygen was added. As a result, 2 minutes later, the group to remove their masks. The air still tasted of disinfectant, but it was breathable. Only once that was done, did the door to the outpost finally open. Webb looked around, amazed. Wow. Look at this place. It was a large open space, with 3 balcony tiers going up to the top of the dome. Everywhere he looked there were shelves and desks, and all covered with stacks of data cards and papers. To call it cluttered was an understatement, but he got the feeling that this poor Savage probably knew where everything was in this mess, and could probably put his hands on in seconds. There seemed to be a method to the clutter. What that method was, he couldn't say. The back of the room had an actual fireplace, and to the left of that, a color-coded galaxy map showing the current political outline of the galaxy. Webb was impressed. "Welcome, my friends," a nasally, high-pitched voice said from the second-level balcony. "I do trust your journey here was without incident." "Are you poor savage?" Webb called out. "Indeed," the Muin replied, finally stepping into view. He was tall and slender like most of the Muin race. If Webb were to guess, he was likely 2.5 meters tall but skinny as a reed. His gray suit with crimson highlights were in the traditional Muin style, and he wore a cap over his bald head. He smiled down at them. His lips and teeth were as black as space. "Can I offer you some refreshment after your long journey?" Before Webb could answer in the affirmative, Monet stepped forward. "We would not even think of eating or drinking during business negotiations, good sir," the HRD said with a smile. "We are familiar with the customs of your people and would not wish to insult you." The Muin's smile widened. "Ah, beings of both courtesy and good taste, how refreshing." He hurried down a spiral staircase and approached Webb and his companions. "I have learned to tolerate other species' odd habits, meeting over food and drink, so odd and disturbing. So it is good to meet beings so willing to rise to Muin standards." "Of course," Webb said, making mental note to discuss customs with Monet the next time they had to meet another alien. The HRD had done them a service by making a good first impression. The Muin towered before them, again showing his wide black smile. "I was told you have some questions for me, and have something you wish me to take a look at, yes?" "Yes," Webb said, pulling one of the credits they had received from the cackling corsairs. He handed it to Savage, who brought it close to his face, then spun it expertly between his long skinny fingers. Well, he murmured. "Well, look at this pretty little lady. I must say, Agent Carr, it has been a while since I've seen another one of these." "You have seen one before?" Story asked. "Oh yes, I have one in my collection. Collecting rare tinder is something of a hobby of mine. When you get to be my age and live as I do, it is necessary to keep the mind busy." "I was told that you aren't exactly retired, gentle Savage," Webb said. "The general said that many still seek your advice on financial matters." "I know a few things, yes, and there are even those that trust me to keep secrets." He turned away from them, taking the credit to a small computer console on a nearby desk. It was connected to some sort of scanning device. The Muin placed it inside and entered some commands on the terminal. Yellow lights began to shine down on the credit. "It will take some time, but I should be able to determine where this little lady came from. Chemical composition, purity, and weight, all useful things to know. Do you desire to know where it was smelted and minted?" "That would be kind, gentle Savage," Webb said. The Muin nodded. "May I ask where you acquired it, or is such knowledge classified?" "It was part of a cache held by a pirate gang. Evidence suggests that it is one of several thousand." The Muin looked up at him. "Several thousand. Impossible, Agent Carr. I can assure you that that is quite impossible. This tinder ceased to be galactic standard 196 years ago." "You are certain of that, gentle?" Story asked. "Of course, miss, it was my job to know. Before my retirement, I was a senior archivist on the planet Moonilist. I worked under both Larsh and Sandhill of the banking clan. My memory was one of my greatest weapons back then, and still is today, truth be told." "What type of advice do you offer your clients, gentle?" Gav asked. "If you are willing to tell us, of course. We don't wish to be insulting." "Curiosity is expected of the Bothan race," the Muin replied. "As you can see, I live a solitary life out here, which gives me time to analyze the various financial markets, and from there, can draw informed conclusions on what said markets will do next. I also continue my duties as an archivist. I research, discover things that others might find profitable to know, and sell that inform, or contact those that might not wish that information to become public. I offer to keep those secret, for a small fee, of course." Webb looked at Gav, who showed his teeth. None of them would call the Muin a blackmailer, but that seemed to be what he was. Archivist. Right? The Muin looked at Story. She had not brought her lightsaber with her, just in case seeing it might bring back memories for their host. "If I may be so bold, do I know you, young human? Your features are, familiar to me. Story pursed her lips, but then responded. My family are originally from the Jamin system. I'm of the Ritsak line. The moon brightened at her admission. Ah, of course. You must be Kima's granddaughter. I remember his son. He left home after the war, eloped with some young woman. You have the Ritsak nose and chin. Yes, I should have known. Is he still on Jamin? Gentle Savage. She asked. He was the last time we spoke. That was 1.5 years ago, I think. We had business to discuss. He purchased some information about one of his rivals in the corporate executive on Jamin. I heard that business came out very profitable for him. So it is unlikely he was harmed by our dealings. Time, however, might be a problem. Humans are not as long-lived as my people, but he was in good health the last time we spoke. Story fell silent. Webb could see her thinking. She had just found out that her father's father was still alive, or had been as of 1.5 years ago. She looked at him, hope in her eye. Did you serve in the Clone Wars? Gaff asked. I'm something of a historian myself, and always looking to hear about what happened. I was not a soldier, but I served, in the IBC, as an archivist. I was captured when General Kenobi took our home. I spent 2 years in a Republic internment camp, before Director Rush Clovis asked for our release following his ascent to head of the banks. The Muin shook his head. Poor Clovis, he reached far too far. A human should not have been so interested in Muin affairs. They lacked the necessary dispassion for the task of intergalactic banking day. The scanner behind the Muin pinged. He turned and smirked. Ah, it seems that your little beauty has given up all her secrets. Let us see what she has to tell us. The Muin went to his console and began entering commands. He frowned and entered to more commands. The computer beeped loudly at him. He tilted his head curiously. He just stood there, pausing, reading the screen. Is there a problem, Gentle Savage? Webb asked. The Muin turned to him, his smile returned, as black as ever. I had hoped that you would bring me something to keep my mind occupied, Agent Carr, and you have not disappointed. You have identified where that credit came from? Story asked. Oh, I have done far more than that, young daughter of House Ritsak. The Muin took the coin from the scanner and rolled it between his long fingers. What you have here appears to be a Republic datary, one that went out of circulation almost 200 years ago. Webb caught what the Muin was saying. You said appears. You have a fast mind, Agent, the Muin said. When I say appears, that is exactly what I mean. He held up the credit slip. This datary is fake. It is counterfeit, likely made in the last year. That got the group's attention. Fake. You are sure? Oh, I'm quite certain, Agent Carr. Gaff's fur rippled. Why would someone make a fake coin out of pure orodium? The Muin chuckled. Oh, that is the fun part. It isn't made of orodium. Chemical test proves it. This credit slip is made from Gurodium C9. Chemically, Gurodium is quite similar to orodium and has fooled many a miner in the past. Back in the IBC, we used to call the stuff miner's folly. Miner's folly, Story said. So it isn't valuable. Not really, the Mun said, his forehead wrinkling. It does have some uses, besides fooling inexperienced miners of what it is. But artificially created components work far better than Gurodium, which is why it has never really been sought after. A moment, please. The Muin left them, heading back to the second level of his home. The group looked at each other. Mane said that Grunger has sent 7 chests of these coins to various banks to be dispersed to his allies. Webb shook his head. The credits were fake. Grunger was paying pirates with fake credits. Why though? Why take the risk? The answer came fairly quickly. Palpatine's vault, if it did exist. Then these fake credits were a quick way to gather allies. What if those pirates should find out they were being scammed? He smiled. This could work in their favor, provided Grunger was behind the counterfeiting. Savage returned with a stack of files. He set them on the floor before the group. His long hands worked quickly, spreading them out quickly. I found it, he exclaimed. The Gurodium used in the little fake you brought me was discovered by a mining company 96 years ago. There was a claim made to the IBC, an offer of 10% for the lease of mining equipment, and the hiring of workers and construction of droids. According to official records, the company had gotten a tip on the Orodium vein from a Muon holding company. When the vein turned out to be Gerodium, the mining company was ruined. They had overextended themselves in support of their operation. The intergalactic banking clan foreclosed and claimed the company when it could not pay back its loans. What happened to the Gerodium? Webb asked. Does your record say? Yes, the ore and mining company was sold to a private holding company. This is interesting. What? Gav asked. The Muon looked up at him and smirked. The Mun holding group that tipped off the mining company bought them up after the foreclosure. It claimed everything, including the Gerodium. The mining equipment was sold off to other firms, but the Gerodium stayed with the holding company. The holding company set the miners up, Gav said. That is one possible scenario. Yes, the Muon agreed. Webb felt his heart quicken. He couldn't say why, but they were on to something. Do you have a name for this company? The one who ended up with this Gerodium? Yes, it was Damask Holdings. Senior officer was Hago Damask of Mygedo. Is Gentle Damask still living? Webb asked. Do you know where he might be? Oh, I don't even have to look up that information, Agent Carr. Damask died some 30 years ago, and before that he had been a bigger recluse than I've been. When he passed, his business interests were distributed among many different holding companies, all to protect his protege, I suspect, the one being that had access to the Gerodium that has now been used in this coin. That protege being. Savage's smile dropped slightly. Are you sure you wish to pursue this, Agent? Some beings have a long reach, even in death, and this being's reach was very long indeed. Which being might that be, Gentle Savage? The Muon chuckled. All the arrogance of youth, he said. You didn't hear this from me, of course, not in any official report to anyone. You understand? Yes, this is off the record, completely. Your name will not appear anywhere in a report. Thank you. The Muon sighed. The Gerodium's owner, the man who received it some 30 years ago, upon confirmation of Hago Damask's death. Was Chief Palpatine, the honorable senator of Naboo, though he had been elected to Supreme Chancellor of the Republic only a day or two before coming into this inheritance. The Muon touched Webb's shoulder. Remember your promise, you didn't hear this from me? Webb nodded, but inside, he was jumping up and down in excitement. The Emperor owned the Gerodium. Grunger had served on Palpatine's staff. That is it. That is the connection. Do you happen to have a name for the world that the Gerodium was mined on, and where it might have been sent, if it left said world? I can provide that information, and perhaps a bit more, with a more detailed scan of this beauty you brought me, the Muon said, rising with a grin. Only one thing remains then, the discussion of my fee. That and I would like to keep this slip you brought me, for my collection. Why? Webb asked. You said it was worthless. As tender perhaps, but I get the feeling that events are going to take place because of this discovery, aren't they? Probably, Webb replied. The Muon nodded and slid into a large high-backed chair by his fireplace. History can be valuable, Agent Carr. He twirled the counterfeit credit between his fingers. I have a feeling that soon. He held up the credit. This will be history. I hope so, Webb thought. The end of Grunger, maybe even the beginning of the end of the rest of the Empire. All brought down by a counterfeit credit. Ironic, and hopefully. Soon,